but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
cute, ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave,
corner, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold wireless.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let go by.
引起他的打野灰吧。历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another wonderful day here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Gayang, and all of you say happy birthday to this man in the comments section because he is turning another year older today. How you feeling, my guy?
Very good, very good. I'm very excited for our today's matches because we have another APAC match later on. Actually, in our first series, we have Negma Galaxy facing off Weibo Gaming. And thank you so much. Of course, it is a wonderful time to be 1 year older, and it's much a pleasure as well shoutcasting on my birthday. So this might be my birthday gift. hopefully we do see a fantastic win coming off of our teams right now. We have Weibo Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy, JDG versus Woohoo Gaming, and Cerberus Esports versus OnePlus Phoenix.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a great birthday gift from our Filipino teams here to give you a win on the birthday? But yeah, first we do have Nigma Galaxy coming up, and they are not looking all the best. They are at the bottom of the qualification, the playoff qualifiers for the APAC teams. But for the Chinese standings, these did not get shaken up, all too hard. I mean, EDG just went up one step over Trace Esports yesterday. KBG still have their 13-win streak intact. But Nova Esports and J Team now they're tied in terms of wins, but Nova, yeah, they still have one more loss than J Team, making them kind of, on paper the less superior team. But I would say if you put them, together head to head right now, I think that Nova would be able to take that.
I mean, it's Nova Esports is Nova Esports. And we even have seen their prowess being demonstrated yesterday during their match against Fennel. Right now on the APAC standing, we have a lot of matches actually still yet to be shown here on our APAC teams, because our total number of games supposedly is around 13, 14, sometimes 15, depending on the team priority. So if we add these up, it's approximately 4 to 5 more games per team here, except for Cateros Roa. And if you check the Liquipedia page as well, there's already a couple of teams that has their names like highlighted as green and highlighted as red. That implies that those teams are having their spots secured already in the playoffs, no matter what happens for the rest of the incoming 2 weeks. And also the other bad news, right? Red means no matter what you do,
they're gone.
It's gone. As sad as it may seem, I mean, the best thing we can do is just cheer for them in their last run. But as the game goes on, as the tournament goes on, regular season, our group stages, we have Weibo Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yes, sir. So we do have Weibo Gaming, one of those teams that is solidly in the middle here in the Chinese standings, versus Nigma Galaxy, who are just barely hanging on to their playoff spot here in the APAC standings. I mean, if you're Nigma Galaxy, you're kind of sweating right now because you're not 100% certain whether or not you're gonna make it to the playoffs. But you just got to do everything you can to hold on to that spot at this point.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, one of the top performing teams in the Philippines, gonna be challenging one of the top performing teams in the Chinese conference right now, in the WRL region. With a 9-4 scoreline, these are the stats we are looking at right now. And if we actually think about it, Nigma Galaxy has a really good chance against Weibo Gaming. In terms of efficiency for first Dragon, first Herald, and first Tower, they can actually stand a pretty good chance. It's not really a big disparity between these two. It's up to the execution. I think for the side of Nigma Galaxy, it's going to be up to Just and how he is going to be enabling Hyde, how he's going to be enabling Aaron as well, because those players here on the side of Nigma Galaxy can perform exponentially well when given the chance to do so. Weibo Gaming, on the other hand, has been meticulous in some ways, but there are some instances where they become overconfident, they tend to throw things off a little bit, but they always find a way to get the momentum back.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming are one of those very few teams that have actually won against one of the tougher teams here in the Chinese conference, Nova Esports, the one with the skin. They beat them way back in I think it was our 3rd week, maybe, or 4th week of play here in the regular season. But so far they've also been kind of beasting it against all the other teams. They did lose against J Team and EDG a little bit recently, but compared to Nigma Galaxy, who just have barely edged out wins here against Trace Esports and Naos and Team Flash, it's getting a little bit dicey, to go up against a team that's as experienced and as, kind of scary as Weibo Gaming.
We have seen the matchup of Chi versus Demon Kite. I think it's going to be very important in this case. Chi, one of the strongest, if not the best Dragon laners right now in this tournament as well. One of the most aggressive Varus users and Zoe users as well. And Demon Knight has to really pop off too, especially that there is a tendency for Nigma Galaxy to use a standard ADC, and Demon Knight is one of just the best ADC, standard ADC players here in the whole Rift. And now we compare Fan and Joshi, both really strong junglers as well. Both has an equal amount of responsibility to enable the rest of the team. Weibo Gaming is relatively independent as a team onto each other. And I think we are going to be seeing the introduction of both of teams.
欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。今天呢也是我们的6·1儿童节，祝愿各位召唤师们6·1快乐。同样，今天也是常规赛第9周的第2个比赛日，首场对决呢将由微博战队率先迎战帕赛 NGX 战队。身为实力强队之一的微博战队，能否在常规赛的最后阶段为我们带来更多惊喜蜕变呢？而帕赛 NGX 战队的状态也在最近突飞猛进，在双人路完成转变的他们，能否再度出奇制胜？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome to the 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. As the opening, we're gonna have Weibo Gaming versus Pasay Enigma Galaxy. As one of the strongest team, Weibo has taken more surprising change at the end of the regular season, and the Enigma has begun to soar. Can they take more shock tactics after making the transition at the bot? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Weibo Gaming and Pasay Enigma Galaxy.
I feel good today. I have a feeling that today will be the easiest game that we ever played.
Whoa! Yo, I love that energy. All right, look at the reaction.
会很轻松，因为大贝过生日，我们赶紧把你们拿下，然后吃蛋糕去了。
I don't know what they said, but I'm guessing they're like they're responding with something like. The easiest game. All right, the easiest game
for us.
About that. I can see the reaction. Basically, the full message just from the face of Chi is like.
You could see Chi. He was like, yeah, all right.
That's just the confidence of Weibo Gaming, right? They're a team that has strong foundation already, really big achievements as an organization, and right now they're being contested by one of the best teams in the Philippines.
Yeah, and I mean, they are also one of the teams that can pull out something really, really surprising against, these Chinese conference teams. Like, the last time Enigma Galaxy faced off... Sunflower! I love that! That's amazing! I love that, Chinese teams,
we gotta see some zombies
next. Zombies would be cool. Zombies would be cool.
We have the whole theme of PVZ. What's that?
A windmill.
What's the occasion right now? What's the occasion?
They just want to make their walkouts cool, dude. I mean, why not? The occasion is your birthday. What else?
And they have it on their calendar as well. Looks like these are the offerings.
The flower gang.
The flower gang.
In a duel in Chu.
I love it. They're just here to have fun. That's a massive guy.
A huge lollipop, yes.
It's as big as a head.
最后，让我们有请辅助选手。
That's amazing.
And the
I want
support
one.
wake up.
Oh man, I would get diabetes before I finish that.
Pro true. Okay, wake up though. He's playing it straight. He's not here to mess around. However, the rest of the team is just finger hearts for him. Pretty standard. Now, back to what I was saying. Enigma Galaxy, they are one of those teams that can play on the standard ADC. We saw them almost pull off a surprising win against Jing Gaming. However, it just didn't materialize. However, Demon Kite though, you have to be aware that he can play quite a few champions. He almost got away with Vayne. He almost won a game as Vayne versus JDG. So, man, you have to be super aware of Enigma Galaxy and what they can pull out here.
Yeah, and this is a team. I mean, it's JDG of all teams as well. Enigma Galaxy almost had that fantastic win with a cohesive competition, with a bold lineup, I would say. It's all up to Demon Kite as well. What champion will Enigma Galaxy or will Coach Mansu and TG make him use? Because he's just good in every single champion that gets into his hands. May it be an APC, may it be a standard ADC. That game in particular, I think if Joshi had something like something like, well, because the Lee Sin is already top notch, right? But if he had more crowd control, maybe something like a Vi, I'm guessing that Vayne would have been more untouchable. And even so, right, the only reason why they lost that game against JDG is because of that one mispositioning that JDG was actually more prepared of. And I think they have learned from that experience as well. We will have the fight for side. First, this is an ARAM match to determine which team will have the side selection priority. So if Zihan wins, Weibo Gaming gets to pick either to be on blue side or red side. If Demon Kite wins, same goes for Nigma Galaxy. And I think this is going to be very important as well because we have seen the win rate a while ago of both teams. Weibo Gaming has won 14 out of 17 games on blue side, 5 out of 11 on red side, while Nigma Galaxy has won roughly half on both ends.
Yeah, and I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they do have a big thing to prove. They have like a chip on their shoulder pretty much for the for this match and for the rest of the league, for the rest of their matches, because they really need to get to the to the playoffs, because these are the winners, man. These are the winners of the SEA games for Wild Rift, and if they can't make it to the playoffs, it kind of means something, you know. That kind of means that maybe they got taken easy on during the SEA games stage. But here, you know, they are kind of ahead. I do predict that they may be going ahead of the being the best of the Philippine teams at the end of the league, at the end of regular play, just because that's how the power rankings really are right now for the Southeast Asian region. Now, of course, granted, KT Rolster Y is still up there in top 1. It's going to be a little bit of a long road before they can really prove themselves. But step number 1 is getting to the playoffs, and a big step there is just them being able to win this match against Weibo Gaming.
This is a big step, a big responsibility, a big mountain to climb. But hopes and dreams for sure on Enigma Galaxy here. Anything can happen. This is a team that has conquered many foes already and has turned the tides of many big turnarounds already. The matchups that could have been impossible, they've made it possible. And now it is just one more team that they are challenging right now, Weibo Gaming, which is outstanding as a team as well, sitting 5th place so far in the standings in the WRL side. So this is going to be a big competition here. It might be not yet on the stage, but we saw the banters already coming in from both sides. Both teams are serious. Both teams wants to get the victory here and would want to have a better standing in their own region. Enigma Galaxy, I think, as an organization, has been prepared their whole life. These players are handpicked for a reason by Enigma Galaxy, by Coach TG and Coach Vansu. They're the most proactive team, most proactive players as well, and they're willing to fight now.
Yes, they are, and fight they will. Now, of course, for the first fight we're going to have today, ladies and gents, is the fight for side. Demon Kite versus Zihan. And we do have Irelia versus Gragas. I think Demon Kite has to respect the strength of Gragas in 1v1. We have seen a lot of Gragases in these fight for sides, quite a few of them even winning. So it just says a lot about the strength of this champion in a 1v1 scenario. He's got some long range poke. That body slam is absolutely deadly. Look at how low Demon Kite already is from level 1.
Oh man, Grasp of the Undying helping Zihan so much with the sustain as well. This is going to be a tank Gragas for sure. Even a Flash invested there as some of the spell. He wants to get that really good surprise factor when it goes with the body slam into a cast. Demon Kite has to be extra careful given that his HP threshold is quite low. So every time it tries to go for CS, that's going to happen. Now jump down to low. Oh, I mean, if Zihan popped in the ignite and one more auto attack, that could have been a kill already.
Yeah, that would have been it for Demon Kite. So he's going to have to back away now. Level 2, not the ideal back timing here, but he does need to, again, be very respectful of that Gragas. Only when he gets his full combo, his stun, his Q, his W, can he really, look for anything on Zihan right here, especially with that long range poke. Very oppressive from the Gragas. As well, the Drunken Rage, that just underestimating the damage that does, and you know the damage
7%,
reduction.
right?
Yeah, it's a lot for just one champion.
And it scales with AP as well, so I mean it's already good. It's one of the reasons why Gragas was used into the Baron lane as well. A lot of damage taken there by Demon Kite just with. I'm not even gonna be saying it's a combo because Xian just basically just auto attacked him as well as used his abilities. He knows that he can just win 1v1 against Demon Kite at this point due to the fact that Demon Kite doesn't have any much sustain, plus magic resistance, everything. Now this is a huge wave crashing into the tower of Demon Kite, and he has to be very careful because if he gets killed, that's a lot of XP and also gold that can be injected onto Xian.
Yeah, and if he gets killed right there where he just gets killed under tower.
Head scratcher.
Yeah, that is a little bit shaky for Demon Kite to start with, but yeah, this is again the strength of Gragas in a 1v1 scenario, and he will be able to get so much done, putting that entire wave under tower, denying so much from Demon Kite, and then going back and getting his big power spike. He's level 5, so when he does come back to lane, Demon Kite will be level 4. He's got the Divine Sunderer already, so with just Executioner's Culling and a Vamp Scepter, I don't think Demon Kite will be ready for the play that's going to be coming in, because as soon as Zihai comes in, I bet he's going to, set up for the big explosive cast. And
oh my god, the
He's
damage!
already gone for the body slam. Wow, that is an insane amount of damage already, but he doesn't even, he just swings and a miss on the explosive cast. Doesn't matter because he just auto-attacks Demon Kite down. Divine Sunder for the win, and that was a quick start to the match.
Man.
Good win to Zihan.
I mean, the matchup already is kind of difficult to actually, win here by Demon Kite just because of the Gragas and versus the Aurelia, right? The Gragas can just interrupt those dashes, plus you have innate magic damage already, or like the poking ability, especially with the Drunken Rage. Aurelia doesn't really have that much damage into the early game, and one of the main things that gives the Aurelia damage is when you actually proc up your passive or get the full stacks on it. And in that particular matchup, he had a really difficult time. Demon Kite had a difficult time getting all those stacks because Zihan was always interrupting him. That minimized the damage of the Aurelia, thus allowing Zihan to just win all the trades.
Exactly, and as you said, Aurelia really depends quite a bit on being able to stack up that passive. A lot of her damage, a lot of her sustain does come from that. So not, the way that Zihan played, he didn't really let Demon Kite get any sort of stacking done. As soon as, Demon Kite was in the lane, Zihan was like, all right, body slam. And as soon as, Zihan came back in that lane with the Divine Sunder, he was like, all right, body slam, bam. And then he just started auto-attacking. He didn't even need the explosive cast. He was like, whatever, dude, I bet throw it at the tower. And if you don't get killed by that, if you don't go over there, you come to me, I'm just gonna auto-attack you to death. And yeah, that was a very quick 1v1. I mean, Demon Kite didn't even get to level 5.
That is sad. I would say it's so hard to win as an Aurelia. I mean, in our ranked games, right? Maybe in some tournament games as well, the Aurelia can actually pop off. But in this case, one of the reasons why the Gragas is just mostly used in the 1v1 is because you have the whole package. You have the sustain, you have everything, the CC, the damage, consistent damage as well, and the tankiness too. And that's just everything on the line. WRL teams love it. They get the side selection. They pick blue. 14 games again out of 17 games won by Weibo Gaming. Negma Galaxy has to be prepped up for this kind of condition in game number 1. Yone gonna be taken away. Most likely we are gonna be seeing some respect bans towards Joshi and Aaron. Possibly the Jace is gonna be contested here by Weibo Gaming because Faye is kind of a fan of this champion as well.
Yeah, and that's something that Faye, while he is a fan, I don't know if Enigma Galaxy is going to allow Faye to get anything that really will get him started immediately, right? So the bans though coming out, Weibo Gaming are the ones actually to ban the Aatrox. I mean, I'm fairly certain they could have just left that. Enigma Galaxy would have banned it out anyway because they are on the red side. You're kind of forced to. But I don't think Weibo Gaming trusts them to ban it if they leave it open, and of course they do have a little bit more priority here for Wake Up most probably in the first pick. So if Gragas is not banned here, it's probably going to be a Gragas first pick for Wake Up.
So Gragas or Virus is going to be okay here because Wake Up is so good with the Gragas. Chi is just demonic on the Virus. Looks like it's going to be the Gragas first pick by Weibo Gaming. They banned away the Nautilus as well. Virus can be picked up here for Demon Kite, but what support can be fully utilized here by Nigma Galaxy? I think they might be able to pick up the Alistar later on. And since the Jace hasn't been banned away, they can pick it up as well. Double poke if they ever lock in the Virus too.
Yeah, and they will be locking in the Varus, most probably. Demon Kite, again, we did discuss this. He's very proficient with that champion, but of course, she is so much more aggressive and so much more accurate. You know, time will tell whether or not Demon Kite can stand up to whatever Chi has in store, because Chi does have a lot of champions to work with still. He can pick up a Zoe or a Ziggs or even a Koroki if he wants to, but the priority seems to be on picking up that Jax. Possibly for Xian, maybe for Fan. We have seen Jungle Jax kind of doing well lately, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Jax, even if it gets onto the hands here of Zihan. Well, he did win. I mean, Weibo Gaming had a win on the Jax during their last match against FPX, but again, it's very difficult to pull up the Jax. You really have to isolate the members of the enemy team just to be able to fully utilize this. Also, you need an AD damage dealer matchup, physical damage dealer matchup here for Weibo Gaming against Nigma Galaxy. What Nigma Galaxy can adjust here towards top lane is to maybe have the Jace into the jungle, have something like a Corki into the mid lane instead, and then, or have the Garen into the mid lane, then have a Gwen into the top lane. That way, the matchup against the Jax can be nullified as the Gwen just wins against the Jax all throughout the game. And have something like an Alistar to have that innate frontline ability. Garen, Alistar, Gwen, both or all three champions are frontline. I think it can serve good for Nigma Galaxy.
Yes, sir. It really can if they want to go for the Alistar route. I mean, at this point, what choice really is there? Because Weibo Gaming, they're really pinching that support pool for draw. They don't want him to, go on, an optimal support. So maybe they want to ban the Alistar out here, or they may force that pick here. Because draw, aggressive support. He does prefer being the playmaker as well for Nigma Galaxy. So he will be able to pick up the Alistar most likely, but the Wukong will be gone there for the hands of Joshi. He can go for a Vi. I think Vi is still a really good pick. Galio as well is something that we kind of forgot about a little bit. He is kind of up there in the same tier as Alistar in terms of support, but he just has not had the greatest showing compared to the Cow in the recent weeks.
Because Gal is more of an all-in champion. You either engage or you disengage. Yeah, you have the global pressure with your hero's entrance, but there is a possibility for counterplay as well. There is a chance for the enemy team to cancel your hero's entrance as well with a CC. And looks like Nigma Galaxy is going to be picking up the Ribbon instead into the top lane. So that kind of finishes up the full roster here of Nigma Galaxy. Possibly, I mean, with the flex pick, right? The Jace can go into the jungle instead of the Baron lane or into the mid lane. Either way, Nigma Galaxy has full engage, frontline, and poke right now. Very good standing against Weibo Gaming. What they need to be very careful of is the early aggressive playstyle that Wake Up can actually do alongside with Fan to enable Faye, which is very deadly. She as well in the laning phase has always been very potent in getting those early kills. So Demon Kite has to be very careful as well. He is using a Varus, so maybe he has a standing chance. He just has to really dodge those Battle Stars and Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Exactly, and that's going to be a pretty huge challenge for Nigma Galaxy in general, if I'm being honest, because having to be the ones to be defensive in this situation, because look at how aggressive the lineup is right now for Weibo Gaming. They have the Zed, they have the Kha'Zix, they have late game scaling potential on the Jax, but they're all pretty much champions that look for picks, especially with the Zoe, especially with the Gragas too. So, you know, being on the back foot with a team composition such like Enigma Galaxies is going to be a little bit difficult. I think the Galio will need to be a lot more defensive here, and that does not sit well with me if you draw, because, you know, we did say Galio's he's an all-in kind of champ. He wants to go in, he wants to hero's entrance, he wants to protect his buddies, but he needs to be in the middle of the fight. Now, that's going to be a pretty big challenge. I wonder if Enigma Galaxy are up to it.
I mean, we have seen really good plays coming in from draw, especially with the Galio, right? He is just so good with it. So also, one that we have seen an AP Galio being made, landing an MVP performance well on an APAC team, and I think that's just the adjustment that Enigma Galaxy wants to have with this pick. Also with the Hero's Entrance and with the Taunt, that's a lot of crowd control already here available for Enigma Galaxy. I think it is going to be necessary to try and counter the plays that Wake Up can actually do. Really proactive engage there by Aaron. Able to actually win some of the trades here against Faye as well.
Yeah, because Faye, you know, as I said, he doesn't come online as much as Riven does in the early levels. He does need that tiny bit of... I mean, we can still hear the game hang out in the background, so that's no technical pause there. But yeah, he needs at least, you know, level 4, maybe level 5 to get his game plan going. Especially if he wants to look for picks proactively by roaming and, you know, trying to be the assassin that he's meant to be.
I think I like the Garen versus Jax matchup as well. It is going to be a losing lane here for Hyde, but at least you are going to be able to serve into the front line later on. And as long as you get the interruption with a silence onto Faye, that's going to be good already. Sleepy Trouble bubble.
Sleepy Trouble.
Wake
Up's there.
He's got the... Aaron going for the damage. That's first blood. That's the second kill. Enigma Galaxy starting really strong.
Yeah, big start for Enigma Galaxy here. They do have 2 kills already to 0. Weibo Gaming. They may be getting one here as Zihan just misses the leap strike, goes for the counter strike, and he still finishes off the kill. At least there was one claim there in the top lane for Weibo Gaming. And, you know, for anybody to get the kills here, it might as well be the Jax for Weibo Gaming.
I mean, that's the win condition here of Weibo Gaming. Have the Jax scaled up, have the Zed scaled up as well. But Enigma Galaxy getting 2 kills is actually pretty good here for them as well. Also, the Gold Injection is fine. Get Hyde prepped up, get Aaron rather prepped up for this early game so that he can just deal a lot of damage later on.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that again. That was a pretty big stun there. And Hyde I don't think was prepared to go all in here against Zihan. He did have the better engagement. Look at that bop. That empowered bop from Zihan immediately turned the tables, and because they both had flash, it's very difficult to run away from the Jax in that scenario. Now, Enigma Galaxy, they do need to start to snowball this lead. They have to be a lot more proactive, and they are doing with a good gank there onto the Zoe. 3 members of Enigma Galaxy coming in, laying down the hammer, but another gank on the top lane, the other side of the map here, as Hyde has to run away. Will he get dove? Zihan still going for it. He's got silence, but will he be getting away from the tower? One more tower shot would have done it, but no, he's able to get away scot-free. 1 for 1 throughout the map.
Enigma Galaxy getting something into the bottom lane, but they had to exchange something into the top lane as well. Have to be very careful from the ganks coming in from Weibo Game. Again, this is a team that is very known for their aggressive play style all throughout the game. But Enigma Galaxy still making the plays too. This is something that we have talked about. This is the necessary adjustment that they need to actually challenge Weibo Gaming. And having Demon Knight get injected with some gold is going to be huge here come mid to late game. Given the gold, given the kills, let the virus scale up early, give him the snowball, then the piercing arrows will start to hurt even better. Aaron Dahl getting caught is nothing to be afraid about. For the meantime, he's still gonna be going back into the base, just a little bit delayed on the recall.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gone very badly there, if I'm being honest, but just having a little bit of a delay on the recall is better than getting, you know, killed and jumped on in the middle of the mid lane. But at least he was under tower there. So, ooh, look at how much Zihan hurts already. That was just, you know, an empowered auto attack with the W with the 3rd stack. And that took out like 20% of the Garen's health.
And what happened into the top lane a while ago, they solo killed that Xian actually had onto Hyde. It's a bit of a disrespect coming in from the Garen. I mean, you get too close towards Jax when he has the summoner spell, when he has the barrier. It's not going to be looking good for the Garen because you have no damage. I mean, unless you're level 5 and he's at execute level, then you can actually pick up the kill. That wasn't the case. Aaron though, 1v1 against Faye, doing some damage there and able to dodge some of his abilities.
Oh, he's gonna go for a dive. Now he misses the stun and Faye's able to get away from that attempted dive. Aaron, I love the aggressiveness. I love the attempt, but Faye is just a little bit better mechanically. The explosive cast to deny him. Even with the hero's entrance, he won't be getting out of there alive. But Wake Up may be paying for it with his life. No, he's able to dodge out on the corrupting chains, the chains of corruption, as the rest of Nigma Galaxy, they start to pile on to this bot lane turret. The objectives have been taken. Weibo will be taking the Rift Herald. Nigma, the Dragon. Now Hyde once again. The dive is going to happen here. Zihan takes another kill. The Jax looks to be scaling out of control here. It's less than 6 minutes. He's got 3 kills already.
Disrespect after disrespect. Some miscalculations happening on the side of Nigma Galaxy as well. Had Aaron waited for Draw to actually go in first, he might have gotten the kill onto the Gragas instead. But let's check out this replay because he almost got a kill onto Faye. And between one more auto attack or one more of that broken wings connected onto Faye would have gotten the kill. He wanted to dive into the tower to try and get a kill onto Wake Up, or at least a proper engage, but that wasn't the best thing to do, especially on a full HP Gragas. Topside as well, we saw Hyde chasing down Fan, and with Jihan just being able to auto attack him, now all of the gold lead has been diminished. A while ago it was 2,300. Now Weibo Gaming is able to catch up.
Yeah, now actually Demon Kite in a lot of danger. He's gonna get explosive cast back, but he still is alive. Draw keeps him alive there from Fan and Wake Up. A great attempt to CP Trouble Bubble. It just hits the wrong person there, and Weibo Gaming able to disengage.
It's going to be a big problem now for Nigma Galaxy because the Jax has 3 kills. 3-0 into the top lane. Weibo Gaming able to now get some gold lead against Nigma Galaxy is a bad sign. This is a scaling composition. Again, they have innate burst damage. They have the side lane push strategy set in play as well with the Jax, because Hyde with a Garen can't do anything come mid game, come late game. But now it's like online already for the Jax with a Divine Thunder, possibly with a Blade of the Ruin King as well picked up. And it's already game over for one lane. Hyde gonna be trying to defend, but I don't think he can.
Yep. Yeah, no, nothing doing here. He's 2 levels behind, and Zihan just very easily going to go for a kill there onto Hyde, but Hyde is the one who turns the thing around. He calls in the homies, he calls in the hero's entrance for Draw, gets that extra tankiness, and because Wake Up abandoned him there was nowhere to go there. Now he's gonna get dove. What a quick flash, and then the snipe from Demon Kite. That was a amazing flash taunt there from Draw. And yeah, the Galio paying dividends right now for Nigma Galaxy. They have evened up the field, they've evened up the kills, pretty much even on gold now.
And that is basically the quick draw that we have been talking about. He is just so good on the Galio, on the Gragas, on the Nautilus as well. That's why we call him that. Now Nigma Galaxy getting some momentum in their hand, able to push top lane as well, as Zihan tries to stop them. Yeah. What can you do at this point, right? Nothing, since this is the Jax. He can't really do some AoE damage against 3 people. But that tower is still going to be going down for them. Nigma Galaxy still able to catch up a little bit. They traded out their bottom lane for it. So Weibo Gaming is still able to even things up. Whoa!
Yeah, and oh, what an attempt! They knew that Demon Kite was alone. They knew that there was nobody around. Immediately went for the big play. Wake Up, no hesitation there. Explosive cast to bring him back. And then they open up the map with the mid lane tower take.
Wow, if we have quick draw, Wake Up has his Wake Up Classic. And that's Weibo Gaming. They're able to serve really good engages here onto Nigma Galaxy. When one champion, one player is isolated, they make sure to get that single target pick off. Unfortunately, Demon Kite got caught into the mid lane trying to defend that tower as well. That thing's gone. Tower as well taken out. Nigma Galaxy has to be more careful in all of the areas here across the map, because with Wake Up, they can just easily execute those kinds of strategies, those kinds of setups. And with the Gragas, it's so easy to isolate one member, and that has been the case for most of our games. Now, Nigma Galaxy contesting this RH is going to be very difficult. They have to land the shots.
Yes, they do, and they are contesting. They're trying to land the shots right here. Draw with two-man stun, but the explosive cast onto two. The first kill goes onto the Gragas, but it is still pretty even, 1-for-1 so far. Zihan has to get out of that fight, but Fan is going to be coming in with the assassination. Now FaZe there as well, but she has been dissuaded by that accelerated shock blast into the Galaxy. Lose two members, but they're still the ones who are proactively making their way into the mid lane. And they are still looking to contest.
Yep, RH still not taken. Just a couple of kills picked up here by Weibo Gaming. 2-for-1 exchange is actually good, but Nigma Galaxy getting the better end after that fight because they still have the piercing arrow, they still have Aaron as well, and Joshi, their jungler, being able to stay alive. So now, WBG trying to respond with his dragon takedown. Draw is going to be here. They have the hero's entrance, possibly ready. Hyde as well running, but I don't think they are going to be able to reach the dragon for now. 1-for-1 objectives. Tower takedown into the mid lane as well. Wake up.
Oh. Wake Up was okay. Now Chi may be in a little bit of danger. No, it's Wake Up who actually tanks that forum. Fans off onto the side. He goes for the assassination. Draw lives, but the chase of corruption onto the Kha'Zix. Fan had to flash out and stealth out to get away. Now Chi as well. He gets the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Will he be able to get the Palisar? No, he won't. Great block there from Draw. This is going back and forth and back and forth. Look at the goal lead. We're basically even now.
I'm loving the synergy coming in from Nigma Galaxy. This is the kind of synergy that you need to take down Weibo Gaming. Yeah, they got the dragon here, but Nigma Galaxy was still able to bash the mid lane and get more kills here for Nigma Galaxy. And now, able to match the gold is a good sign. Look at the gold injection towards Demon Kite, towards Aaron, towards Joshi. A lot of damage being able to dish out here by this red side team against Weibo Gaming is going to be the necessary, component they need to actually take them down, because the main reason why Weibo Gaming is able to win some of the fights is because she is able to land those paddle stars into the follow-ups of the rest of the members, plus the engage of Wake Up. But Nigma Galaxy has that kind of strategy as well. They have double poke, they have the engage, they have quick draw here in this case, plus they have the disengage tool called the Chain of Corruption. So they have a lot of counterplays that they can actually use. As long as they can isolate Zihan, I think that is going to be very much possible for any fight. Nigma Galaxy has a standing chance against Weibo Gaming. The only concern they also have right now is the split push. I think Hyde is doing a really good job regardless of the losing matchup right now, because he's still able to clear up the waves. He has the Hull Breaker. Demon Kite, though, getting caught is a bad sign.
Yeah, it is. He's gone down to half, so he can still make it into this fight. He just has to be in the back line. But Aaron on the back actually getting assassinated there by Fan and Faye. That calls back the rest of Nigma Galaxy from this this aggression that they're showing. They have to get the flash onto him, but Draw's the one who gets the kill onto the Zed. Now you do see on the backside, on the bottom of the map, the Jack still pushing in, but what a great engagement. Zoe gets caught immediately. Chains of Corruption spelling his doom. Zihan though was able to get at least that tower. The split push going. He may be able to get a kill onto Hyde. No, he's just going to stun Aaron and get away scot-free. The rest of Nigma Galaxy, though, they are going to push down the mid lane, trying to open up the map even more, trying to get more gold for themselves, because they are now in the lead. They are looking to cut off Zihan at the pass, and they are going to get this kill pretty easily. They chase him down the entirety of the bottom lane.
Now, Nigma Galaxy taking control of this game. We haven't seen Faye actually pop off just yet, and Nigma Galaxy is fully aware of that. They're able to completely shut him down. Whenever he tries to engage, he gets CC'd, he gets denied, he gets taken off. That is immediately a -1 towards Weibo Gaming. And Nigma Galaxy able to now zone away Chi most of the fight. It's just so good here for Nigma Galaxy, because now even the side lanes are not being pushed by Zion, simply because of the pressure alleviated here by Nigma Galaxy. They are able to respond into the bottom lane faster than ever as well. And look at the goal, back into the favor here of Nigma Galaxy with the Baron. If they manage to take this, this is going to be so good for Nigma Galaxy. Look at the score here of Joshi as well, 4-0-6. And it's all because of the adjustment that they have made, placing the Jace into the jungle, and Joshi just having a really good time with this, going with all damage, in which Weibo Gaming just can't stand any of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that Nigma Galaxy is showing us this side of themselves right now. They know that the composition that Weibo Gaming has drafted here is, you know, really suited towards looking for picks. And they're not allowing Weibo Gaming to actually go for that. I mean, sure, they can distract with the Jax pushing off to the side lane, but for the most part, Enigma Galaxy, they are sticking together as a team, as a group, bound together by glue and teamwork. And that's making it really hard, even with a Zoe throwing Sleepy Trouble Bubbles around. That, you know, it's very hard for them to actually get the fantasy, the late game fantasy of their team composition started, because they can't even look for a positive pick.
I mean, one of the problems of the Jax, right, is when you are kiteable, then you can't really deal damage. And NGX, they have a lot of crowd control. They have the pushback from the Jace, they have the taunt, they have the Justice Punch, they have the Chain of Corrupt. Every single champion here on the side of Enigma Galaxy has some sort of CC. And that is just one of the craziest things you can do against an aggressive composition like this of Weibo Gaming. Yeah, they have a lot of damage. Yeah, they have the execution as well. But with the crowd control, every single bit of that can be interrupted. Wake Up as well is having a bit of a hard time, because every time he tries to close his distance, he gets poked out. He gets engaged by draw. And now the Dragon Contest, still NGX.
It actually is still going to go to Enigma Galaxy, even though the Smite little bit late there, but still completely fine, because that does open up the possibility for that next Drake, that Elder Drake take to be on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Now, if you're Weibo Gaming, what do? You send the Jax over the lane, you start split pushing, and then you group up as 4 and you threaten to look for more picks here, because honestly, that's pretty much all you can do. Group the Zoe up with the Gragas, have the Kha'Zix and the Zed from, you know, coming in from an angle, from another side, and then threaten just to kill anybody that you see in Enigma Galaxy with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble Catch.
I think one of the adjustments that Weibo Gaming needs to make here right now, because the Zed is pretty much not really doing some damage or not really giving any threat towards Enigma Galaxy, is to split push. Have maybe a time alleviated for the side lanes, for the pressure of Zihan as well. But that's not also being allowed here by Enigma Galaxy. Look at them proactively starting the Baron right now. 2,000, this is gonna be for free.
Yes, incredibly free. There was nothing that Weibo Gaming can do. They didn't even have vision. That's Enigma Galaxy with the Baron. They can set up a huge Baron power play here. Yep, Enigma Galaxy giving you something good on your birthday, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
I mean, I told you, man. I told Enigma Galaxy is one of the best teams right now that the Philippines has ever produced. They are the first placer in the 32nd Southeast Asia Games, beating Vietnam as well in a double matchup as well. Now, Aaron 1v1 against Faye. Whoa!
And Faye, oh, he's actually gonna get away. Aaron's not gonna be able to chase that. Wake Up will be there to keep him alive, but you can see how much damage Aaron is starting to do, and Faye is not really able to match it. Hyde has to flash away. There's the hero's entrance. Zihan, can they take him out before the rest of the team comes in? Fan actually almost dying himself, as Weibo Gaming, they're woefully under-equipped. The snipe comes in, and Demon Kite takes one down, and Zihan's not going to be living for long against 4 people stacking up on him, and that is a sign for Enigma Galaxy to start pushing down their base.
Now they can just bash this tower up, maybe go for an inhibitor tower as well, maybe go into the top lane, because every outer turret is being taken right now by Enigma Galaxy. This is the form that we have been looking for, we have been craving for from Enigma Galaxy, and they're doing it with a Baron. Engage, Faye gonna be in trouble.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a huge engage here. She already down Faye. Now it's the next target. The Zed is not really able to do anything in this match. Just absolutely bodied and blasted by Enigma Galaxy as they take the first game. And you can see the elation in these guys' faces, and you can hear it in our voices, because Enigma Galaxy, they are one step closer to securing their playoff spot.
I'm just loving this right now. This is the form that Enigma Galaxy has, that we know they have. And it took some time to be unlocked, but they're doing it right now against Weibo Gaming. The team that has decimated so many teams, a team that is sitting in the 5th spot right now. Enigma Galaxy having so much good form in game number 1. Just she performing so well as well, with the Jace in the jungle, just cemented this one-sided victory. if we take a look at that game as a whole, it is a one-sided victory. Nigma Galaxy just took their time in doing so, paying a lot of respect against Weibo Gaming. Yeah, there were some miscalculations in the early game. Yeah, there were some disrespects happening on Hyde, on Aaron, in top lane, and bottom lane, but they managed to patch that up early as well before Weibo Gaming can punish them more. And look at the result. Look at the goal difference over time. There has been a slight lead that Weibo Gaming was able to make, but after just one team fight that Nigma Galaxy has perfectly executed, everything became a landslide victory.
Yes, and it just started to snowball really hard when Weibo Gaming, they kind of hit that wall, you know, in the big game where Faye and Fan weren't really as effective, and they couldn't get the right kind of engagements with Chi. They couldn't get the sleepy trouble bubble snipes that they really needed. And of course, Nigma Galaxy played really compact. They played for each other. They played so much like a team that you know, it was really difficult for them to get picked off, and that, you know, just kind of invalidated the entirety of Weibo Gaming's composition.
Oh man, I'm just loving this form of Nigma Galaxy. I love the draft. Every time we were trying to anticipate the champions they are going to be using, and every time we see just the perfect champions to be used, smiles on my face, and the execution top notch as well. This is Nigma Galaxy. It's well coached by TG and Vansu as well, guided by our highly intellectual players and coaches in the Philippines, and looking to be at their best form right now against Weibo Gaming. I'm just excited for game number 2. I want to see what Nigma Galaxy is gonna be showing us next, because I can't believe I'm saying this as well. Weibo Gaming, we have seen them being very disciplined in all of their approaches in every single game. But as they start to crack, Nigma Galaxy is taking most out of that situation, punishing them for every mistake that they make. And that is just so good to come from a team that has had so much trouble getting into all of the games right now.
Yeah, and Joshi actually is the MVP here, his 4th MVP of the league with a Jace jungle. I actually love seeing Jace jungle here. You know, it's not something that we see a lot, because, you know, Jace really is a champion that, yes, he can be flexed, but he is much more efficient if you use him in the mid or top lanes.
But in the jungle, he is just so good with it. And this is Joshi, one of the strongest Baron lane, or one of the strongest junglers here in the Philippines as well, demonstrating how the Jace can be fully utilized in the jungle. This is a strong start for Nigma Galaxy. Can they make a strong finish? Can they make it 2-0? I think it's gonna be possible. They have the momentum, they have the intellect already, they have everything prepared for game number 2. Weibo Gaming has to step up.
Yes, they do, but I do think we can still see a game number 3 here in this match, because Weibo Gaming, they are not going to take this loss line down. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Join us after this break for the next game. I'm Jing coming at you, with me is Yang, and we'll see you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gents, to the WRLA 2023 regular season. I'm Jing, coming at you with me is Giyang, and we're really excited because Enigma Galaxy is at match point. They are on the verge of taking this match against Weibo Gaming. Let's get right into picks and bans.
They're doing it. They're doing it. They're sticking on red side as well. This shows confidence, this shows adaptation, and this shows potential as well. Weibo Gaming, during game number 1, they tried to resist the forces of Enigma Galaxy. They tried to get the upper hand. Zihan had 3-0 of a score start before even like the first objective. But Enigma Galaxy found a way to shut them down, win through the losing lanes of Weibo Gaming as well. Now on a fast track towards defeating them in a 2-0 fashion. It is still going to be a similar ban on game number 1. Just a slight adjustment here. Akali gonna be banned away as well as the Jace from JDG a while ago. And Shen gonna be hovered here by Weibo Gaming. Looks like it's gonna be a medic squad once again.
Yes, it is. I mean, the Shen already for Weibo Gaming, you can kind of see how this is going to shape up the composition here for Weibo Gaming.
Varus Gragas.
Varus again. Varus Gragas.
Give it a quick
the core for draw and Demon Kite. This is something that you cannot afford to let them have for free. So I hope that will they let it go for the risky Kha'Zix?
I think they
very interesting.
I want to see the Gragas, because that is just a deadly combination. But I guess the Kha'Zix is a high priority here. They have the isolation with a chain of corruption. If Weibo Gaming doesn't pick up the Gragas, I think, given the composition, given this Shen, they might actually invest a lot on the healings. We have seen this kind of composition already before, and it had a lot of variation, having the Ribbon, having the Jace. The Jace isn't really the best one to be used, and it's also banned away right now. You need some backline access. The Zed is actually pretty good to be utilized to have access into the backline, especially with the Shadow, with the Death Mark as well. So that is going to be, again, a big responsibility for Faye to fully utilize this champion. And now the Yuumi gonna be picked up as well. It's just a cherry on top of it as well, because you now have so much crowd control from the final chapter, and you also have the innate healing and shielding coming in from the Yuumi. You can already safely anticipate that Weibo Gaming is going to be picking up the Galio, so NGX can just pick up the Gragas later on.
Yes. Now, NGX, they will be picking up the Garen first. So this does put that Gragas pick in danger. However, they can also pick up the Nautilus. But WBG, they have already picked up the Yuumi. Medic squad, it is real. It is very, very real right here. They can just gank you from 3 miles away. So Enigma Galaxy have to be very aware. Maybe ban out the Gragas for not the Gragas, sorry. Ban out the Galio. They both start with G and they're both supports. You understand. But yeah, they could ban out the Galio here and maybe something.
Rakan.
Something else. Rakan ban out. They're letting the Gragas open though, which is a little bit concerning for me.
I think it's going to be a handshake. If Enigma Galaxy bans the Galio, Weibo Gaming is going to be taking away the Gragas. I think that is going to be the case here. Because if Weibo Gaming lets that champion or bans away the Gragas, Enigma Galaxy can just steal out the Galio away from Weibo Gaming. Vayne, interesting, is going to be banned away here. I think Enigma Galaxy is anticipating that Weibo Gaming might just go with an ADC because it has a lot of protection already. So again, the handshake coming through, gentleman's handshake, Gragas coming through for Enigma Galaxy for the isolation plays. What is lacking here for Enigma Galaxy? They have execute, they have some chunk of damage. DPS, high DPS, I think is going to be very important to be picked up here by Enigma Galaxy. I'm sensing that a Gwen is just going to be so good here for Enigma Galaxy.
I feel like a Gwen could really be could really go hard here. Yeah, it is. Wait a minute. No way that they're picking Jarvan, right? And no way that they're picking Jarvan right now, right here. Yeah, more likely a Renekton. It would have been cool to see. But our Renekton just makes more sense at the moment.
I mean, brings us back to the good old days, right? The Icon series in which our Filipino squad just always picks up the Jarvan into the Baron lane, sometimes into the mid lane as well, and just demolish every single matchup. But the Renekton is just gonna be so good. I anticipate that Aaron's gonna be using it. Yeah, Aaron's gonna be using it to counter the Zed as well, similar to game number 1 with the Ribbon. This is going to be amazing. Enigma Galaxy has a big responsibility to again get the early momentum so that the whole Medic Pod composition will be shut down. Because you're gonna be the goal here of Weibo Gaming is to have Fan, Chi, and Wake Up buff up Faye and Zihan. But if Faye and Zihan are going to be killed off many times early into the game, if the shell is very broken, that there's no way that you can just patch it up. It's going to be the whole squad is going to be useless. And I think that's the goal here of Enigma Galaxy. Shut them down completely so that the comp won't work.
Yep, and that is the goal here once again, because Enigma Galaxy, that's what they did in the last game. They shut it down. They shut the composition of Weibo Gaming down so that it really didn't work. They weren't able to get any picks off. Now this time it's a little bit riskier for Weibo Gaming because their composition almost is entirely dependent on that medic squad thing. And if they get shut down because they gotta lack the damage, they only have really the Zed plus the Riven to do most of their damage. This could quickly turn sour for Weibo Gaming. We could see Enigma Galaxy 2-0ing them, which is really exciting.
Potential. That is something that I just love and adore. And this composition, this team is showing so much potential right now. Enigma Galaxy and Weibo Gaming is trying to get on their best form right now. This composition that's worked for them before already in one of their matchups against their co-WRL teams. And this lineup actually is the best so far. A slight adjustment towards it would be the Fiora into the top lane instead of the Ribbon, but that champion I think was respected by Enigma Galaxy in the banning phase. Yeah, it was banned away during the first banning phase, so it's not really the top-notch lineup to have with the medic squad, but Ribbon does have some sort of shield, also really mobile as well, with the broken wings, with the dashes as well, so it's going to be very difficult to catch him off guard. Plus, easy accessibility towards the backline is key here for Weibo Gaming. If they can catch Demon Kite, then that's going to be the whole damage deleted here of Enigma Galaxy.
Yes, it is, and that could be a very real possibility that Enigma Galaxy has to face. They have to think about. Now, on the other hand, you know, even if the Riven is the big target here for the Medic Squad comp, if you know it's Fan that will be ulting onto that Riven using that Stand United. My concern is that if all right, so good stuff on Joshi. Got 1048 gold per minute in the last game. Well done. But yeah, my concern once again is that if that Riven gets bursted down immediately, it could turn incredibly sour really fast for Weibo Gaming, even with the shield from the Shen.
Enigma Galaxy being a little proactive into those rotations. Hyde just winning the Baron lane matchup for the meantime. Aaron as well into the mid lane has been doing really well, except when she was able to get there in time as well, provide a healing towards Faye, and well, it is very difficult to deal damage on someone that has the Yumi, right? So Enigma Galaxy has to really invest on anti-healing, anti-shield as well. I think just those components is going to negate so much of the sustain already of Weibo Gaming. And I'm just really excited for patch 4.2, right? Because you know, with the Renekton, you can just easily negate the shield with just one empowered Ruthless Predator. So this lineup of Weibo Gaming is just going to not work anymore come patch 4.2.
Yeah, that is something that may, you know, we kind of have to enjoy now, because it's not gonna be around for much longer. And it's been fun seeing the Medic Squad, really. It really has. I love when somebody's getting ganked and suddenly, bam, you thought it was one person? It's 3 people. It's 4 people immediately, you know? And that's something that Beijing Sika has to be very, very aware of. Now they're going to go for that. Immediately gets the kill. That is not good for Enigma Galaxy. Not a great start, as that was just the safest dive of all time thanks to the ultimate of the Yuumi.
Yep.
And they're going to go for more. Yeah, Hyde now gonna get ignited. He didn't even get Damage and Justice off. If he got that ultimate off, maybe Beijing Sika would have been taken out. But unfortunate. He's going to live. 2-0 for Weibo Gaming.
Looks like Beijing Sika is the necessary change that Weibo Gaming had to make, especially with the Riven matchup right now on to Hyde's Garen, and he has been very calculated in his approach. Let's check out the clip and how it happened as well, because Draw miscalculated the amount of damage that Beijing Sika can actually deal when it got suppressed, when it got CC chained, especially with the Yuumi ult. There's no way for him to escape. Hyde as well under the tower isn't really safe, because again, this is a Yuumi comp and you have a lot of sustain. Had it been the Massive Justice connected, like what you said, connected, then it would have been a 1-4-2 trade at the very least for Enigma Galaxy, but it didn't happen, and now Weibo Gaming is slowly getting a bit of a gold lead.
Yeah, little by little, Weibo Gaming may be looking for the win here, but the assassination attempt onto Aaron, the reverse assassination from Joshi jumping onto the Zed. At least Enigma Galaxy get a kill there for themselves, completely free. You know, at least that was there was no answer from Weibo Gaming throughout the entire map.
I mean, if you have the Kha'Zix, you have to get some kills, right? It's a Feast or Famine champion. You need to get the early pickoffs. You have the necessary champions that has a good synergy with the Kha'Zix. Anyway, you have the Renekton, you have the Varus and the Gragas as well. So now that gives them leverage towards this first dragon. Will Faye actually contest? Can he actually get the steal? Looks. Oh no! What? How is no? That just doesn't happen.
That's not good. Unfortunate, but that is well, Enigma Galaxy. They just lost that dragon. They lost the Herald. They've lost everything. And even though the gold lead is like 1,000 in favor of Weibo Gaming, this is very, very bad if you're Enigma Galaxy. Now they're going to go for a gank onto Beijing Sika. This could turn out really badly, as Hyde already has been ignited. He's going to burn down. Barely just dies. Beijing Sika secures another kill for himself. No, this is not good for the Philippine team.
It's not just not good. It's a disaster. Suddenly, we see Enigma Galaxy losing every single objective. Let's check out that replay once again, because it's just sad to see. Just one S1. See? Yeah. Yep. Just the projectile. And they got a kill in the bottom lane. Got the Crocodile turned into a wallet as well. Enigma Galaxy just being shattered into pieces right now with every single bit of mistake that is happening to them as of the moment. It's still recoverable, but it's very difficult to do so against Weibo Gaming. Hopefully they do find a way. Joshi is trying to go with an invade, but Beijing is doing a really good job stopping him. She is here.
Beijing with a flash re-engage and the stun. Demon Kite was in danger, but he's now gotten out of it even with the taunt. Nick Galaxy fighting back and forth here. Beijing incredibly tanky, surprisingly, as the tip of the spear here. He actually gets over to draw and draws one in danger. He gets taken out by Faye, but Faye himself is very low. He gets taken down. Demon Kite is the one who takes him out. Wake Up as well in danger, and then they get 3 kills. Nick Galaxy a 1 for 3. They just have more burst damage at this point.
You have Demon Kite, you have the Virus, you have the Renekton as well with a follow-up. So fortunately, Nigma Galaxy is able to alleviate the situation, able to bring back the gold deficit that they had earlier into the game down now to just 1,000. So disaster averted for Nigma Galaxy. What's next is them having again a big responsibility to not allow that instance to happen once again, because that is unfortunate. Had it been more objectives taken out by Weibo Gaming, or had it been them being able to reset before that incoming fight, they might actually had a better standing chance against Nigma Galaxy to accelerate the lead that they already had. But now it's not the case. Nigma Galaxy is back on ground zero. They need to find ways to pick up more kills, deny as well the shield. Let's look at the items. Anti-shield on the jungler. Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde now is the target, but he will be able to live just for a little bit. He still dies though, and now Joshi is the one in the crosshairs. This is what the medic squad is good at, you know, turning a losing situation for Weibo Gaming into a winning one. She though is going to answer with just a little bit of a death. Now Aaron has made his way into the fight, but will he be able to actually do the damage here? Even with the Chase of Corruption, Aaron's still burning down and getting killed. At the end of it all, it was still a 2-4-3 in favor of Weibo Gaming, with Beijing Zika still pushing down the mid lane, opening up the map, getting that first turret. Well done in the movements there, because he knew that he could rely on the medic squad. And let's take a look at that again.
Miscalculation once again by Nigma Galaxy. They thought it's just going to be a 2 versus 2, but again, this is a medic squad. Suddenly it becomes a 3 versus 3. Damage of Faye was also really high towards Hyde, so that became a -1 already. Draw unfortunately got taken out as well just because of damage there by Chi and Fan. But Justy made a really good follow-up after Demon Kite had a piercing arrow. Aaron as well dealing so much damage onto Fan because all the utilities was used already by Weibo Gaming. So now they lack sustain. Had it been Aaron surviving, that could have been the better trade for Nigma Galaxy. But now the gold lead is back on Weibo Gaming. Nigma Galaxy starting the Rift Held right now. Faye wants to contest.
Yes, and he does not get the steal. And it's Nigma Galaxy who still could, they get it, but they are the ones now engaging here in the 5 versus 5 team fight. They've already got Wake Up, but the support trades for the support right now. Weibo Gaming now in the back foot. Hyde looking to chase them down because they know without the Yumi, it becomes a lot less viable for them to take this fight on. They don't have as much damage, and they can't really heal back up and have that, you know, effective health that the Yumi provides, as well as the Zoomies.
Nigma Galaxy is striving. They're finding ways. They're back again. We're ground zero. Weibo Gaming, they have tried. They got a couple of lucky plays right there, like the Dragon Steal, like the gank into the top lane, the gold lead that they had, the 3001 against Nigma Galaxy. But now Nigma Galaxy is taking the control back in their favor. Demon Kite has no deaths just yet. Joshi as well. Clean movements as now they look to contest this dragon takedown by Weibo Gaming. Eyes on Aaron later on because he is just top notch on the engages. Draw hasn't been having the best of time because he's being interrupted by Weibo Gaming, but it allows the other members to actually stand strong, to stand out. And now Weibo Gaming, they might lose the second dragon. Can they go for another steal?
Ooh, because they could look for the steal once again with Wake Up, but that was less of a certainty, more of a Hail Mary that they did win. Now phase 1 going in. There's the Meta Squad coming in as well. The Sand United, the Heroes entrance, everything. No steal, no dragon for them, but Nigma Galaxy now are getting kind of bodied. They are their health bars are melting. Draw has to get out of there. He's getting chased by Fan, but Fan himself is gonna get stunned up by Aaron. He still manages to finish off the kill there. It looks like Enigma Galaxy, they, even though they're trying to run away, they will get aced here. Wake up, he's taking one more turret shot. Hyde is going to get pincered here and easily taken out on ace 4-1 for Weibo Gaming.
They got the dragon, but for what? That is the ace by Weibo Gaming. Can they actually end? I think the death timers are starting to be really long. Fortunately, it's still just 12 minutes into the game, so not really a whole lot of seconds in terms of death timer. No inhibitors gonna be pushed just yet. Enigma Galaxy, they lost a lot there just to get that dragon. And one of the reasons why they lost is because Demon Kite got isolated so hard, especially because of the crowd control being done there by Fan. He flashed away, but the chase was there from the rest of Weibo Gaming. Aaron and Hyde was trying to get the early kill onto one of the members of Weibo Gaming as well. So in terms of positioning, it's not really good here for Enigma Galaxy. Had it been a better angle towards that fight, Enigma Galaxy might actually had a better chance. But it wasn't the case. Weibo Gaming made it work, and now they're back in control.
Yeah, and now, again, another team fight coming in. The Medic squad going to focus onto Demon Kite once again. The Varus is gone, so that is pretty much the team fighting of Enigma Galaxy gone as well. They keep picking off the key member here of Enigma Galaxy at the start of the fight. Demon Kite has to be very, very aware of his positioning. He has to basically stay so many miles behind the Gravius here.
Jessica. 1 versus 2, being chased.
He's gonna get chased and he's gonna try to stun up, but no, Aaron's going to take his life. That is the Rift Herald gonna be barreling down the bottom lane as well, although Hyde may be in a lot of trouble as 4 members of Weibo Gaming bear down upon him. The death mark has been thrown down. He's going to easily get collected by Faye. A 1-for-1, but Shelly gets 2 charges there, and Aaron's gonna be able to get out free. Joshi now looking to be the distraction in the jungle that Enigma Galaxy kind of need at the moment. They need to be able to take this fight on 2 fronts and distract Weibo Gaming from, you know, getting the perfect team fight. Because honestly, even with their Medic squad composition, their team fighting is still so clean.
I mean, as long as they get the kill onto Demon Kite, the whole squad of Enigma Galaxy collapses. That's why we even had the matchups here. Chi versus Demon Kite, and Chi with the Galley is definitely performing so good right now for Weibo Gaming with this AP tank Galio hybrid that is just dealing so much damage, creating so much interruptions with his crowd control as well, just providing the innate protection and also the threat towards Enigma Galaxy. And Enigma Galaxy has to invest more towards protecting Demon Kite from now on. Draw, I think, needs to stick towards Demon Kite at all costs, because Aaron and Justy are trying to get those isolated pickoffs. Hyde as well doesn't really have any protecting tool to protect Demon Kite. So it's all up to the Gragas, it's all up to Draw to protect this Varus of Demon Kite, protect him from the harm, try to body slam them, interrupt their movements as well, because if Demon Kite falls, then it's game over for Enigma Galaxy.
Yup, and he is still being very, very proactive there. Oh, they know now that he's around. They have got pierced by the arrow, and there's the ultimate. Demon Kite immediately having to flash out of that as Hyde getting taken very low, getting taken down actually. That's a very good pick at the start of the match. Draw has been left for dead there as the rest of Enigma Galaxy will get out of that situation. They were a little bit too deep in the jungle, and Weibo Gaming, they knew exactly when to pounce.
Big damage coming in from Faye this time around. A while ago in game number 1, he wasn't able to pop off as he intended to do so, but with the proper sustain, with the proper shields and the healings provided by the rest of Weibo Gaming, he's just able to fully utilize this champion. And so much threat right now being posed here onto the members of Enigma Galaxy. They cannot survive for long. Even the tankiest member, Draw and Hyde, is easily burst out. Joshi in trouble. Gonna be able to back away.
He's gonna be completely fine. Just a little bit of damage, but with 10 seconds left on the dragon, it does mean that Enigma Galaxy, they need to control this infernal drake. They need to control the space around it, but I don't think that they can just commit to it like they did earlier, because if they do, okay, Bejisika now has been seen, but again, if the Enigma Galaxy try to commit to this dragon, while Weibo Gaming are around, Weibo Gaming can just engage on them, and that might be exactly what they do right now. The Dragon will go to Enigma Galaxy, and they will get away scot-free. Weibo Gaming, a little bit late to the fight, will get nothing for their troubles.
Big burst onto Dragon, good disengage being used there by Enigma Galaxy as well to prevent the entry of Weibo Gaming. And that is the best kind of win condition they have right now. Maximize the Dragon stats, they have 2 out of 3, while Weibo Gaming has 1. So now it's up to the next team fight. Again, Baron and the Elder Dragon gonna be spawning up in the next few seconds. At least the Elder Dragon is gonna be spawning up in the next few minutes. But the Baron is up. If Enigma Galaxy gets a good counter engage to Weibo Gaming, because I think it's up to Weibo Gaming right now. In terms of getting objectives, since they lost 2 objectives already, they need to be the one starting up. But I think that's not gonna be their strategy as well, because they know Enigma Galaxy is feeling the pressure. And they know they can just easily take them down if they're inside a pit. And that has been the case during the second dragon, during the Mountain Dragon. So it's going to be a complicated scenario now of Enigma Galaxy and Weibo Gaming. Whoever takes the or starts the objective first will be on the back end.
Yes, yes, that is the crux of it, really. And Enigma Galaxy, if they commit to these objectives too hard, they may miss the forest for the trees. They may miss the engage because they're so focused on taking down the objective. And, you know, just like in the second dragon take earlier, they may take the objective, but they could get aced as well because they're not focused on the team fight. And for this, I think Demon Kite really has to be playing so far back. He cannot even be visible on the screens of Weibo Gaming when the fight starts. So it is going to be a little bit of an awkward dance there that Enigma Galaxy have to take against Weibo Gaming. Hyde now, though, he's the one, like, he's the Garen, he's going to be tanky, but he is a little bit too aggressive. Maybe gonna get engaged on here, has to flash out. And he's not, surprisingly, not gonna get chased down.
Okay, Enigma Galaxy setting a death rush. Now they're gonna start the Baron.
Oh, good catch. Maybe on the Chi and Fan. There's damage coming in from Demon Kite, but he's going to get jumped on. It's still going to be Demon Kite, the #1 target. He is going to go gold, and he's going to try to get away, but he has been stunned up, and that's taunted. That's no more damage for Enigma Galaxy. Their health bars are just going to melt. Draw will be the last one left standing after the kill onto Joshi. He tries to flash away, but the chase is too strong here for Weibo Gaming. The stasis won't be saving him for too long. Draw the last man here for Enigma Galaxy, and again, that's an ace for nothing. The cleanest team fights coming in from Weibo Gaming, and now definitely the death timers are too long to defend the base.
Enigma Galaxy, they took their chance, but they lost it right now. Weibo Gaming just going for the end and pushing us to a game #3. This is, again, a big battle, a big mountain to climb for Enigma Galaxy, and Weibo Gaming will not let them get this victory without a fight. Now we're seeing a game #3, and this is really a strong composition that Weibo Gaming has drafted. One of the strongest composition that you can actually draft into the game. So much sustain, so much reliability, so much movement as well. We saw how fast Faye was able to go towards the mid lane to help the other members of Weibo Gaming when Enigma Galaxy engaged onto them. That's how fast you can travel because it's a Zed, it's a Riven with a Yuumi. So in terms of rotation, it's going to be so easy for Weibo Gaming to just collapse onto the members of Enigma Galaxy. And they realize it. They are fully aware of that. They just took their chance. And right now as well, with the composition scaling up so much better for Weibo Gaming, Enigma Galaxy is kind of forced to get those kinds of pickoffs to try and cripple the lineup here of Weibo Gaming. It just was unfortunate that it didn't work, and now they have to go back into the drawing board, find a better draft to maybe counter this out, or have just the respect in banning the Shen away.
Yeah, and that was a lot of kind of, you know, not respect being shown by Enigma Galaxy, especially in the picks and bans phase. They could have banned out the Galio in the second half, but they chose to go a different route. I mean, they fully expected, you know, Wake Up to be on the Yuumi and then maybe a Ziggs for the Dragon laner, but no, that's not how it shook out. They fully committed to the medic squad composition, and that's just something that you have to be respectful of here if you're Enigma Galaxy. So, man, that was an intense roller coaster of a match. It really could have gone either way, but
yeah,
it was just a big risk.
It could have gone towards Enigma Galaxy's way as well. Again, they came back from multiple 3,000 gold deficit against Weibo Gaming, and I think if they didn't had that early mishap with Wake Up getting the steal onto the first dragon, then they could have gotten 3 dragon stacks, one of the biggest win conditions into the game as well. That's how close it could have been if the early game was more polished, I would say, from the side of Enigma Galaxy. So that game was very close. It wasn't a one-sided beatdown. We saw an explosive mid to late game coming from Weibo Gaming, but Enigma Galaxy had their highlights as well in that particular game. It's just that it's really difficult to take down Weibo Gaming. We have stated that fact many times in this series already, and we're reaching game number 3. I think the MVP in this case is going to be Faye. If not Faye, it's going to be Fan. Because not only was he able to provide so much protection for his teammates, again, it's a Shen, so stand united, easy additional shield, but also his target selection was so good. Able to always deny Demonkai from getting the high DPS that he wanted just because of his mere presence. And I think that already collapsed the whole intention of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and unfortunate that that's how it shook out, but you know, if you are Enigma Galaxy, you have to kind of shake that off and think about how you're going to, you know, really respond to it in the future. Because Faye on the Zed gets the MVP. He did 31,000 damage. Demonkai really was not able to match him. Demonkai was supposed to be the DPS for Enigma Galaxy, but he just was caught out of position quite a lot. So it is what it is, but Faye 100% deserves that MVP for his amazing performance.
I mean, it's spicier when there is resistance, right? But still, Enigma Galaxy, one of the strongest teams that the Philippines has ever produced, will face off Weibo Gaming one more time, one more game. Let's go at it.
Yeah, and with that being said, we're going to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that tab. We will be right back after this break with game number 3.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the goal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WRL 2023. We're in the first match of the day, game number 3 here, as we are hoping for Enigma Galaxy to pull it off versus Weibo Gaming, but that was a devastating second game for Enigma Galaxy. I mean, the Medic Squad composition just was a little bit too much to deal with. I'm Jing coming at you. With me is Giang. Say happy birthday, ladies and gents, as we head into game number 3.
Thank you. I mean, this is, again, an interesting match. We all know what we're rooting for, right? And this is an English broadcast, but again, from the APAC, from the Philippines, we all know what we want to see as a result here. But it is going to be a big challenge, of course, by Enigma Galaxy, because Weibo Gaming is just such a formidable team. And now, after, you know, an interesting and exciting game number 2, we're now down to the final match. Game number 3. We have new music as well. Is this... Whoa,
that's cool.
That is a new music.
That's chill. That's chill.
That's chill. I think we have some sort of a pause, I guess, before the champion select.
Yeah.
Looks nice. Yeah.
It does. It does feel nice. It does feel quite a bit better than what we had before. More, more vibes here on the broadcast for you guys.
And okay, before the pick and bans actually start, let's start to break down what happened in game number 2, right?
Go for
game
it.
Number 1 is a landslide victory by Enigma Galaxy. 18 minutes and a half, they were able to take down Weibo Gaming in the best possible way. Game number 2 could have been better had it been them being able to complete all the Dragon Stars. It was really unfortunate for Wake Up to get the steal, especially for Enigma Galaxy, right? Because they could have gotten all 3 dragons completed in the best win condition there for Enigma Galaxy to deny the scaling of Weibo Gaming if they gotten it. But that happens, I mean, even towards the best of us. That's one of the reasons why it's so hard to be a jungler, because despite all the pressure, you have to be so calculated and precise to getting that smite into the dragon, into an objective, and prevent any sort of steal happening. And sometimes we make mistakes. We're just human. And Enigma Galaxy, they got punished for that heavily by Weibo Game. Again, this is a formidable team. This is the 5th place, or they have the 5th standing right now, or 5th spot standing in the WRL region standing in the Chinese conference. So it's really, really hard to take them down. Only a couple of teams were able to take them down. Edward Gaming, J Team, and Trace Esports and JDG. Those teams, and they have beaten out every single APAC team. They even defeated Nova Esports. That's how strong they are.
Yep. Nova Esports we're not able to hold a candle here to our heroes in the Chinese conference, Weibo Gaming, but they have lost significant games matches against J Team, Edward Gaming, and Trace Esports as well, because Trace Esports has been really doing well lately, except for when they went up against JDG yesterday. So right now, though, we are going to be thinking a little bit more about how Enigma Galaxy is going to go up against this giant, this Goliath of a team that is Weibo Gaming, who have 100% win rate against these APAC teams. So they definitely cannot let the Shen through. I think they have to ban it out.
if they go for the same draft, I think it's still possible for Enigma Galaxy to pull up a win. Because they had really strong suits. I think we're going back to the caster's desk because we see our host there in the ECN conference as well. So you are going to be seeing us again. And I think there's just some technical problems they are addressing before they start the pick and bans. Again, this is going to be very important. This will decide again the fate of the APAC conference. The APAC conference here. We only have seen a few wins from the APAC against the WRL teams because, well, they're just so good. It's just plain and simple. They're so good. We have seen them on how they go on team fights, how updated they are on the meta, how they can fully utilize these compositions, and we're starting to adapt. We have seen a couple of APAC teams actually win against those WRL teams. It just is so difficult to make it even more efficient right now, but we're starting to close the gap. Just be patient.
Just a little bit, because as things shake out, as this league goes on for longer, these APAC teams start to adapt to the way that the Chinese conference teams have been playing, and we have seen significant strides. I mean, it wasn't just like a month ago that there was like a 3 APAC win to I think 25 Chinese conference win ratio. So it really wasn't looking good for the APAC teams at the start, but now you can see them really starting to put a lot more weight behind those swings, a lot more effort into learning how to actually play against these Chinese conference teams who really have mastered the meta, have mastered the way to actually play Wild Rift the most effective way. Because if you guys don't know, a little bit of a history lesson for you, meta is not a word. It's an acronym. It stands for most efficient or effective tactic available. And that is what the Chinese teams have really mastered. How to effectively take out your opponents, what strategies work against, what other team compositions, and just kind of big braining this fast-paced MOBA.
And what's better right now is the Virus, the Medic Squad, Yone as well as the champion. Could have been the case here for Enigma Galaxy. I think if Joshi is really good with the Kazakhs. He has demonstrated it in game number 2 as well, able to pick up a lot of kills for NGX and get most of the objectives as well. So we can't really compare him with a Yone pick being picked up for that game number 2. But I think it's going to be an interesting adjustment if ever. One of the problems of a Medic Squad, I think, is that they have the damage, they have the sustain, but if they come across a late game scaling champion just like a Gwen, just like a Yone, with so much burst, so much crowd control as well, with the draft of the team, it can be picked up as well to have a good synergy. I think it can have a good standing chance against Weibo Gaming this time around, if ever they do pick up the Medic Squad again, because Hyde had the Garen, right? He was very stable with it. He got ganked a lot into the top lane that kind of like enabled Badian Sika. NGX had a lot of mistakes in the early game as well that made the comeback in mid to late game more difficult. But if minor adjustment, I think, can just be made, it's already good here for Enigma Galaxy. They already have demonstrated how good they are during game number 1. Even in game number 2, despite the big mishap in the early game, losing the RH, losing the Dragon, losing the bottom lane tower as well. I think they lost 2 towers simultaneously as well, with everything happening, plus a couple of kills that Weibo Gaming had. That cemented like 3 to 3.5 thousand gold lead. We're still able to catch up. This is a formidable team as well. This is a talented team. Enigma Galaxy, again, they are the first placer in the 32nd Southeast Asia games, and they're just looking to constantly improve, adapt the meta, and craft their very own.
Yeah, and really adapting to the meta is a skill here that is still being mastered, if I'm being honest, by the APAC conference teams. They really have to step up, I think, when it comes to really reading how these champions, play off of one another, how strong they are per patch, especially since we are going to be playing on the new patch on 4.2 when June 7 comes around. So in about a week, we will be seeing how that affects the meta, how it's going to shake things up here in the WRLA because that, it's right smack dab in the pretty much the first day of the last week of regular play. So whatever happens next week could be absolutely amazing. It could just shake up everything that we know about the Wild Rift League so far. I mean, of course, they're not like huge meta changes, just some adjustments to champions that are really strong, buffs to champions who are really, weak and not really performing as much in a competitive setting. And, I think we will have to be saying goodbye to the Medic Squad comp, as effective as it is right now.
Because of the Renekton.
Yeah, the Renekton will be something that...
well, as effective that can be, it's up to the timing as well, because you need to have the stacks on your rage to fully utilize the Ruthless Predator, and you can only use it to one champion. So if they can bait, or if a team can bait out the Ruthless Predator, then they can still continue with the Medic Squad. That's like how these teams are performing really well right now with Weibo Gaming. And I think we are going to be going into a short break first to address the issue that is happening against on Nigma Galaxy and Weibo Gaming. But we'll be back. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12
Now you are still watching the WRLA match number 1, game number 3. Weibo Gaming versus Enigma Galaxy. We have gone the distance. I'm Jing coming at you, with me is Giyang. And what do you think could happen in this one?
I mean, after a long wait, we have been very patient. Of course, definitely we deserve a big fight here from both teams. Again, this is the final game of the series. Enigma Galaxy got game number 1 a while ago. Weibo Gaming came strong second in game number 2. Now, they want to redeem themselves. They want a reverse sweep. Enigma Galaxy had some upsets a while ago, some mistakes in game number 2. But I think now on blue side, they will have the opportunity to ban the champions more on the side of Weibo Gaming, especially with the Shen. Because a while ago, Fan was just so good with his champion. Almost got the MVP. Faye actually got the MVP at the very end with massive amount of damage, with a lot of support helping him out so that he can just flourish in that game number 2.
Yep. And I mean, the game number 2 really, it was a painful one for Enigma Galaxy. They have to respect now the Shen, banning it out here because they will be on the blue side this time. Weibo Gaming putting the ball in Enigma Galaxy's court though, as to whether or not Enigma want to ban the Aatrox, which very possibly will be left unbanned here by Weibo Gaming, because they did ban the Yone first, because usually you would go for Camille and Aatrox, but Camille and Yone may be leaving it up, perhaps on purpose to bait Enigma Galaxy into picking it, and then Weibo Gaming just go for an anti-Aatrox composition, or if Enigma Galaxy choose to prioritize their support like most teams do on the blue side, then this could be the Aatrox angle for Weibo Gaming.
Well, looks like it is going to be the Kazakhs instead. Hopefully, I mean, we don't really see the Aatrox right now being a priority champion, especially that a lot of teams has able to find a loophole, a weakness on that strong champion before, and one of the teams that actually fully utilized that or Enigma Galaxy and Weibo Gaming as well. They had their wins with that champion, and it's now I think not a good option. Gragas is better here for Enigma Galaxy, again here for draw, but Weibo Gaming will be able to pick up the Jace, possibly. Whoa, okay, that is going to be very ambitious. If ever. I thought it's going to be a Ziggs being picked up, but looks like they want to switch things up.
I told you it's going to be an Aatrox angle for Weibo Gaming. They left it open. Enigma Galaxy, they're not going to take the bait, but they are going to pick up the Gragas. They're going to pick up the Wukong, the start of an anti-Aatrox composition here, which, is really heavy on the CC, heavy on the team fighting as well. Could pick up the Ziggs here for Demon Kite, could go for something a little bit different. Maybe the Ashe could be a priority pick here. We have seen it kind of popping off lately in the hands of some of the Chinese teams, but no, Joshi looking for the Lee Sin.
Okay, these 3 champions are very familiar. Guys,
yes sir.
Do you sense this path? Do you sense the Gragas, the Wukong, and the Lee Sin? Seems too familiar. This has been the first 3 picks of them during their previous match, during their match against JDG. And you know what they picked up next? They picked up the Vayne. They picked up the Lulu.
Yes, sir.
Now, Weibo Gaming, they are banning out the Yasuo. If they don't ban away the Lulu here, then we all know where this is going.
Yeah, and this could go that direction. This could become a Vayne game here for Demon Kite, putting all their eggs in the Demon Kite basket. They don't see it. They ban the Senna out. They haven't you know, they haven't watched the latest game of Nigma Galaxy or the latest couple. I think it was a couple matches back where they actually pulled out the Vayne, and even though they didn't win that match or that game with the Vayne, it was still very dominant in the early to mid game.
So Zoe gonna be picked up. All right, that is still strong, but we have Demon Cat again. We have the Vayne. We have the Lulu. It's back again. They did it against JDG. They had some upsets. They had a big mistake during the top side fight where they were isolated. But again, they can just patch that mistake because all throughout the game, they were popping off. And now, they are going to be contested with a Jax. It is going to be very scary, but let's see how Nigma Galaxy is going to be resisting the forces here of Weibo Gaming.
They did it. They're pulling it off. This is what Nigma Galaxy specializes in. Demon Kite on the Vayne. Draw with Lulu. This is the Protect the Vayne composition. If you guys are familiar with old League of Legends, this was also kind of a, you know, my plus or minus a couple champions. The Juggermaw comp that was so prevalent, and I think it was 2015.
Juggermaw, oh man,
that's a throwback and a half, ladies and gents. But now,
if you know that comp, you have to be married. You need to,
yes, sir.
You need to have kids by this time.
Yes, sir. That was a good long while ago. I believe during the Ardent Sensor meta was when that was the big
the Janna
thing.
meta, the Lulu meta as well.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But now with the
back in the good old days,
with
good
the
old
Vayne.
days when the Ardent meta had healing as well. That's how famous it was. It was so OP. Fortunately, we don't have that kind here in Wild Rift, right?
Yeah,
if that was the case, then it's just
it would be too
out of this world. Out of this world.
But speaking of, we're going back to this game, going back to Weibo Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy. Now Nigma, they're pulling out all the stops here. They're pulling out their secret weapon, Demon Kite on the Vayne. They did really well, even though they lost the last game that they attempted this in. So maybe this time they iron out the kinks, and maybe they're able to get Demon Kite a little bit of leeway here. An early cheese opportunity here. Some Eden for you, ladies and gents. Draw and Joshi going to be starting that Krug camp first, while Demon Kite looking to bully Bajan Sika at first.
They spotted him out. Joshi has been seen, or at least the Krugs that he is taking has been seen. So Fan having a bit of trouble coming his way in at least the farming, but Hyde also having some trouble, especially with the bullying that is happening from Chi and Wake Up. Again, this dragon laner of Weibo Gaming is just really strong with the Zoe.
Oh, what happened to Aaron? He's gonna get ganked and then shanked. He will be taken out. A beautiful dredge line to secure the first blood there for Weibo Gaming. And yeah, last game, Faye, his Zed dealt a third of the team's damage, 33%. And that was 31k on a Zed. Now Joshi going to get engaged on by Fan here in his own jungle. A little bit of bullying will be hurting him. He is taken down to just about a 1 bar, but Fan not going to risk the steal of his red buff just for now. Maybe looking for the Krugs first, and that this actually could stunt the growth of Nigma Galaxy with this composition.
Just because of a 1 level advantage, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the safeguard there, or you don't have, you know, all 3 abilities there for Joshi, and that provided Fan the better confidence to actually win that matchup, to win the 1v1. Gets his own Krugs as well. Hyde having a bit of trouble into the bottom lane with a matchup on the Zoe of Chi as well. So far, these are really good coming in from Weibo Gaming. This is expected, actually, because again, the whole of Nigma Galaxy is going to be banking on Demon Kite later on. Aaron.
Yeah, it's a good thing they're banking on Demon Kite because Aaron is just going to get ganked and shanked once again. Now Joshi trying to make something good happen from it. He does almost get a kill onto Fan, but Faye denies him that. No mana on this Jace now though, so Joshi will be able to get away. Oh my god!
Oh!
The red buff was that the red buff though? Just the burn from the accelerated shock blast taking him out. Wow, Faye, already a good start.
And a bad start here for Nigma Galaxy. 3 kills picked up already with Weibo Gaming. Oh, Demon Kite almost got hooked there by Wake Up. Let's check out that replay once again because Aaron, again, that was perfect timing actually, coming in from Fan, and Aaron didn't have a flash, didn't have it clone anymore, just used it recently, very low as well in HP. JDG tried to get that 1-for-1, almost got the kill onto Fan as well. I think if it connected towards Faye instead, he would have gotten a kill either way, but that shock blast allowed him to get taken out as well. That's just so good from Weibo Gaming right now.
Yeah, and I mean already you can see that Nigma Galaxy, they have made some sacrifices to give Demon Kite his ideal lane, and those sacrifices, they should not be for nothing. They should be giving Draw this, this opportunity to scale up and to really reach his mid to late game fantasy as the Vayne, because if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't have the opportunity to do that because all the other lanes of Weibo Gaming have been just beasting it, this could be an unfortunate loss for Enigma Galaxy.
You need to really protect the President later on. So far, Demon Kite is having a good time farming up. The other members though, specifically Aaron, is not having a good time. Twice in a row got killed already. We have seen Justy as well getting picked off at the very end during, when he tried to get a 1-for-1 trade onto Fan and Faye. And now Weibo Gaming taking control of this early game. Our Dragon Laners now going into the mid lane as well before the objectives spawn up. This is not really a good sign here for Nigma Galaxy. I don't think they can pick up any objectives right now. Maybe the best thing that they can do is trade something up, because Weibo Gaming, they have really good vision into the red side jungle of JDG. I think RH is very much possible to be taken out instead, because at this time, right, Nigma Galaxy is gonna get denied of scaling objectives. That means Weibo Gaming is on bot side river. That means Nigma Galaxy can just go on top side river.
Yeah, now speaking of Nigma Galaxy, JDG may be looking to counteract this this pressure in the mid lane, but of course with just two of them here, like that already death charge onto JDG, very ambitious there. But because Aaron and JDG, they do have to respect that they are in no oh my god, the explosive cast coming back. Beijing Sika actually getting taken out to just about 1 bar of health. Hide the flash. Will he be able to get the auto attack? All he needs is one, but Beijing Sika is not able to get the heal. He still gets it with the barrel. And JDG there, the Dragon's Rage to save his buddy. Oh, he gets away, but JDG pays for it with his life. Hide will be able to hide in the brush and get away after that dive, but that means no jungler here to contest this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they couldn't get a steal anymore. Demon Kite taking a bit of damage from Faye as well. Weibo Gaming starting it up. NGX should back away, but they're gonna try.
What can Demon Kite do here? Because he will be onto Faye, and then the polymorph onto Wake Up. He's so low. The kill onto Aaron as he was trying to go for the steal, and the re-engage perhaps here. Wake Up has been taken down to just about 1 HP. Will be stasising up. Will be sacrificing his life for Weibo Gaming to get out of there. The Rift Herald is still up, but the Dragon has been taken by Weibo Gaming. So Nigma Galaxy, they are going to be the first ones onto the Rift Herald. Though Weibo can still kind of contest this if they want to, but they don't really want to at the moment.
Gold injection though towards Demon Kite, who was able to pick up a kill onto Wake Up. So now Nigma Galaxy can use the RH as well to give more gold towards Demon Kite, have him buffed up fast enough, because the other members of Weibo Gaming is starting to be buffed up as well. We're seeing Fan getting a couple of kills, Faye as well. And the damage coming through from G is starting to rise, so they need to get some gold into their carries right now, because the frontline members are not able to handle the damage.
Not able to handle the damage. They are, because it's so difficult right now, because Nigma Galaxy, they have to scale up a little bit, right? This is to protect the Vayne composition. They need to be able to actually last long enough to protect the Vayne. That's something that they need to be able to do. If they can't even make it into the fight and let Demon Kite do his thing, it's gonna be good night here. If you're not able to enable the Vayne, this composition is just dead in the water. So Nigma Galaxy, they really have to step it up in terms of being able to team fight cleanly.
Oh man, look at the pressure that Weibo Gaming is giving towards Demon Kai. It's such big pressure right now. No boots yet for the Vayne, so as he goes towards the base, maybe Boot is going to be picked up alongside with some pre-component of the Wits End, possibly, you know, the Phantom Dancer later on, because it's, well, it's not patch point 4.2 just yet, so the PD provides the shield.
Ooh, that's a great engage there. The sneaky Weibo Gaming had made their way into the jungle now, and that's a Sleepy Trump bubble onto the Lee Sin, but there's another fight going on here in the bot lane. Benjica versus Aaron. It's Benjica who gets away with it. He is the one who duels here versus the monkey. Lamppost versus stick. I think the lamppost wins there because it's just a stick with the lamp on the end of it.
Yep, you have the additional damage from the lamppost, and Benjica landed the more damage there onto Aaron. Aaron as well, not really having the early game to have enough damage to challenge the Wukong, and even so, right?
Yeah,
Jax just wins heavily against 1v1 against AD champions. Check out that replay again, because Aaron didn't have any towers. He had no reason to actually stay there into the bottom lane. So that itself is a questionable play. He went back in, thought he could actually go with a 1v1 because well, Benjica didn't have mana. What he didn't anticipate is that Benjica didn't need any mana.
Yeah, and I mean, now they're going to be going on to at least one member that they know cannot fight a 1 versus 4. That is Jack's going to be going now, but on the other end of the map, the other side of it, Weibo Gaming get a catch onto Aaron. It's still a 1-for-1, and at this point, Weibo Gaming is the team that really benefits from those even trades, because Nick Galaxy, they need to get positive trades out of this.
Yep, the pressure is just on constantly by Weibo Gaming. Mid and top lane being pushed. Oh, just she almost got taken out there.
Oh man, this is going to... Wow, this is going to be a little bit difficult now for Enigma Galaxy. Like, what else can they do here? Because they cannot turtle it out. They've already lost most of their towers. They're looking like they're going to be pigeonholed into their base very soon. They just have the last 2 inner turrets standing, and the macro has been absolutely insane from Weibo Gaming. They have been running Enigma Galaxy around this map so well. It's honestly hard to see a world where Enigma Galaxy is able to hold on for long enough to actually have Demon Kite go online.
You know what they need? A lock enchantment. They need a redemption enchantment as well. Everything to protect Demon Kite later on, because he's the only damage dealer right now on Enigma Galaxy. Weibo Gaming also can just easily burst him down. Fan has like 4-0-2 scoreline right now. He's just so strong. Almost getting his 3rd item right now in this game. And we're still not the part of the game where Enigma Galaxy can fight. And that provides, again, another leverage here for Weibo Gaming, because they can just take this dragon for free. Benjica can die, but again, it's just a kill. Compared to a dragon that is going to be taken here by Weibo Gaming, it's all worth it.
Yeah, this is just Weibo Gaming getting away with like really big macro decisions, because Enigma Galaxy are focusing on, you know, the micro of it. They want to get kills, so they are grouping up on that Jax. And while they will be getting a tower here, you know, their defenses have not been shored up. And if they get engaged on in a team fight here still, I think even in a 4 versus 5, Weibo Gaming can still win it, even without the Jax. So this is a very spicy situation that Enigma Galaxy have found themselves in. Now, they really do need Demon Kite to go online. He, you know, in maybe a couple of minutes, he should be able to start really raining down those silver bolts onto the enemy. But until then, Enigma Galaxy need to survive. That's kind of the objective here. You know, that meme, objective survive, that's the game that they're playing at the moment.
Oh man, and they don't want to see a team just trying to survive. We want to see them strive in a game, but simply it's not being allowed here by Weibo Gaming. Benjica can just, you know, run over Hyde at this point. I think the main objective of Hyde is just to hold down a lane, as the other members of Enigma Galaxy is just protecting Demon Kite as he gets those CS taken out. And maybe he will have a Phantom Dancer completed already. He went back into the base, has a little bit more movement speed now. I think with the Phantom Dancer, he should be able to at least deal more damage as well, but I'm not so sure yet because again, you also have to consider the burst capability here of Weibo Gaming, and Fan can just easily do it. Faye as well, she as well. So, oh man, just one Paddle Star already chunks down 40% of Demon Kite's health.
Yeah, that's kind of what Zoe does. If you are squishy, you will just get annihilated.
Get
even
squished.
with you get squished. You get stepped on, and not in the good way. But Wake Up here, he's going to step on the monkey in a good way for Weibo Gaming. Barely even able to get the Cyclone out before Aaron just gets melted down there by Weibo Gaming. No saving possible from Enigma Galaxy, but Bejinska in another 1v1 against Hyde, but this time a 3 versus 4 going to be happening. Demon Kite, can he kite it out? He is the Vayne of the Philippines, but well, Hyde has to hide under his tower. Bejinska going to find him, and Joshi now looking to find Bejinska. He gets that kill, 1-for-1 trade, but the Baron is being started, and with Lee Sin spotted in the bot lane, they know that they can just commit to this one. Draw will not be anywhere near powerful enough to try to go for the seal, but with Joshi there, now he can get an insect going on to Wake Up, then maybe a catch out to the Nautilus is all they need, as Demon Kite should be fed this kill. He is going to go for it. He will pop the Night Hunter and grab that Nautilus's life, stopping that Baron attempt from Enigma Galaxy, and then
it's a big shutdown.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
That's big turnaround as well. Enigma Galaxy now getting a couple of goals. Now they even up the gold as well against Weibo Gaming. That is a good sign. Let's check out that replay because Bejinska overstayed into the bottom lane. Yeah, he got a kill onto Hyde, but got a little too overconfident that he can just get the kill onto Hyde. Yeah, he did at the very end, but Joshi was able to get that 1-for-1 trade and also was still able to travel back into the top side river that allowed them to prevent Weibo Gaming from getting the Baron. Plus, had a beautiful kick towards Wake Up that allowed Demon Kite to again get some gold injected towards him. That is a goal. That is the win condition. And that is what's happening right now for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and what Enigma Galaxy need to do at the moment, yes, they have a set goal, but if they want to achieve that goal, they have to be a little bit more proactive. They can't just keep picking on Bejinska, who is most likely the one splitting. But they have to actually look for a fight that they can win, and that comes off the back of not being the ones who are engaged on. They cannot let Aaron be the one who gets picked off, who gets seen, who gets immediately jumped on. They have to be the ones who are doing it. They have to get Hyde in the mix. They have to get Aaron in the mix as well, because he is 0-6. He is basically just a he's a Cyclone bot here for his team. That's all that he can really afford.
I mean, that is kind of like the goal here anyway. Just survive as much as possible so that you can body block, especially with the Cyclone. 4-0 on Demon Kite. So that is again the win condition here of Demon Kite, or of Enigma Galaxy rather. They have to protect him at all costs. They have the necessary tools to do so, and just need to be calm and collected. Yeah, the last dragon right now spawning into the game. Ocean Drake. They have to deny it from Weibo Gaming. They have a push into the top lane as well with Bejinska, as Hyde is just holding the door into the top lane. Can they get the steal is the question. I think they have to give this away as well, but it's, again, also them needing to get this dragon away from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, can this dragon really be contested? No. Hyde is going to be going on to Bejinska. They really have to respond to that Jax once again, and he's just trying to distract them while Weibo Gaming take another objective, another dragon for themselves. The Elder Drake is going to be very powerful for Weibo Gaming, but at the same time, Enigma Galaxy cannot let this Jax just split push on his own, because that's, I think, what's going to happen when the Elder Drake comes out, right? It's going to be Weibo Gaming getting there first, and then Enigma Galaxy trying to fight them, but then Bejinska just pushes through, a side lane and ends the game while Enigma Galaxy is distracted, because that Elder Drake dance can take a long enough time to win the game. And Hyde, that is the proactivity that we really wanted. But the disengage from Weibo Gaming is just a little bit too strong at the moment.
Yep, final R has been used, so NGX has to fall back. That is the main thing here. They are very reliant with the ulti of the Vayne. If he doesn't have that, they cannot engage because so much protection is denied from this Vayne. You need to stay stealthy. You need to stay, safe here against every member of Weibo Gaming. He has already the Guardian Angel, which is a good sign. Possibly the Phantom Dancer is going to be completed later on as well. But Weibo Gaming, they have a few more minutes to go. 2 minutes before the Elder Dragon. And they can just easily take it, if ever. Nigma Galaxy has to find a way to maybe get a -1, maybe get an early takedown towards Beijing, and then force a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, because honestly, they have to be so on point. Now, Joshi and Draw may be the targets here, as Demon Kite is a little bit late to the fight, but if they are able to take down Beijing Sakai, he has got golden, but the rest, they are now funneling in. Maybe Demon Kite has been caught, but he is in the middle of all of his buddies, so he should be fine. They take the Jax out. Yes, incredibly good, but Demon Kite is incredibly low. He has done his Guardian Agent has to flash out, but they have taken him down, and now Aaron is running from just Faye. They will take another kill here onto the second to the last member. Joshi going down. Aaron, the last man standing, trying to be a distraction as Demon Kite was not able to kite like a demon in that fight. All eyes were on him. But unfortunately, those eyes belong to Weibo Gaming, and that means that Weibo Gaming going to be storming down the top lane right into the Nexus to win this in a reverse sweep.
19 minutes and 24 seconds. Very similar in terms of time as how JDG has ended their game against Nigma Galaxy. Just one mispositioning. Same scenario again. But this time, it is Draw that was isolated. Weibo Gaming turned onto him through Beijing Sika, forced the ulti coming in from the Lulu, and that provided the lack of protection towards Demon Kite for the rest of the fight. Again, it's very complicated to make this composition work. Weibo Gaming is fully aware of the fact that if you lack the protection from the Vayne, then you can just easily take him down. Pop the GA and just take him down for the second time. Unfortunately, Nigma Galaxy got caught there in the top lane and they lose yet another series. But it was a fascinating series that we have seen. Game number 1, Nigma Galaxy has won in a dominating fashion. It's just that Weibo Gaming was able to collect themselves for game number 2 and game number 3.
Yeah, and honestly, that looked pretty decent for Nigma Galaxy going into the mid game, but that one fight really changed everything when they couldn't secure the kill onto Beijing Sika, and Demon Kite was not able to avoid all of that damage. The AoE was a little bit too strong, and of course he tanked the Palisar to the face, I think, in that fight. It just was not going their way. He did. As a Vayne, you cannot, act like a Varus and stand way back and just rain down hell on the enemies from far away. No, you have to be in the middle of everything, and when you're in the middle of everything, you have a high chance of getting hit by a lot of things, especially with the Aatrox Qs knocking you up and the Jace as well. And it was a great idea. The execution was really good all the way up to that last fight that they lost. So I still have to give some props towards Nigma Galaxy for almost pulling off that match win against Weibo Gaming with the Vayne once again.
Again, it's very difficult to make this composition work. Nigma Galaxy was finding ways. We're getting a couple of pickups to inject some gold towards Demon Kite, who was already buffed up and already gotten his 4th item into the game as well, plus the boost that he had already, with the Quicksilver enchant. So all those protections are there for Demon Kite, for Nigma Galaxy to flourish in team fights, but the positioning again was compromised when Beijing Sika had the opportunity to punish the overextension of Draw. It's very difficult to avoid that situation. It is untimely as well, but at least Nigma Galaxy pulled off a really good game there. I think it was one of the close games that they had as well. They won in game number 1 as well in a dominating fashion, so we can't help but feel proud for Nigma Galaxy regardless. They are really formidable. They battle against one of the top teams here in the ASEAN Conference. I mean, Weibo Gaming is like on top 5 here in all of the 12 teams in the WRL region, so it really is a tough mountain to climb. But NGX, they almost made through it.
Yeah, they almost got the win. Unfortunately, we are going to have, still Weibo Gaming winning a Chinese conference team versus APAC. The history speaks for itself. It's still Chinese conference teams on that grind against the APAC teams. Fan gonna get the MVP here, the 7th MVP, and that Aatrox. It was a risk for Enigma Galaxy to let it through. They risked it all. Unfortunately, they weren't rewarded. So that's all. That's kind of all she wrote for this match. But yeah, it's a little bit painful to see how close Enigma Galaxy were to greatness and how they were denied by Weibo Gaming today.
I mean, it's typical WRL teams, right? They have very, very many ways to just turn the tides around. They are very disciplined, very creative, and very decisive as well. So it will take a lot. But it is still a good fight that Enigma Galaxy has pulled off. Next up, we have JDG versus Woohoo Gaming. This is going to be an incredible one, and I can't wait.
Yeah, neither can I, and I hope you guys are ready for that too, because we'll be taking a little bit of a short break, just a little bit of time to rest for us. I'm Jing coming at you, with me is Guiyang. We'll be right back after this break for the match number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the first team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals. while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With the brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WRLA 2023 Week 9, Day number 2. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Yang. And we just saw Enigma Galaxy try their hardest with a vain composition. Unfortunately, it was still Weibo Gaming who kept up the pressure and won that series in a reverse sweep. But now we're going to go to an all-Chinese conference match with Jing Game versus Woohoo Gaming.
This is going to be a really exciting one, I would say, because JDG are on a 3-game win streak. They just defeated Team Flash, Enigma Galaxy, and then FPX last Saturday. Sunny's Akali as well has been really a big new factor for their wins, especially during their match against JDG. And I think it's going to be very important to consider the adjustment as they have made, because JDG is starting to be more unpredictable now. They maintain their usual aggressive playstyle with proper discipline, with proper adjustments as well on their solo laners. So I think it's more difficult to get a good read onto them, which means that it's more difficult now even for Woohoo Gaming to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge here for Woohoo Gaming, especially considering that JDG has really kind of shown up in the past few weeks, right? They have currently a 3-game win streak going on, and they have one against Fennel, Enigma Galaxy, sorry, not Fennel, Team Flash, Enigma Galaxy, and Fun Plus Phoenix. So looking really, really scary compared to Woohoo, who have been kind of back and forth. They lost against Trace Esports and Keep Best Gaming, but they did win against Invade. So, the record versus APAC teams still pretty good. It's just that versus Chinese teams, Woohoo Gaming tend to drop the ball more often than not.
Oh man, the stats a little bit better for JDG, of course, given their proper standing, given the amount of success that they had over the past few days as well. But in terms of First Dragon, maybe Woohoo Gaming can have a standing chance. I think Woohoo Gaming tends to like scaling more towards the late game, but I think they also have matched the first tower priority despite not really prioritizing the Herald. I think that is an important take here on their matchup right now. And looking at the win rate of Woohoo Gaming and JDG, we do see that Woohoo Gaming actually has more standing chance when they are on red side. So maybe they can have a handshake here. JDG wants to be on blue side, or maybe it would take red side because they have 9 out of 12 game wins as well on the red side. And it's really important to take note adjustments they have made on Sunny as well. He can use champions like the Akali even into the top lane. I think it's going to be a big factor into this game.
Yeah, because Sunny is one of those players that has been the key for JDG sometimes when they do have their wins, when they do have their dominant, their dominant games. He is somebody that you can rely on the Jax, even though Jax himself as a champion is not really in the best spot, but it's completely fine to rely on him. He can also pick up a Riven, a Renekton, stuff like that. He's even gone on Akali top, in their last game against Fun Plus Phoenix, and they did win that game, and they won that series as well in a reverse sweep with Sane doing Akali top twice. So just a little bit of a pocket pick that maybe Woohoo Gaming may need to respect. But on the other side, Woohoo Gaming, they really have not impressed us all too much. Except for, I would say, August right here, who kind of stands head and shoulders above the team. He's usually, when they win, he is the MVP because he is the one making the plays, and he's the one making them or making his team actually relevant on these in these games.
I think it's going to be very important as well to look at the matchup right now. Once and August, the main enablers here of the team as well, because we can actually safely anticipate that maybe there is going to be a contestant on the Wukong and also the Olaf. We have seen August having 2 MVP performance with the Olaf just recently during their match against Invade Esports, right? But he doesn't really have the best flexibility in terms of the champion there for the jungler role, because we have seen him try to experiment a couple of champions, but it didn't really amount to a success here of Woohoo Gaming. Whereas for once, he was able to really pop off most of the time with the champions he's using. So that kind of leverage is needed to be taken into consideration here for this matchup, because right now JDG is just sitting very comfortably 4th place, or at least 4th spot in the standing here of the CN conference, and Woohoo Gaming, they're desperately trying to reach the top 8. They're now at the 9th spot, which is just barely hanging there, just close enough already. They just need to get 1-2 more wins to finally be part of the playoffs.
Yeah, just a couple more wins to solidify their place here in the playoffs, and because things can still shake up quite a lot in the last 2 weeks here in the WRLA regular season, and with playoffs so close, you really want to do everything you can to make your chances as high as possible to get into that coveted playoff spot. And Woohoo Gaming, they're really they may not be able to if they don't really perform. JDG kind of they are one of those midfield-ish teams. I'd say they're kind of up there, but still a little bit they're still a little bit lower on the totem pole than those really top tier teams, J Team, Nova Esports, and KBG. I think in terms of power rankings, this should be going to JDG.
I mean, we're also seeing Woohoo Gaming kind of experiment on a couple of picks. It's going to be very important, I think, that Lemon gets enabled early in this game as well, because he's just a phenomenal Baron laner. He even got the MVP during their game number 1 against Keepes Gaming, and the series just extended. KBG recognized his prowess in there. He banned the Riven during game number 2 and game number 3 just simply because of his performance. And during their match against Invade Esports, was even respected there by Invade Esports. So I think that priority on the champion, also some synergy with proper dragon laners for the Riven, is going to be very important for Woohoo Gaming. It is a bit of a stretch that we are having right now in terms of analysis for Woohoo Gaming against JDG, but it's every bit of information is going to be very important for them. Every bit of calculation in terms of the matchups, the champions that they can use, the champions that they need to deny from JDG is very important, because again, this is a formidable team, and we have seen even QF16 pop off so much, once influencing so much rather in this team, enabling both Sunny, enabling both Feibai to just pop off and just wreak havoc in the Rift. And we haven't really even talked about Doki and his amazing performance with the Gragas, with the Nautilus, just enabling the team every single time they have an objective. And it's just the whole package here for JDG. It's not really like KBG Nova Esports level, but they're going there.
Yeah, and I mean, they can still make it, right? It's very, very possible that JDG can secure their spot in the playoffs. And while their performance has not been as strong as the strongest teams, that doesn't mean that they're not going to be in contention to actually do well in the playoffs, right? Because these once we get to the playoffs, we'll be on a completely new patch. It's going to be 4.2 instead of 0.1C where we are at the moment, and yeah, it can be a little bit weird playing in a in a new patch when you are you're a pro player and you haven't had all the time in the world to really scrim it, to test it out and see what the most effective meta is. So while this week is going to be absolutely crucial for teams to secure their spots in the standings, by the time next week rolls around, it could be a whole different story here. So JDG have to cement themselves right now.
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由京东战队迎战 WHG 战队。团结一心的京东战队呢，只需稳定发挥，便可延续本赛季的强势表现。而距离晋级线最为接近的 WHG 战队，能否以从容不迫的心态面对强敌，让自己离季后赛的赛程更进一步呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Jingdong Gaming versus Uhu Gaming. The united Jingdong only need to keep in stability. They can go on with their strong performance, and the Uhu is the closest team to the qualification. So can they beat the strong opponent completely? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Jingdong Gaming and Uhu Gaming.
打的你们撒离不扑不准下台啊！
加油，希望你能做到。
Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
I'm looking forward to see the performance part because they had a really interesting run. Had so much difficulty during their match against Weibo Gaming, but started to just pop off as well, have the damage, and also just play safe, being protected by the rest of Uhu Gaming. I think it's going to be important that he plays relatively safe as well as they battle JDG, because Juju is such an aggressive ADC or Dragon Leader.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。
I think aggression
Anna
is going to
Solin,
be highly
JDG, Sunny,
rated here
WHG, Lemon.
On this matchup specifically, right? So, of course, before we do get into the match themselves, we do have Lemon and Sunny.
Wrong
side,
In the jungle, JDG wins, WHG
also
August.
in our fight for side. Whoever wins that 1v1 will give their team the priority selection for sides in the entire match. And that is a T right there.
接下来有请双方中路选手登场。And the million JDG 飞白 WHG closer.
That the flower comes back.
Yeah, that's
接下来有请双方射手选手登场。
Well, closer just going with
In
the thumbs up here.
JDG 99
Full support,
WHG
just going serious here on the side of Uhu Gaming. I mean, they need all right, we have the hammer of Beijing-Sika. Is borrowing it for the meantime. Hammer versus the
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。And the support JDG Doki WHG Yao.
Yeah, now these teams making their way out there. The windmill once again coming out. Yeah,
再次欢迎两支战队，有请进入
the
对
meta
战席
here
进
for
行
the
准备。
Chinese
All the
teams
players are
walkout
getting ready.
has
Let's step into the wild.
significantly changed. They have a little bit more flair in their walkouts now. They got the those props coming through, which are really cool to see now. Now, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because Uhu Gaming, they have been see a little bit underperforming, especially when it comes to their matches with other Chinese conference teams. But they have shown some flashes of brilliance when put up against APAC teams. Will they be able to bring that same kind of style here against, you know, JDG, who are a very formidable team?
It's also important to take into consideration, you know, the changes that Woohoo Gaming has been making in terms of support line. Yao tends to play here at times in exchange for Mikey, or they sometimes, you know, swap places, and even during mid series, right? And it sometimes is a good decision, sometimes it is not really a good decision here for Woohoo Gaming. So right now, Yao has a bigger responsibility to just, you know, help the team land the victory here against JDG. It's going to be very hard. He has tried out the Nautilus, tried out the Gragas as well. You know, the typical champions, including the Nautilus and the Alistar, but it hasn't really, you know, allowed Woohoo Gaming to land the victories. Most of the time, we actually see Mikey being the one, or when Mike is there for Woohoo Gaming wins. So it's going to be also considered here by JDG in their approach this game against Woohoo Gaming. But we have our fight for side first. Sunny and Lemon gonna be battling it out. Lemon has participated multiple times already and has even cemented a it's on a 2-game win streak basically in the fight for side. And Echo, wow, okay, we're gonna be seeing the Chrono Shift guy in Wild Rift.
All right, now I think what happened is that they had a gentleman's agreement as they came out onto the stage. They walked out together, they swapped sides together, and now they're gonna play Echo together. I really like that. They were like, hey, all right, let's give the people a show, skill matchup. Just, you know, mirror match me Echo 1v1 me bro on Howling Abyss. First to 2 wins, first to 2 kills wins, or first tower take. So this is really going to depend on who is better with those very tricky skills that Echo has, right? Because I mean, you got, as you said, the Chrono Shift that can basically save you from a losing engagement, you know, bring you back in time. And how do you actually take advantage of that? This Echo 1v1 has the potential to go all the way to, you know, to the breaking point, to the sudden death.
I mean, even in the fight for in the 5 versus 5, right? We only have seen this like twice being picked up, and it was only Long who tries this champion out ever since his you know, fantastic performance back in the WRL, getting a big ulti damage onto their enemy at that time. And right now it's gonna be tried out here by Sunny and Lemon. Let's see who is gonna be, you know, getting the leverage here for JDG or Woohoo Gaming. Again, JDG wants to get red side priority since they have 9 out of 12 games won there. Woohoo Gaming wants to be on red side too, given the number of wins they have there, 9 out of 15.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a very formidable it's a very formidable win percentage on the red side. Maybe that could be the goal here, but going on to this, both of these Echoes started with their first skill. But it is Sunny who is on the back foot for now. He's able to really clear that out. Already going for the E. Lemon, though, was not able to go for this. They both pop the Ignite immediately just to say, hey, how are you? How you doing? Because there's really not going to be a huge commitment when it comes to level 2 for the Echo. I mean, he doesn't even have his stun button yet.
So they have to be very patient for the meantime. Wait for level 3, wait for the timing on the stun as well. Lemon getting a good burst there onto Sunny for the meantime, but also has to watch out. Again, the passive of the Echo allows him to get most of the burst damage. That's why sometimes we do see even the Electrocute being picked up as a rune towards this champion, because you have more of that burst just coming through. But since this is a melee matchup, you also want to have some sort of sustained footwork. This work better here for this matchup. Sunny will be catching the wave before he goes back into base. Lemon should have the next wave priority.
Yeah, and I mean, going into a matchup like this, in a 1v1, it does, you know, if you want to by kills. It is going to be skill dependent, but if you just want to kind of survive and not throw, you do need to rely on that wave management. And with Lemon on the first back, Sani was able to stay a little bit longer, maybe looking to stay even longer here, just barely missing out on that heal, unfortunately. But gets that level 4 first, and then maybe with his level advantage wants to go on to Lemon. He is low on mana, he is low on health, lower on health as well. So that shield should be really giving him a pretty decent chance of trading back and forth, but no, Lemon pops his own shield as well, the stun button coming out, and then, yeah, that's Sani gonna be going back. More money for him, more combat efficiency already, a Rod of Ages coming out.
Oh yeah, I mean, given the better items that he does have, it looks like there is gonna be a difference in terms of items here. Scaling for Sani and sustain, while Lemon wants to have full burst, especially with the Ludens that he is going to be picking up later on as he goes back into the base. So Sani, the goal here is to just stall the game as much as possible. He will have better, you know, survivability later on into the matchup, and given that win condition, he just needs to play it safe. I mean, avoid the burst coming in from Lemon, maybe get the second item later on, and that should allow him to win every trade come like 2 minutes, 3 minutes later on.
Yeah, and it does mean that we are going to be in for a little bit of a longer fight here. Those parallel convergences are either going to be the boon or the bane of either of these echoes, but there's one thing that's for certain. There's really not much either of these guys can do to keep the other player inside their parallel convergence field, right? Unless you want to dive like that, and even then you have, you know, the phase dive as well to get him out. The stun actually landing onto Lemon with a parallel convergence. He's forced to Chrono Shift or Chrono Break away, and yeah, Sani actually found a positive way to use his parallel convergence there. Got the stun, which I thought was going to be very rare in this fight.
I mean, also tried to use the Chrono Break to try and deal damage here onto Lemon, but unfortunately wasn't able to land it in time because Lemon was able to back away after using his own Chrono Break. And looking at the condition of the tower here of Sani, it's not really looking too good here. So every time that Lemon is going to be able to get a couple of plates, and that's not going to be a good sign here for Sani. Right now, he picked up an Amplifying Tomb and also needed the Large Rod. It is going to be helping him out, at least deal better damage against Lemon matchup here. But since the wave is always being pushed out here, again, this is going to be very concerning. Good parallel convergence comes through from Lemon. It's a poke. Half health.
Yeah. God, half health immediately. What is happening right here for Sani? How is he just basically getting time minered again and again? The parallel convergence is going to be coming out. Lemon flashing in for the stun. He actually gets the kill with the phase dive. And what a play there from Lemon. The first kill going over to Woohoo Gaming.
We have even some members of JDG going there towards Lemon. Oh man, I mean, this is pretty common here on the stage, right? Even during like the first 2 weeks, we have seen, you know, these teams just cross the stage and just watch the other players as well. As I mean, in the WRL, they're basically just, everyone is just friends here because they have competed so many times, not just in the big tournaments, but also in the community tournaments they have there in the CN conference, and they pretty much know each other already on a personal level. They also go into scrims together. They hang out a lot as well. Look at the plays that Lemon is getting. Can he actually end the game?
Yeah, he may actually just go for the tower, as, you know, the Chrono Break's not going to do enough. The phase dive with the auto attack will take that tower down. Lemon just dominating that lane, dominating the 1 versus 1, and getting a clean win there through the tower. And you can see even Sani's not
like,
too chuffed about it. Yeah, he's like, whoopsie, that's on me. Sorry.
You got me there. You got me there. I'll try to get you in this game instead. Well, Woohoo Gaming, they will have the side selection priority. They will pick up red side. It is one of the win conditions. They have 9 out of 15 games won there. But JDG has won 10 out of 15. So that's something that they need to consider. And we have seen our stats earlier as well. We might see, Herald being prioritized here by JDG for the first tower. Woohoo Gaming wants to scale more, so they might prioritize the dragons as well. But they are very aggressive too. So in terms of tower takedowns, we cannot discount Woohoo Gaming here. The only thing I want to consider in this matchup always is August versus Once. What champion are they going to be using and how they are going to use that particular champion, because it's so important to enable Lemon and Closer. Spark as well needs some sort of assistance here from Yao so that he can pop off, and JDG is just fully aware of that.
Yeah, and JDG, they know that even if Woohoo Gaming do get their preferred side, which they will be, Woohoo Gaming will be on the red side, there is still that first champion priority pick that that can really just basically set up the entire pick and ban for JDG. So they can still make a very good composition here on the blue side. We have seen a lot of wins on the blue side for some of these Chinese teams. In fact, a lot of them actually prefer it. And yes, Varus priority is going to be a big thing unless it's banned out.
Most of the time here, like for JDG, Woohoo Gaming, we do see the Varus being just left out open because they can just, like, JDG will pick up something like a Varus, Woohoo Gaming will pick up the Gragas. I think that is a common understanding that we have seen on some teams as well. It is just like a gentleman's handshake that we often see as well in the WRL teams. Senna and Shen gonna be taken away alongside with Jace here by JDG, while Woohoo Gaming is taking out the Zoe and the Camille. Don't think Aatrox is gonna be left out open here. Possibly just the Gragas. Wow, but Varus is gonna be taken here for JDG. If ever. Not so sure with the Echo. I don't think it's gonna be picked up here. Just the Varus for sure.
Or not for sure, because they are going to be teasing us with some of these other ADCs. But no, yeah, you're right. It is just going to be a Varus. That's the most common thing that we have seen. First pick blue side, especially when it's not banned out. But 11 hovering that Echo, a little bit of BM. Though, right? Yeah, I think that's just a little bit of BM, just saying, hey, what's up? I beat you with this one. We'll take a look at how the rest of this shakes out, though.
Nautilus gonna be responded here, and also, wow, early Akali here for Closer, or it also gets denied for Sunny as well. We talked about him having the Akali performance during their match even. I think he got an MVP performance with this as well at one point. So, or never mind. But he picked up Akali both times, game number 2, game number 3 against FPX, and had a beautiful performance with it. Had to be denied by Woohoo Gaming. But right now, we're seeing the Aatrox being picked up now for JDG. Renekton is better, I would say, to be picked up immediately. JDG needs some sort of early game pressure for the Baron lane because the Aatrox will take some time to scale up. And you have the Akali already here for Woohoo Gaming. If they pick up the Corki, that is massive late game scaling here for this red side team.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong Corki that they will be picking up. Now this Aatrox, we have talked about him quite a bit. Just in terms of him having been a high priority pick in the past, now not as much. Mainly because teams have been able to adapt to the strength that Aatrox really can give and has been showing for a lot of the league. But now, anti-Aatrox compositions coming out very often, and one of them is just by being able to lock him down. The Nautilus should be able to do that. But yeah, a Wukong may be in the works here as well.
It's easily read here, right? Because August is there's only 2 champions that August can just use so well. It's the Olaf and the Wukong. Olaf was banned away by JDG alongside with the Garen because it is a big counter towards the Renekton, big counter towards the Aatrox as well, just because of that silence. So now Woohoo Gaming some sort of role to enable Closer, enable Lemon as well to just deal the necessary damage into the late game. But JDG right now is responding with some protection because you have the engage already. You have the Aatrox, you have Ton that can just dash in and wreak havoc. You have the Zed as well. So now the Galio makes more sense. That allows JDG to have the protection, plus they have the Chain of Corruption as well for the anti-engage. Now this team becomes scary. And even if we see a Jax here, I'm still scared of the lineup here of JDG.
Because it is very scary. Even with Lemon on that Jax, I mean, Lemon is a great Jax, with Sani on that Renekton, you know, he just... It kind of counters the Jax in the early to mid, which is when he's most vulnerable. And with the Aatrox in the... what's it called? With the Aatrox in the jungle position here for Jing Gaming, WHG still need to be very, very careful, very selective with their engages, because they either have to kill their target immediately, or switch focus and, you know, and get the Aatrox, save their CC for that champion specifically, and then really try to go for a huge I don't know, a huge turnaround team fight after that.
I'm not so sure with the Jax. I'm actually kind of worried. Had it been something like a Gwen, I think it would be better. But since they have so much AP already, AP damage dealers, then it doesn't make a whole lot of sense anymore. Late game scaling, yeah, the Jax can do a lot, and I think he can have a standing chance against a Renekton, but Lemon has to really pop off in this, has to just scale up and also win the early trades, because he does have the Nautilus with Yao. So I think that is going to be at least a good win condition come, you know, level 2, level 3 towards the Baron lane 2 versus 2, because the Galio has more crowd control, but the Nautilus of Yao can actually deal more damage in a sense and enable the Jax of Lemon to just win against Sani. It is a little bit of a tactical, you know, perspective on it. That's why we see more of Nautilus being top than the Galio, because in terms of a 2v2, you have a better standing chance. Also, you have the burst already. You have the shield as well. The DPS is there just from the kit of the Nautilus. Better than the Galio, because the Galio is more of just a shield, more of like the taunt, and also the saving grace with the hero's entrance.
Yeah, and that is something that Doki has been, you know, kind of known, I wouldn't say known for, but he's definitely very prepared with that hero's entrance, especially when those, and somebody on JDG has been caught out. Now, the Corki in the bot lane, something a little bit old school, but it's not something that Juju can't deal with. The Chain of Corruption is a huge tool for those, you know, those scraps, those team fights in the mid game, especially coming into the late game as well. So if they're able to kind of scale up and hold the Jax back, this could be a, you know, a Jing Gaming centric game. One's already counter jungling the blue buff, looking for a 3-buff start here. Very greedy on the Aatrox, but he does have a 100% win rate on this champion. 4 wins and 0 losses with a 15 KDA. This man went 4 games and only died twice on this champion.
That's why the Aatrox is just so strong here on JDG's side as well. It's also very flexible in other champions too, so it's really hard to find a weakness here. Onto ones. We only have seen a couple of teams actually win against JDG as well, and that's one of the reasons why they are this formidable as a team, sitting very comfortably in the 4th spot in the WRL conference. And Woohoo Gaming needs to find a way to bash through the Aatrox, and they have a lot of protection as well. They have the Renekton, they have the Chain of Corruption, they have the Galio as well. And they have to find a way to prevent Feibai from accessing the backline later on, because yeah, Spark can deal massive damage with the Corki, but if you cannot protect him, then Feibai is just going to be having a good time, just assassinating this Corki every single time.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult for that Corki to be safe if, you know, Yao isn't on point. Yeah, Feibai with the Zed, we have seen a Zed really pop off today already. And it is a little bit rare to see a Zed pop off as hard as that with 31,000 damage earlier, but in a in a composition like the medic comp, you kind of have no choice. So yeah, very cool to see that happening. Maybe Fei Bai can do that again here, really pop off with this Zed.
Closer though, doing a really good job here into the mid lane, paying good respect towards Zed, but he has to give up wave pressure or wave priority as well. That provides JDG the better response towards the top lane, which Lemon and Yo might actually be in trouble. 2-3 people incoming there. That's a total of 4 people just waiting for an opportunity if Yao actually gets in.
Yeah, I mean, looking for opportunities. Speaking of, once maybe looking for something up there in the top lane. Not quite committing to that, just going back to the jungle. Of course, these are Chinese teams. They do want to play it a little bit slow, get to somewhere where they're, you know, more or less in their power spikes. They don't want to go for early aggression just yet. Of course, closer on that Akali. We'll wait until probably around level 9, maybe 10 before really trying to do all too much, or maybe even in the contest for these first objectives.
Yeah, that's why Woohoo Gaming is taking things slow, right? They have double, triple scaling ones.
Oh, wow. Oh, that was just a big burst of damage there from Spark. The roar of the Spark coming through. Big damage that Corki just laid on. You don't expect that, but maybe he should have expected that a little bit more. Now let's take a look at how that happened again.
Yeah, overextension for sure, because Juju was going too deep, had no vision into that bot side ward, and Yao had a perfect opportunity to get the CC done. Perfect follow-up as well by Spark, getting the first blood. Now, Woohoo Gaming can channel that energy into priority, into the bottom side river objective, the dragon, because again, this is a scaling composition, and you would want scaling objectives as well, like this dragon. We have seen even in the previous game some priorities on the dragons, and that helped the team actually pop off better into the late game. Now JDG is responding with their herald push also for top side, but Lemon will actually be in trouble, able to still flash away, but that is going to be it. It's already a big win here, or a sizable win for Woohoo Gaming. Yeah, the RH will be used in top side, but whoa.
The package forced him to flash right there. I mean, that was a very ballsy move already. And you can see that Spark is not afraid at all, but this dive is not afraid at all as Fei Bai, he actually turns onto August, gets a lot of damage on with the death mark, but closer, still under tower. Fei Bai successfully evades that tower dive with his death mark. And yeah, you can see Woohoo, they are trying to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more opportunistic, I would say, against Jing Gaming, while, you know, their power spikes have not been met yet. So you can see though that Sani is the one who's you know, dominating his lane a tiny bit, because he is a Renekton. That's kind of his job to be doing. And yeah, the rest of Jing Gaming haven't really hit the points where they're powerful enough to take these fights yet.
Closer as well, having so much confidence with this Akali is a good sign here for Woohoo Gaming. He has been ganking a lot of times. Yao as well doing a really good job enabling the team and making sure the Spark comes online. Top side, 1v1, Doki is here.
Yeah, and Sani already bringing Lemon down incredibly low. Doki with a beautiful top flash. Sorry, not top flash, the Justice Punch flash, although he wasn't able to get that taunt. Lemon barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, but surviving nonetheless. You can see though that the turrets are not all too healthy on the side of Woohoo Gaming, because Jingdong are kind of more focusing on pushing them down and really looking for more macro solutions here. Sandy getting taken down low because of that, but the Chains of Corruption landing. Look at that burst damage to piercing out, doing so much, and then once just eliminating 2 people. 2 kills now for Jingdong, as well as first tower of the game. This could just accelerate their scaling.
Really good trap laid out there by JDG. They knew that August is going to be going there to defend the tower alongside with Yao, but since the turret HP is very low and 4 people was there from JDG, easy cast with the Chain of Corruption and just made the punish there on the overstaying. Let's check out that replay once again because they had no reason to stay. 361 HP. That tower is surely to fall down, and look at the damage coming in from Juju as well. Just because of the Chain of Corruption, maximizing the proc on his passive as well to maximize the damage, fully utilized as well on the crucial members there of Woohoo Gaming. Now 2,600 gold lead is present here for JDG just because of that mere you know play into the top lane that allowed them to get the middle tier 1 as well of Woohoo Gaming. Things are starting to get worrisome here for Woohoo Gaming. Let's see if they can actually come back, because again, this is a scaling lineup, but if they give so much momentum here for JDG, then it's going to be very difficult to come back.
Yeah, and now the difficulty does lie for Woohoo Gaming in that they really cannot match JDG in the macro of it all. Like now, even though Lemon may be attempting a kill on the Sandy, he's gotten him down to half health. Man still has Dominus, should be completely safe and fine to run away here. But the rest of JDG, the longer this game goes on, the harder they will scale, the more they will hurt. And even though Closer and Lemon are on scaling champions as well, it will still hurt their chances to get into these team fights in a timely manner if they're not able to dominate their lane opponents, and so far they have not been able to do that.
3,000 slowly rising up here on JDG's side. Look at the Aatrox here of 1-2-0 already on his scoreboard, and when you see that an Aatrox, it's already a nightmare for any team, regardless if they have a scaling lineup. Because Woohoo Gaming, yeah, they have Spark, you have the Corki, you have the Akali, you have the Jax, but if the Aatrox can just wreak havoc, if they can also layer the CEC, since they have the Chain of Corruption and the Heroes Enter, it's going to be very difficult for them to even contest any objective, but they are going to be trying.
Yeah, they're going to attempt it. There's this, the plot attempt from Doki, but Chain of Corruption stopping them in their tracks. There's a Hero's Entrance, but he's still incredibly low. Look at the damage from the Varus already getting the kill there, and then Sandy coming in and tearing everyone else to shreds. Feibai actually got the kill onto Closer there, and Jing Gaming, they lose nothing, they gain everything. They got 3, they lost nothing, they got the Herald as well. And with Dragon spawning up in just a few, let's take a look at how that happened.
And they had no reason to contest, honestly. Yeah, they casted so much there onto Juju, but after that, they didn't have any tool. And one response is just possible. I mean, Chain of Corruption, Heroes Enter, everything's just there. They managed to buy enough time for Feibai to just pop off. Sandy as well had a really good flank towards the side, landed the damage onto the backline members of Woohoo Gaming. They did get the Herald, so that is good here for Woohoo Gaming. But not enough to take down the tier 1 tower into the mid lane of JDG. And now JDG is setting up here into the bottom side river. They want to deny the second dragon from Woohoo Game. They also are buffed up. They have won the previous fight package.
Yeah,
Spark.
Package splits him up, but Feibai onto Lemon. He does have Death Mark. The Lemon's taking a lot of damage, but that doesn't matter here because the dragon is a target. And the Galliot's taken down to basically 1 HP. They have got 2 kills already. Woohoo Gaming have turned around this fight. Yes, it's a 1 for 2, and they got the dragon, so both big objectives the second round go to Woohoo Gaming.
Really good target selection and really good isolation as well by the members of Woohoo Gaming. They're able to zone out Juju as well, so that paved the way for them to get the dragon, get the team fight win, and now they're slowly regaining some control in this game. Again, the scaling composition gets us 3 dragons, and this is going to be a better condition for them as well. JDG had an opportunity to actually engage on them, but they kind of hesitated a little bit there. I hope you get a replay out of that, because it was an interesting fight as well. Feibai wasn't able to reach the backline as Spark was just, on fire there, free hitting at times when JDG tried to collapse on them. Good use of the package as well to deny opportunity from JDG to forever, closing the distance. 1v1 now though is, I don't think Feibai is gonna be wanting any of Lemon now, especially that he got some gold from the team fight earlier.
Yeah, now Lemon, he is getting a little bit scary, starting to scale up. That Jax late game fantasy could be happening, but look at how JDG just kind of went for it, and And Sandy actually just going to pay for it with his life. He went a little bit too deep, completely bypassed the two champions waiting in the bot lane, went for, you know, some kind of proxy attempt, and that was just not good for him at all. I don't know why he did that, but that's just so unfortunate for Sandy.
Oh man.
Still JDG ahead.
Gaming. Yep, they are still ahead. They're able to at least maintain the gold lead that they have gotten. I mean, they had a big momentum into the early game already, but full game again has taken their time. Lemon as well has been starting to be very difficult to take down, especially with the Divine Sunder, with the Blade of the Ruin King. Later on, for sure, he is going to be picking up something like a Hull Breaker as well, and some defense items so that he can just easily take down anyone with a 1 versus 1 setup. As long as Lemon is going to be able to attract some members of JDG, that is some ganks alleviated towards the other members as well. And every time these 3 champions get some space to get their gold, you know, Lemon on the Jax, Closer on the Akali, and Spark on the Corki, then that is again opportunity for scaling, opportunity for them to get stronger, deal more damage in the late game. And yeah, even if you have the Aatrox here for once, which has the best early game performance so far, if Wu Gaming gets a good burst and good CC chain on the Aatrox, Closer can just pin him down easily as that. This is still a late game Akali.
It still is a very, very scary champion to have to, you know, face in the late game, especially when you're not certain where she's going to be coming from, where Chloe's going to be flanking from. So there has to be some next level map awareness here from Jing Gaming, but you can see that the map is barely lit for either side. There's not a lot of warriors coming in for either team. JDG, 3 of them are going to be coming up here. Spark and Yao, they know that they're going to be there, but already Sandy with the engage. Can he pull this off? He's already gone golden, but there's a hero's entrance to try to make things happen. Juju from the back, raining down piercing arrows. But now Spark is going to be contesting him there. Fei Bai with the death mark going to finish off the Corki, and another finish off onto the Wukong. Lemon and Yao, the last men standing here, and they're not going to be standing for long as Lemon goes down. JDG just know how to pile onto Woohoo Gaming. They have won another team fight. This time JDG in just an insane fashion, an ace there. Finally for one. And they give the tower for that, but they get the Baron.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable, you know, engage coming in from Woo Gaming, and also target selection. Juju was very safe, and Fei Bai had a good backline access as well. One of the reasons why they were able to do that is because Lemon was busy trying to get a 1 versus 1 against one. Let's check out that replay once again, because they got caught. Yeah, that was the start of it. But actually Closer was popping off. They got caught with a chain of corruption. Look at how Juju was just safe into the backline. It was very safe because everyone was busy trying to take down the Aatrox. Spark in a vulnerable position because of Fei Bai. August as well had no way to escape, and now it's a disaster.
What a disaster. Now another disaster unfolding here in the mid lane as Juju gets so many free hits. The chains of corruption landing, the piercing arrows piercing through them. Spark on the back line going to get taken out by Fei Bai as the rest of Woohoo Gaming crumple under the pressure here. Jing Gaming will be taking a clean ace after that Baron fight, and then they're just going to barrel down for the win. The Nexus has no defenders here, and it's 16 kills to 5 for Jing Gaming.
That is a kill per minute that JDG had, and most of it was gotten in the last 2 fights. That's how crazy it is. It started really slow because they had also some scaling champion like the Aatrox, but when they got the leverage, yeah, they got punished a little bit there by Woohoo Gaming. But since Woohoo Gaming got a little too overconfident with the scaling that they had, the 2 dragon stacks, the kills that they have gotten over the past few minutes, they overextended, they got punished. Best possible positions as well for JDG to leverage down into the top lane. Got a good backstab towards Spark and Closer as well as August. And at that point in time, we already see JDG getting the Baron. They got it as well. They traded it down for it, but it doesn't even matter. They had better position towards the next fight, in which questionably Woohoo Gaming got caught once again trying to engage onto them. Yeah, you are feeling a little bit pressure, but you have to really give some space first. Wait for the Baron to dissipate. Yeah, you have to give a couple of towers, but you do have some scaling in your lineup anyway, so it doesn't really matter as long as you're able to get the farm up. If you can delay the game, then you should be able to fight back later on, but it wasn't the case. JDG wasn't letting them, and that's one of the reasons why JDG is such just a strong team here in the CN conference.
Yeah, if you get them in any sort of edge, they will take the whole mile. And it's so dangerous to, you know, to go up against JDG in that context. It's not just because, you know, it's not just because they're strong, because, you know, everybody knows that they're strong. It's because every single opportunity they can take, they take it. I mean, you leave Aatrox open, once is gonna pick it. You leave Varus open, Juju. There is no good way to counter the game plan of Jing Gaming, especially in this context, because look, they counter pick the Jax in the top lane, and Fei Bai just had so much more effective roams. Look at that, 4-0 and 4 on the Zed compared to Closer, who even with the Akali approaching that mid to late game spike was not really able to do a lot, because the rest of Woohoo Gaming just kind of were not able to enable the Akali assassination attempts.
I mean, it all boils down towards the junglers again, right? We didn't really feel that much presence from August, despite his Wukong priority as well. We have seen more of a prowess coming from once with his Aatrox wrecking havoc, especially with the early momentum that he has gotten. I mean, 2-0 at the very beginning is really just a way to jumpstart this Aatrox to attract a lot of people here on the side of Woohoo Gaming to try and take him down. And with that as well, it became a strategy for JDG to utilize, to provide now Juju the opportunity to just free hit, since he also is just being protected by Doki with a hero's entrance, and Fei Bai as well, just really good on this Zed. And again, Aatrox, I think after this game, now Once has a 5-0 performance with this, so hasn't lost a single game on this Aatrox. That is how good he is on this champion.
Yeah, you cannot give it to him even once. I just wanted to make that fun. But yeah, the Aatrox, while it has not been a huge priority pick for a lot of teams because of, yeah, we did talk about how everyone's kind of adapting to the, you know, the Aatrox, it still was a huge part of the victory here for Jing Gaming, because Once was able to utilize it and really wasn't shut down at all. It's still going to be Juju with his 8th MVP here, being the linchpin of this composition in the Varus. 5-1-9, so much damage done, and he was able to stay so much safer in these team fights than we saw in the first match with Demon Kite's own Varus. And you gotta wonder what the difference is between those two players.
I mean, right now we're seeing so much progress on the side of JDG. Juju, very phenomenal on this Varus. He also is very good on the Zoe in the other champions he has been using in the whole of the WRL. Let's see if Woohoo Gaming can stand a better chance this time. Back against the wall, back to the drawing board. JDG on match points. We are going in a short break. We'll be back after this one.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2. Here it is, Jing Gaming at match point versus Woohoo Gaming. And we'll see if Woohoo Gaming can pull us to game number 3 like in the first match. So let's go to the picks and bans. I'm Jing, coming at you with me is Gian.
Are you ready? We're ready! We want to see Weibo Gaming push this to a game number 3. We are seeing also a substitution. Maybe Mikey is gonna be going back in as Yao gets substituted out. Yeah, this is gonna be the necessary change. Yao had some really good initiations a while ago, but looks like they want to experiment a little bit towards Mikey this time around. So possible Gragas priority this time by Woohoo Gaming. Maybe also an Alistar to be picked up here as a response against JDG, but still both of the teams gonna be retaining on their side during game number 1. JDG on blue, Woohoo Gaming on red. Aatrox should be banned away, G10? Yeah, well, they answered it immediately.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Absolutely.
You cannot give this one to once.
Yes.
He's one of the more proficient Aatroxes in the league. Some teams, they do pick that champion up just because he's strong, but they don't really know how to play to his strengths. But Varus being unbanned here, of course, Juju's gonna go for that once again. But the Nautilus into Akali again. Woohoo still trying to make that work. Maybe this time Closer can do a better job at it. But once going for the Olaf instead.
Very fast pickings here actually from both sides. As if they are going for a speed run on this. But Olaf, yeah, coming through here for JDG. A while ago, they even banned away this champion away from August, and now they're early first picking this. This should be interesting, especially with the performance of Once earlier onto the Aatrox. Looks like he wants to accelerate this game even further, and since they have picked up the Varus, Gragas has been denied. Nobody can actually stop this Olaf.
Yeah, this Olaf could just be running rampant. I mean, even with the Nautilus there, once that Ragnarok pops, there's nothing really stopping him from accessing that back line. Now, it's still going to be the Corki here for Woohoo Gaming. Going to be putting that on Spark, which I don't 100% agree with, especially when you're going up against Juju's Varus. But you know, we'll see. Maybe they can pull it off this time.
Wow, yeah, the Zend has been banned away, but you know what? Someone can just pop off as similar as this champion. The Riven can be utilized in the mid lane too. I mean, even the Renekton can be used in the mid lane. We have seen that even in our previous game during Nigma Galaxy against Weibo Gaming. And now, this is the champion we have been talking about earlier as well. The Alistar, in which, well, we have seen the Galio, the Gragas, the Nautilus being taken away already, so that means that we have to really adjust accordingly. And we have seen a lot of really good Alistars lately as well. But this set can actually prove worthy as well. You know why? Because Garen is here on Woohoo Gaming. Nautilus as well. If you land just one showstopper onto either the Garen or the Nautilus, you can just suddenly push them into the backline members of Woohoo Gaming and threaten them into a pace breaker, into that one serious punch.
Yes, sir. That is one of the things that you can really do here in a composition just like this. And you can even deny August. You know, even if he gets that Fate Seal onto members of your team, you can deny him by just showstoppering him right back away. It is very difficult for Woohoo Gaming to actually get in on these champions of Jingdong Gaming. So I want to see how, you know, they can get ahead in that early to mid game, because that is going to be, I think, the window where they might be able to gap some of these champions from JDG.
Oh man, it's going to be very tough here for Woohoo Gaming. Big adaptation again by JDG, especially with that set. Yeah, Closer has his hands on the Akali once again. Spark as well onto the Corki. August has the Yone, but they have to be very careful of the onslaught again by JDG. This is a composition that doesn't hold back. They go in, everybody goes in, nobody gets out.
And can anybody really get out once they've been committed to by Jingdong Gaming? Is we do see two very committal teams as well. There is some exit strategy on the side of Woohoo Gaming for, you know, the Akali, the Yone, but generally for Jingdong Gaming, for them, once they're in, they're in. There's no out. And yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong here for Jingdong Gaming if they are put behind and they're not able to really, you know, win those engagements when they do commit all in.
Aftershock for the set, of course. It's a counterplay whenever it goes in with the face breaker, with the showstopper as well. Look at how much late game or like consistent DPS that JDG wants to have here in this game. Conqueror on the Riven and to the Olaf. Kraken Slayer onto the Renekton. Very aggressive runes here on every single member of JDG. Pretty standard, I would say. But in everything considered, it's very dangerous here for Woohoo Gaming. They need to find a way to cripple down Sandy early into the game. Maybe prevent once as well to get the objectives as well.
Oh!
Whoa! Had that Phosphorus Bomb connect, that would have been first blood. Spark! They're starting to really pop. He learned from Chi.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You know who's not learning a little bit? The Woohoo Gaming. They are going to be engaging now onto Faye Bias. Wow, they actually did learn how early game aggression. It's almost like they heard me casting and saying you got to be engaging early and really gapping these champions of JDG. And they're listening, man. This could be Woohoo Gaming if they keep this up, if they keep this pressure up. They may be looking at closing this game out as quickly as possible before, you know, JDG start to scale up. August on the Yone, he is going to bully Sandy out of the river, going to deny that Skull Crab take. And really, it's, I do quite like the way that Woohoo Gaming is now. They're being a little bit more proactive. Not a lot, but just a little bit, just enough to make JDG think twice.
Early game win conditions here for Woohoo Gaming. They have the Nautilus, so against the set, he is performing better, I would say as well. Because one of the components of the set, one of the requirements for the set to actually win is that he becomes target selected, so that he can fully utilize the haymaker in terms of like the damage on his crit. But since a while ago, Feibai was the one who gets target selected here by Woohoo Gaming, he couldn't really do anything aside from, you know, trying to punch and also trying to use the face breaker, in which it did not connect it onto closer as well. So Mikey has now the better impact so far in this early game.
Yeah, and ooh, a good attempt there by Mikey with the Reg Light, but now August is in there. He's got the fate sealed, and it's Feibai whose fate will be sealed here. It's Closer who gets that kill, and the Akali may become a big problem here for Jingdong Gaming if they're not able to keep Closer in check. Ooh, Juju almost down as well. The missile almost taking him down. Oh, wow. These two are just going at each other's throats in the bot lane.
I'm liking the improvement here of Spark.
Oh, that was a good attempt there into the Dredge Light, but now Feibai is there. Mikey forced to flash away. What is happening? It's just fight after fight here.
Yeah, suddenly Woohoo Gaming is the one like instigating the fights, initiating the fights, and making sure that JDG feels the pressure here in this early game. Even in a 1v1 perspective, Spark is winning against Juju in a Corki versus Battles matchup. And that is just, you know, an improvement here by Woohoo Gaming. This is something that we wanted to see from them. Give JDG a proper fight, and they're doing it right now. Even Lemon is providing pressure here against Sunny, because again, this is a Garen. Can just easily silence the Riven to prevent the full utilization of his skills as well. And Woohoo Gaming is fully aware of that too. August, very consistent on the farming, very consistent on ganks as well. Nearly landed Fate Sealed onto Feibai a while ago, but still allowed Woohoo Gaming to get that first kill. It's just so good here for Woohoo Gaming. What they can translate this now is onto objective pressure. If they can get, you know, the early pick off, because JDG for sure is going to be grouping up as well, but Woohoo Gaming has the better team fighting potential. If they get the kill on to Juju or onto Feibai, that can signal them to get more and more.
It could, it really could, because now if Woohoo Gaming, if they are able to bully Feibai a little bit, this could snowball very drastically in their favor. And with Spark being a lot more aggressive, a lot more proactive on that court game. I know we use this word a lot, but it is the right word. This could sense many opportunities for Woohoo Gaming as they find another catch onto Doki. That shield is absolutely huge. Lemon kind of mistiming that justice, but he will just barely live. Doki, oh no, he wasn't able to get the honey fruit in time. Lemon is just barely able to take him down. And that is another kill for Woohoo Gaming and the Herald control. They will take that first big objective, while JDG left to pick up the pieces and take the Drake instead.
Yep, they can use the RH now into the top lane. Signals coming through there as well, because they have damaged the tower early on already into the top lane. So now with August lingering there into the top lane, use the RH. They have JDG as well into the bottom lane, trying to respond accordingly. But with the RH, the Shin bashes tower, 55 HP. Oh, quite unfortunate.
Not quite. Very, very close, but no cigar there for Woohoo Gaming. Almost securing the first tower. I mean, that would be a huge win if they were able to. Once now, kind of counter jungling, just gonna smite it out, not let Lemon really get to an opportunity to fight him there. Now, Mikey gonna be coming up here looking for something.
Oh,
okay. So we're gonna miss.
We were excited for the engage, but then
I was
okay.
Yeah. In Tagalog we call that nauntog.
Nauntog. Soryakin.
Soryakin. But yeah, this tower gonna be going down now. Pre 7 minutes. So yeah, it was taking a lot less damage from the champions. Still able to take it out, and that extends the lead here for Woohoo Gaming quite a bit. They're now 2,000 gold up.
Yep, this is the thing we have been asking for here for Woohoo Gaming. JDG now has to respond accordingly. The set pick hasn't really been on point just yet. It's very difficult to make this work, honestly, because you need the perfect lineup for the showstopper. Unlike the Nautilus, like, you just catch someone with the dredge line, catch in with the depth charge as well, land the proper CC as well onto all members with your passive, and then you're gonna be good. But for the set, it's very different. You really need to line up the members here of Woohoo Gaming before you use that showstopper, and that creates some sort of hesitation here for Doki whenever they try to retaliate, and JDG is losing more opportunities as the time goes by. Because Mikey is just being very proactive across the map. Feiba is feeling the pressure here of Lemon. I believe we have the Hull Breaker on this Garen already. In fact, he does not yet. Just the Black Cleaver picked up for now. But later on, we're sure Hull Breaker gonna be picked up, and that will provide Woohoo Gaming to have the side lane priority as well.
Yeah. Now, look where Closer is. He's not even anywhere near this fight, but Mikey's the one who engages already with the dredge line into the depth charge. But the showstopper brings back the jungler and immediately gets bursted down. That is one pick that JDG will be happy to walk away with as they send Feibai down into the bottom lane to deal with the split push threat. Woohoo Gaming, they were the ones who engaged, but they weren't the ones who came out on top of that. But still, they are going to be the ones who are more aggressive on the counter jungle. So let's see that again.
Yeah, Mikey tried to engage onto Juju, which is good. Good proper timing on this fight as well. But look at Doki. Big interruption. Face breaker into the showstopper, then follow up by once as well. Completely denying the synergy there of August to follow up onto the engage there by Mikey. Yeah. And now, JDG able to finally find their groove back. That is how you win a team fight. That is how you counter WHG.
Exactly. A little bit touch and go now for JDG, but they can still bring this back in their favor. They can find more team fights like that. You know, I think the most important thing is that Closer should not be involved in these fights, because if he is, Jing Gaming, they have so many, avenues to think about. Where is Akali going to be coming from? Do we focus Closer down? Do we showstopper Closer even to try to get him and isolate him in this fight? But now the Rift Herald may be the objective that they're going to contest now. Once just barely making it into the river area before he gets smited down. But now another engage here onto Doki. He's the one who goes in and facebreaker into the big shield, into Sani at the back. He's absolutely tearing them apart, but he's the one who actually gets taken out. At least it's a 1-for-1, but it was the support for the top laner. So Jing Gaming still going to go for more here. They found a catch onto Lemon. He's not going to be able to spin out of that one. Another kill. Very opportunistic here from Jing Gaming.
Yeah, what was Lemon doing there? I mean, he knew perfectly that there were people there. Had vision as well, because they had a tier 1 tower. So he walked right onto his death. It could have been just a 1-for-1 in which Closer actually had a really good backline access there. Sani got taken out. They got the kill onto the Nautilus as well. A 1-for-1 trade, but they got the RH already, which could have signaled better position for WHG to take the position into the bottom side river. But then Lemon got taken out. So you can just know that JDG will be getting the second dragon.
I just think he wasn't respecting the positioning there of JDG, but it's actually Woohoo Gaming who are still in the better position here for this dragon. They have committed to it, but Doki's the one first. The tip of the spear, Chain of Corruption, blocking Mikey down. There's a showstopper onto Lemon, but the Demolition Justice will take him out. By now going very low, but Sani, he's in the mix, he's in the fight. It's sadly not able to really influence it by killing anybody, but with Juju raining down piercing arrows, it is Woohoo Gaming who have lost their position here in the Dragon Pit. It's still a kill for Woohoo Gaming. They come out net positive from that, but they're not able to commit onto this dragon very safely. Once it's still there, he's still got Ragnarok available, I believe. I don't think he used it. So this could still turn ugly for Woohoo Gaming if they commit hard here. Now, they are going to be going. There's Chains of Corruption onto Spark, but he dodges out on the piercing arrow, and Feibai will be able to live there even though through the Fate Sealed, and it's going to be secured once again by the Yone. Now just Spark outplaying Juju, but Doki with the Flash Ignite will at least make it an even trade 1-for-1, but that was just the nastiest Corky outplay that I have seen so far. The rest of JDG, they are going to focus onto Mikey. They're going to burst him down. Closer in August not really able to do much about it because they were just a little bit too far away.
Mechanical mistake coming in from August as well. He wanted his soul unbound, beyond the cliff, but wasn't able to do it. And that created the number problem there by Woohoo Gaming. JDG then picked up the kill, picked up a tower as well. Not really the better end here for Woohoo Gaming. Let's check out that fight, because yeah, Spark had a really good 1v1 against Juju. Chain of Corruption was used, but good dodge by the Valkyrie. Even was, even being down in terms of HP, he was still able to win that 1v1, though he just landed the ignite to finish up the kill. Woohoo Gaming got the dragon, lost bottom lane fight though, so JDG still is being able to collect some scraps here against Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and the scraps at the very least are, evened up here in terms of kills. Still, in terms of hours, Woohoo Gaming have, one less, but in the gold department, they're pretty much dead even. However, Closer is very far ahead of his late opponent, 5,000 gold ahead now. Going to secure that tower for Woohoo Gaming, putting themselves back into the lead by a significant margin. It almost disappeared, but now it's completely turned around. 1.7k for Woohoo Gaming now. Wow.
Woohoo Gaming, they're banking so much on Closer, banking so much on their late game scaling. They have 3 champions scaling here on their side. So JDG has to be very meticulous in their approach here. And they have been very careful, I would say. Not really just recklessly going in, not really just relying on just aggressive engages. Even once is respecting the possible damages he's going to be taking from the members of WHG. And at most, it's just Juju on the Varus that is having a bit of a hard time landing the shots here, especially on that instance against Spark earlier. So a bit of a mishap for JDG, but nothing to be, worried about regardless. Now they're making a proactive play in top lane.
Yes, very, very proactive, but it's still Lemon who gets the first kill there. Demacia and Justice going to be raining down. Faye Bai not really, prepared to be the target of these skills, man. He's a little bit too squishy for a Renekton that we kind of did not expect here.
Yeah, it's been a free kill coming in from JDG, but that suddenly the damage from the Garen was there, and then wham! Imagine Justice, yeah, he got traded out, but okay.
That was kind of all she wrote there for Faye Bai. And as a Renekton, you have to be tanky as well. You can build full damage, but you need to be able to balance it out. You have to be able to have still effective health, with your healing. And he just was not able to do that. This Garen does surprising amounts of damage, and because he had Hullbreaker, it just kind of multiplied as he was getting piled on by the rest of JDG's members. Now, they're going to be a little late to defending this. Juju with the Chain of Corruption, a swing and a miss, but the Dredge line will not be missing Doki here, so the wave will be cleared. Great attempt at a siege by Woohoo Gaming, but that does mean that they are going to be positioning towards this Baron instead. Sandy may have been found here by Closer, but I don't think Closer is going to commit all too hard to trying to go for a kill on that slippery Riven.
A very close game, I would say. 16 minutes, goal lead relatively even. Dragons as well, objective-wise. By both sides. Woohoo Gaming investing a lot on the tops or the upper echelon of the map, while JDG is investing more towards the bottom right of the map as well. I think they want to get that last dragon for themselves. It is very important, especially that it is an ocean dragon for the sustain. But if Woohoo Gaming gets this is going to be a massive win condition for them. Immense durability and sustain is going to be present or unlocked here for Woohoo Gaming if ever. Especially on the Akali, especially on the Yone, and even the Corki. Oh man, JDG has to deny them of this. They are, positioning very well into the spot side river. They have the priority. Can they actually bait them in though is the question. They are denying some vision as well. August is charging up his Mortal Steel. As the knock-up, it's checking the area.
This is gonna be a little bit touchy there. It really depends on if Juju's able to land this chain of corruption. If he's able to land those piercing arrows as well. Mikey will be the tip of the spear here for Woohoo Gaming. Lemon may be looking for a way in, but this dragon has been started. Once is there. He's got Ragnarok available, but look at the the top laners going up to split push there. Sani and Lemon, but no, they've already made their way in. The steal actually happening. It's Sen who does it. Doki coming in with a showstopper, and he gets away with it. But no, Lemon comes in and says, "Justice onto you," as Sani starts shredding through the health bars here. Stasis onto members. Closer looking for a kill onto Juju, but Juju gets away scot-free, clean, and the piercing arrow almost taking Closer down. And JDG, this is the inch that they've been given. They will take this mile as Sani just barges down the Akali, takes him out of the fight of the game, and that's an ace for one and the Dragon Seal. They only lost the support there. Jing Gaming have turned this around.
Long death timers. JDG can just end this.
They're looking
Woohoo Gaming could have gotten the better end than that, but as JDG unlocked the sustain with the Ocean Drake, they managed to stay alive, got the better target selection and the burst as well, and suddenly the game is ended. 2-0 victory by Jing Gaming.
And that is what I mean by you cannot give them an inch or they will take a mile. That was JDG. They saw the hesitation. They saw the members of Woohoo Gaming going on the Drake, and they were like, all right, this is the moment. And they took that moment, immediately ran with it. You saw how committed they were to that fight. Doki came in, stole that Drake, went for the big shield, broke faces, stopped the show, and it just looked so clean, so good for Jing Gaming. And after that fight, they just went straight for the end. No hesitation at all. And that is what I love about this team. But Woohoo Gaming still have a lot to learn about their fellow Chinese conference teams.
I mean, they were starting to adapt. They were starting to be very comfortable, very aggressive as well. During the laning phase, we saw them really proactive, and Spark even got, almost 2 kills there onto Juju just in the laning phase, forcing him to be as, safe as always and be back alongside with the tower. Even got a solo kill onto him, but everything didn't matter when JDG got the steal. Props to Doki. This guy got the dragon for them when both junglers missed the proper timing on the smite. And after that, JDG had the better sustain. Woohoo Gaming got a little bit desperate, engaging onto the other members of JDG, and they got too deep. Spark got closed out, Closer as well got taken out. And there was nothing anymore that August can do because he used already the Fate Shield, and it didn't really burst the members of JDG. That allowed JDG to get the reset, get the better position, and get the better counter play, and just win the fight and just take on the game with one single push.
Yeah, and that was an absolutely beautiful steal there from Doki. I mean, it won't give him the MVP, I don't think, but he was definitely instrumental in cementing that fight for Jing Gaming with that beautiful showstopper at the final team fight. And that just tiny pixel of health that Juju was left with, was also a testament to how calculated that fight was for Jing Gaming. They were like, all right, we know how to engage, we know how much damage we can do, and we know when to pull back. And Woohoo Gaming, once that dragon was stolen, they were like, okay, we have no choice but to go in. But you could see that there were some miscommunications there. Not everybody was on the exact same page, and Jing Gaming took 100% advantage of it.
Yeah, and JDG, right now, they are going to be sitting very comfortably in their spot once more. Woohoo Gaming, it is going to be a tough ride for them. Prior to the series, they're sitting at 9th spot in the CN conference, and after this, they only have a couple of games left. 3 games in total against Rare Atom, against FPX, and against Nova Esports. So the chances are getting slimmer and slimmer by the day goes by, and it's going to be a tough challenge for them. Again, they just want to qualify for top 8. It's so difficult for them to do so, but hopefully they find a way to recover themselves after this loss against JDG. because they have improved a lot. Honestly, Woohoo Gaming has improved a lot, especially with the performance of Spark. I can still remember him getting bullied so much that it forced Mikey to actually help him out just in the laning phase. But in this game, we have seen him just really confident, really aggressive as well, and almost had the win here for Woohoo Gaming to take us to game number 3. But everything didn't matter. JDG showed much promise, better execution, the best possible time, just what you said. Just 1 inch will be taken as a mile here by JDG, and they took it 2-0.
Yeah, and that was just kind of the story of a lot of these Chinese teams. You know, they wait for the perfect moment, and actually it is Doki who gets that MVP. That was a very good steal on that dragon, his 3rd MVP. And as well, the showstoppers and the face breakers were really on point. His presence with the set was very much felt, with a 73% kill participation there. I really gotta say that last team fight really was on Doki's shoulders.
That's one of the reasons why I love the set as a support. You have the comeback ability just with your showstopper, with your face breaker, with your haymaker as well. Just a combination is just so good, and JDG had a dominating 2-0 as well. Congratulations to them. Kudos to Woohoo Gaming for putting up a good fight. Next up, we have Cerberus Esports versus FPX. Definitely saving a really good game for last.
Yeah, and hopefully you guys are excited for that too. But for now, we'll be taking a short break. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. We'll see you for the last match of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLC conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Sunners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're still watching WRLA Week 9, day number 2 here. I'm Jing coming at you with me is Gian, and we are at the last match of the day. Cerberus Esports versus Fun plus Phoenix.
Oh man, it's going to be a tough one, I would say, because, well, Cerberus Esports, similar to Woohoo Gaming, they want to catch up to qualify for the playoffs. They are now on 5th spot in the APAC conference. FPX as well, on the other hand, is trying to climb up the ladder here in the CN conference. They're sitting at the 10th spot right now with a 4-8 scoreline. So it's going to be a tough one for both teams. Naturally, we are going to be, leaning towards the CN team given their massive amount of experience and also their incredible performance over this whole of regular season. Also, FPX so far has been really performing quite well, despite their loss today. But let's compare them for the meantime. We have Cerberus Esports still with the same composition, same lineup. We don't have Meliodas yet to help and aid the team here. We have Y1 though leading the charge here, and they have recently won against Fennel in a reverse sweep last Friday. It has been, investing on the scaling side more, which is given them better win conditions towards the late game scaling, and also has been showing more discipline in the macro plays and in the team fight. So they're looking strong right now, basically.
Yeah, but you know who isn't looking all too strong at the moment? It's Fun plus Phoenix. I mean, they have had some good performances earlier on, but their past 4 matches have been loss after loss after loss after loss. And you can't help but think, what is going on here? And will they even have a chance to take Cerberus Esports down? Because Cerberus Esports, they are on the cusp of contending for the playoffs. They have 2 wins to their name. And if they win here, they may actually, knock Enigma Galaxy or Naos Esports down just 1 peg, as they might bring themselves up there to that playoffs contention. So, if FPX though, if they don't perform, then I think that it is it's going to be very, very difficult for them to even make a case for their playoffs, their playoff spot.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports, looking at the SAS, this is kind of surprising, right? Because we see first Herald, first Tower better for Cerberus Esports. That's how proactive they are in wanting to accelerate the game so they can get their scaling unlocked even faster. First Dragon though is a little bit on the end here of Fun plus Phoenix, and if we compare their blue side and red side performance, we see a contrast on both teams. Cerberus Esports has more on red side, 6 out of 2, meanwhile FPX has more on blue side. So that can be, a little bit of a handshake, a gentleman's handshake here for both teams. Cerberus Esports would want to be on red, FPX wants to be on blue. It would depend on our, again, representative for the fight for side, because we have Taku and Chow battling it out later on. But it's also important to take note FPX's performance recently, because similar to the other games that they had, the losses they had against Thunder Talk, Naos, Weibo Gaming, and JDG, They are still known to be very aggressive, highly aggressive, but sometimes it translates into like recklessness. And we have to really talk about our Baron laners in this one, because Taku is still very much formidable with his Riven and Renekton performance, and Fado's creative, champions can actually work here in this matchup. At one time, we have seen him with a Quirky, actually had an MVP performance with his. Will he use it again? I don't think so, but I'm just excited to see what Fado is going to be bringing to the table against Cerberus Esports.
You know, it will most likely be either a Riven or a Jax. It's actually interesting because for Fado, in the last 3 matches that FPX had, he basically pretty much only played Riven out of, 7 matches he played Riven, or 7 games he played Riven 5 times, Renekton once, and Jax once. So very much a Riven specialist here, but so it's kind of so is Taku, though. He does have some other good picks as well. Not playing Riven as often, but he has been playing Riven, quite a lot too. So that champion could be a very contentious pick here for these 2 Baron laners.
Yeah, Taku, even during the 30-second Southeast Asia games, right? His Riven has been known to be just very effective, and even the likes of Nigma Galaxy has to either ban it out or steal that champion away, just so that Taku won't be at his prime condition as well. And in this case, I think he's going to be looking to channel the same energy towards this game against FPX. Because I mean, FPX, we really need to see a team that can stand a really good chance on them on the APAC side to outmatch them in the early game aggression. So far, we have seen one team, Now's Esports, was able to take them down in 2-0 fashion, right? During day number 30. So it is possible to take down this team, but they have been showing developments as well, good adaptations in their strategies, and just maintaining their usual aggressive playstyle. We're having some sort of restraint on it, so that they won't be as reckless as they normally would be before.
Yeah, and I mean, recklessness is something that can be a positive force if if it's controlled. You can be very aggressive, you can be a little bit reckless, but you have to make sure that you're not risking too much every single time, right? So with all that being said, I mean, the fight for side still has to go through. It's going to be Taku versus Chow here. And maybe it is going to be FPX's a little bit of reckless nature that can bring them this W against FPX.
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由西贡 CES 战队对阵 FunPlus 战队。西贡 CES 战队的团战有余，但是资源不足，他们将如何优化这个问题？而 FunPlus 呢，在本赛季为我们带来了许多精彩的表现，我们相信他们将继续在之后的每场比赛中拼尽全力证明自我。接下来呢，就让我们一起进入到这场精彩的对局中。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Saigon Cerberus Esports versus FunPlus Phoenix. The Cerberus is good at the team fight but lack of objectives. So how can they optimize it? And FunPlus has taken many surprising moments for us in the season. We believe they're gonna keep trying and prove themselves.接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Saigon Cerberus Esports and FunPlus Phoenix.
Các bạn sẽ nhớ tên tất cả thành viên trong team tôi bắt đầu kể từ ngày hôm nay, hoặc là các bạn sẽ thua mà không biết ai đã thắng.
Wow， 不好意思，真记不住，过个6·1儿童节吧。
That reminds me actually of a song that involves a lot of percentages. It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated
Oh,
power of will.
oh.
Exactly. And then 100% reason to remember the names of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah! I may not know the full lyrics, but I get the message. And Fun Plus Phoenix, they get a message as well. Looks like they are unshaken
首先，让我
though
们有
with
请
what
Fun Plus
Cerberus
战队登
Esports
场，
has
欢迎
said
单人路选手
towards them.
In the Solo Lane
And
法
they
斗。
have the confidence. Again, this is a team that is just very deadly. Looks like well, I'm just looking forward to see the teams that
下
be
面有
on the
请打野
stage
选手
facing
In
against
the
these
jungle， 清
formidable
风
teams
16。
face to face. It will be a long time before we see it because we have to start our playoffs first, and it's only the top 2
接下来，让我们有
that
请中
will
路
be
选
able
手
to fly into
And the
stage
Million
and
Sky FL。
face them head on.
Yeah, that will be something to look out for here in the WRLA. Of course, you need to be very,
接下来，让我们有请
very
射手
good
选手
to
the
secure your
Dueling
spot in the
A30.
playoffs and be able to fly off to China to actually compete on stage with the with the rest of the players here. So I do want to
最
see
后，让我们有请
if
辅助选手 And the
I
support
do want to see
Chao
if any Filipino team can make it to that top 2 spot. But right now it's Cerberus Esports who have the ball in their court.
再次欢迎
And
Fun
they
Plus 战
do
队，有请
need
进
to
入对
perform
战期
because
进
they
行
are
准
just
备。
on the
接下来
cusp
呢，让我们有
there
请
of
Saigon CES 战队亮
great.
相。
They
首
are
先欢迎
just
单
a
人路选手
tiny,
In the Solo
tiny
Lane
bit
特库。
more to be you just need one
下面
more
有
win
请
to be
打
able
野
to
选
actually
手
contend
In the
and have the
jungle
same
Y1
number of match wins as Now Esports. So now they do have
下
less
面有请中路选手
losses.
And the Million
So
BMM。
this could they
Same
may yeah it could still be the
下面
same
有请
score.
射手选手 In the Dueling Genzo。
No, they have the same losses in number of games, right? They have less losses in
最后有请辅助选
number
手
of
And the
games, but the
support
matches
panel。
loss score is the same. So even if Cerberus Esports win
双方
this,
战队已经集结完
they
毕，让我们一
might
起进入到
not
召唤师峡谷之
actually
中。
knock
Our
Now
players are
Esports
getting
out
ready
of
for their
playoffs
into the world.
contention yet. So there is a lot that can go right and or wrong for Cerberus Esports here, but they definitely need to win this match in order to keep their playoff stream alive.
I mean, at this point, right, every single game matters. Because
Yes.
we're coming really close to the conclusion of the regular season. 2 weeks. That is a total of 10 days, including yesterday, I would say. So it's now, 7 days left after this one. And our teams, like for example, Cerberus Esports, they only have 3 more matches after this. 1 against Nigma Galaxy, 1 against Invade, and 1 against Team Flash. That's how close it is right now. For FPX, they only have 2 after this one. One against Race Esports and 1 against Woohoo Gaming. So they really have to make every single game count to get the maximum chance of qualifying for the playoffs. Taku and Chow has a big responsibility to again provide the team with a side selection priority, but given the position that they are in, like both teams can just have a handshake in like Cerberus Esports getting on red side and FPX getting on blue side. I think they can just have a little bit of fun here. Akali and Yasuo gonna be hovered here. Looks like Taku wants to get his hands on the emo samurai.
Yes, sir. The original samurai here for League of Legends, and a very classic champion as well. Yeah, Taku definitely wants to get his hands on that. Well, Akali in a 1v1 is still very, very deadly. Chow, not a stranger.
What do you vote? I go for a Yasuo.
I would say Yasuo too.
Let's go Team Yasuo.
I'm thinking it's Team Yasuo, man, because I mean, look at the Yasuo history we've had lately. I mean, it was Nova Esports Neon with the godlike Yasuo that may be giving inspiration to some of these players, Taku specifically, to pick it up here in the 1 versus 1 in the fight for side. But just kind of a shout out over to Neon, who absolutely wowed us with a 2-0 Yasuo match the other week, Friday I think it was. And man, you guys, if you haven't seen it, please watch the VOD. It is incredible the way that that man piloted the feast or famine champion into, the biggest feast, 2-0 against OMG.
I mean, long as well, right? With the Wukong hat. I mean, it's one of our highlight, week number 7 or week number 8 highlight videos. If you haven't watched that video yet, it is on our Facebook. It is on the Facebook page of Wild Rift, and also on the YouTube channel that you are watching right now on the live stream. So make sure to check it out. But also, let's check out the matchup right now. In the fight for side, Taco on the Yasuo, Xiao on the Akali. Both of us agree that we want the Yasuo to win. We are just inspired with talented Yasuo players, but we cannot discount Xiao's Akali as well. This champion can just pierce through anyone when he gets his item. I think he's going to be a little patient in the early game, just land the 5 point strikes onto Taco to, reset the shield and just deal a bit of poke onto him as well to get the leverage. Also has decent wave clear to manage the wave. I think it's going to be an even game here for both players.
Yeah, I'd say that, this is kind of a classic matchup, but it's still a very skill-intensive matchup. We're going to be loading into the Howling Abyss here, and if you guys don't know what the fight for side is for, it's so that we get the side selection priority here. Whoever wins the 1v1 will give their team the option to pick the side for the entire match. So this could be very, very important when it comes to that banning phase. And actually, Taku not starting with a Q, starting instead with the E, gonna be sliding through. And actually, the damage does scale. If you dash through 2 minions before dashing through the champion, you get more damage from that E. And of course, with Yasuo being able to just stack that windshield up, this he could have some very free trades at level 1. Xiao does hit level 2 before he does. Now Taku still with the auto attacks. He doesn't care about Xiao hitting the first level up, but so aggressive immediately.
Yeah, forces the exhaust. Who uses the ignite, so it is a trade of summoner spells here, both sides. And we have seen really good talented Yasuo players just using the dash or leveling up the dash at level 1 so that you can maximize the pokes as well, in and out as well. Baits out the 5 points of Xiao, using it onto him instead of the minion, so now he is able to crash the wave, able to go back into the base with freedom as well, and some damage into the tower. So it is a sizable win that he is getting right now. He won't get the plate though, is kind of sad. That could have been gold injected towards him, but regardless, is able to be the one to get items first. Maybe you can crash in another wave and get a couple of plates after, because Xiao will need to go back into the base after collecting some gold eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiao having to play a little bit on the back foot here against Taku is not exactly what he wants, but once that level 5 hits, once he's able to get that perfect execution going, it should be a lot more even of a fight. And then it just depends on whether or not Xiao will be able to actually dodge out on Taku's Steel Tempest Tornadoes. But Taku actually taking a surprising amount of damage there from just the basic Akali skills. We'll have to take this heal Fawn now to be able to stay in this lane.
He is going to fall back a little bit. This time around, Xiao is able to crash a tower crash a wave into the tower here of Taku. Taku still not feeling that much pressure, able to still get the CS taken out and also land the shots there onto Xiao with knock up.
Yeah, but the exhaust and ignite both come out, and no big commitment there by Taku, because he might have actually lost that if he committed hard or committed too hard. As Xiao does decide to go back, Taku is still deciding to stay. A little bit ballsy here, but he should be able to get at least half of this minion wave, maybe clear it all before Xiao is able to come back into lane. So he should get a better back, and come back to lane with more combat efficiency.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough one actually here for Taku than I expected. Xiao being very efficient on the pokes there, and able to threaten him with an engage, especially when he lands that shuriken toss onto him. Now at level 5, perfect execution is online. Yeah, Taco has the last breath, but he needs to be very careful when engaging. Good pokes coming in. Chao responding accordingly. Every time that Hurricane is down, Chao is going to be closing the distance.
Yeah, and Taku he's actually made his way onto that health font onto the side of Chao, and you can see the respect that Chao is giving. Okay, the wind wall comes up. Look at that one hit from Taku, taking pretty much 20% of Chao's health. I don't think that was even a Steel Tempest. That was just an auto attack, wasn't it? He goes for the ignite immediately. This does mean that he can't dive under the tower, but the plate does still go to Taku. That is so much domination in this lane from the Yasuo, just using a skill set to the fullest. The shield, the dashes from level 1. He's going to be building up a Steel Tempest here, and Chao taking so much damage already immediately. The Steel Tempest Tornado will miss, though, but he may still be able to get this fight, actually, with the Wind Wall, and then the auto attack Steel Tempest bring Chao down to about 10% health. Taku, will he just come into it? Yes, he will! Whoa! There's a Steel Tempest into the last breath. He gets that kill. Does not make it out. Just, the minions were the ones who took him out, but 1 for 1 now. Though this tower is looking mighty juicy. 1300 health. It's still definitely Taku who has more gold.
Ooh, Taku going for the Solari Charge Blade, going for the big bursting damage here onto Chao. And as long as he gets the damage done, that is going to be really good here for the Yasuo. Looks like a good investment for the crit chance here. Again, yeah, Chao does have really good sustain, especially with the Rift Maker, but he has to be very careful now.
Yep, and Chao is not being very careful at all, although Taku's the one who has to be a little bit careful there. Here's the last breath, though, with the Steel Tempest. And it's perfect execution of the tower. The tower actually helps out Taku to win the 1v1. 2 kills, but that could have gone either way there if the tower didn't help. And that's going to be Cerberus Esports with side selection priority.
But the tower did help, and that paved the way for Taku to win the 1 versus 1. Now, Cerberus Esports has the opportunity for the side selection. Which side they are going to be picking up, we will know later on. But we did discuss, you know, the previous history of Cerberus Esports and FPX based on the stats. They can just go on a handshake. Cerberus Esports on red and FPX on blue is the most likely result here, given, you know, the number of wins they actually were able to get over the past few weeks, actually in the long weeks that has occurred already in the regular season. It looks like Cerberus Esports wants to try it out on blue side once again. In this case, they will have the opportunity to ban away some of the champions here of FPX, and I think that is a good sign regardless, because FPX, despite being on a 7 or on a 4 series lose streak, they can actually still have a good fighting chance. They have been experimenting a lot of picks, even trying out a Senna composition, which worked against JDG. So maybe Cerberus Esports just wants to be as careful as they can come game number 1.
Yeah, and this has to be a big, you know, a big call out by Cerberus Esports to FPX, right? They are going to be on blue side right now. They will, you know, dare FPX to leave certain things unbanned for them. It's like, you know, if they leave the Varus unbanned, that maybe just immediately picked up. That's a very common thing to leave out for you know, for the red side bans. Though it's still very possible that, you know, an Aatrox ban might not materialize, and then I don't know if Cerberus Esports will get baited into it or just actually use it to its full potential here against FPX, but I guess we'll have to see once we get into those picks and bans.
BMM has been, you know, popping off with the Akali and the Jace as well. I think those champions has to be respected here by FPX. They have history in picking up the Akali anyway, so that can be, you know, another thing to take in place here in this game number 1. Cerberus Esports, we talked about the Varus priority, we talked about the Gragas priority, Shen, Camille, and, well, possibly the Yone is going to be respected here on both sides. Both has some, you know, history with this champion as well. So And these champions are just, the meta ones that we have been seeing a lot being picked up over the past few days, over the past few matches as well. Cerberus Esports denying the Akali, FPX getting the Jace taken away as well. Not a whole lot of options here for our mid laners to get. Most likely they are going to adapt with some of the champions from the Iron lane, maybe have a contest with the Garen or the Corki. And Cerberus Esports does have first pick priority. Varus is going to be coming their way unless they want the Gragas.
Yeah, and Varus is going to be coming their way. Genza going to be picking up that sniper. Well, the archer sniper. The real sniper in the game is Caitlyn. She's not been meta for a while. Now FPX are going to be picking up that Sigs, and then most likely the Gragas or the Nautilus. The Gragas, though, is more flexible here, so that's what FPX is going to be picking up. Nautilus still available, so that may be Cerberus Esports' route.
This time around, of course, the Nautilus is going to be picked up, right? And then possibly the Wukong going to be contested here by Cerberus Esports, unless they want to get their hands on the Garen early on for BMM. And we have it being hovered right now. Good pick off by Cerberus Esports, because after the second banning phase, FPX will have the second or the first pick priority after that, and they want to get the hands onto the Wukong. Really good team fighting already unlocked by FPX. They have the isolation from the cast, good initiation with the body slam as well, Mega for the one for the AoE damage, Cyclone for the AoE crowd control.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a team comp that can keep certain members safe, right? You got Chow on the Gragas, a lot of disruption capability, of course isolate with the cask, but he can also play protector here for A13, for maybe Skyfell. As I wonder who's actually going to be getting that HSC Wukong, because Fado is going to be picking up that Jax.
Cerberus Esports banning away the Zeri.
Yep.
Interesting, I would say, because they had. I mean, there are a lot of teams that has been able to adapt with this kind of champion, particularly Keepers Gaming, right? And that is just on a different dimension. Even got a pentacle on this one. And FPX can actually pick this up as well. Cerberus Esports looks like they want to have everyone go on melee range except for Varus. Gwen going to be an amazing champion to be picked up here. We talked about the Gwen actually having a better matchup against the Jax, simply because you deal magic damage. Most of your kit will go through the counter strike as well, and it's just an amazing adaptation now for Cerberus Esports.
Yes, it is. And I mean, the adaptation comes now for Cerberus Esports with the Gwen pick. And man,
no way.
Rengar has not had the best time in the WRL Ace. They do it. They commit to it anyway.
Huh, interesting. I wonder why. Because they don't necessarily have some sort of combination. Plus, Yone is up. So, I would say this is more of a questionable pick here by Cerberus Esports. Yeah, the Rengar can, try to snipe out the Yone. But is it really a worthy pick to have compared to a Yone? Because now, QF16 gets his hands on this. The Wukong gets put into the mid lane. Looks like Sky is going to be a utility, a frontliner here for FPX for the rest of the team to follow up. And look at the composition of FPX. It's really beautiful. Everyone has crowd control. Everyone has AoE's damage. And it's going to be very challenging for Cerberus Esports to pierce through them.
Now, I want to kind of really focus up on that Rengar pick and discuss it for a little bit, because out of the 4 times Rengar has been picked in the WRLA, he's only won one time in the hands of KT Rolster. Why? There's a reason. Yeah, it's against Enigma Galaxy. So this was like, a very 2 teams that were really varying in power level. I mean, sure, Enigma Galaxy are the best in the C region, but KT Rolster is the best in APAC at the moment, and you can't deny that. So picking Rengar up against a Chinese team, Cerberus Esports have some really big cojones to just pick that jungler up when there's so many other better options available.
Oh man, this is going to be quite challenging, I would say, for Cerberus Esports. They had really good engages, or they had really good composition like drafted already. But this Rengar is going to be quite of an ambitious one. Hopefully, Y1 is going to have a good time with this. I believe this is the first time we are also going to be seeing him on the Rengar. And okay, good catch on the war. At least that is some sort of XP for the Rengar. Buff up the kitty. And again, the matchup, QF16. I remember him being really strong on the Aatrox on his debut, but we started to see him, struggle when his Aatrox gets contested, or when they match against another WRL team that was able to specifically draft a composition designed to take down an Aatrox. So he had to really adapt. And whoa.
Yeah, Akeno having to flash out of there. Level 1. Jumped on immediately by Chow and SkyFL. So yeah, he's not going to be as effective in this mid lane battle here, because he just had to flash out, or he was gonna give first blood over to FPX. So knowing when to get out of an engagement is one of the things that you really need to dial in as a pro player. And he is going to be going straight to the Baron lane now.
No flash though. That's something that you have to consider. Sky, wow, he's very low from the spin to win off of the Garen. VMM has to play things more safely. Top lane, I don't think Cerberus Esports is going to go aggressive.
They are going to go aggressive a little bit, but a swing and a miss on the Dredge line. Chow is going to be looking back to harass with his barrels. And this is Cerberus Esports. They are taking advantage in that early game, even though Fado is the one who is the Jax, the scaling champion. It is incredibly difficult now for Cerberus Esports to look for more positive engagements in this early game, though the Varus could be an avenue there. First plate does go to Fado.
Taco as well, getting denied a couple of minions there by FPX just because of the damage that they were able to deal onto him. Akeno so low already.
Yeah, but he is going to be able to stay to get just one more. Y1 now with the hunt is on A13, able to get out of there with the flash.
No damage?
And he's, not a lot of damage yet.
I don't know why. Maybe he didn't get the reset for his first kill, and also wasn't able to get the net thrown out towards A13. That is very unfortunate. And again, this Rengar is similar to a Kha'Zix. Feast or famine. If you don't get the times on your hunt, then you won't really have any avenue to work around in all of the games. So that's again a window of opportunity for FPX to alleviate the situation, have a safe farming into the early game, and when we reach like the 5-minute mark, that's when FPX can start to become dangerous, because when they group up, they have so much CC, and just one Mega Inferno Bomb can just deal so much damage.
Yeah, and that is a crucial mistake that some C teams have made, grouping up against a Ziggs that just is very fed and does a lot of damage. And now that is something that Cerberus Esports has to be so aware of. Their positioning has to be on point if they want to have a chance against FPX here. And there is a occasional corruption just sealing the fate of SkyFL. He did not expect Genza to be that aggressive, but that's first blood over to the AD of Cerberus Esports.
Yep, that's how strong the Varus is. That's why I love that champion. One chain of corruption into a piercing arrow, charge up with your second skill as well, and then you can just pierce through, auto attack, and land the scattered arrows as well. Check out that replay, because from full health, Sky Engage just wanted to deal some damage onto him, just a little bit of a poke, but due to him lacking the clone anymore, so he had no escape ability anymore, and just chain of corruption, piercing arrow, auto attack, that's all she wrote.
And she'll be writing a lot more for Cerberus Esports this time, because Genza with that one kill already building up to that late game fantasy of the Varus. He's already got that Yoma's Ghostblade. Those piercing arrows are going to be very... Oh, look at that. very hurty, very damaging to the health of these FPX members. A13 took pretty much 20% health just from one single piercing arrow. Look, another, that's like a fourth of his health down in just one piercing arrow.
This is why we love the Varus. So that can be the win condition now as Cerberus Esports. Please unlock a little bit early into the game, especially with the hands of Genza. We have known him to be just so good on aggressive champions like Zoe, like the Zig as well, and now contest for Dragon.
Yeah, that is a huge explosive cast though, separating Genza and Akeno, but they just put Genza in closer and Akeno as well, and he's going to be finishing off that Ziggs. SkyFL trying to make something happen, but he's just going to be immediately taken out, and Akeno's still in the fight. QF16 though, big steal onto that Dragon placement with his life. Sure, they got the Dragon, but Cerberus Esports have 3 more kills, maybe 4 more if Taku can get this one onto Fado, but a little bit risky on that 1v1.
Well, fortunately, QF16 was able to alleviate the situation. Yeah, he died, but still got the Dragon. What's interesting, though, is the miscommunication, synergy of Chao and QF16. Look at the cast. It isolated everyone from Cerberus Esports away from the face seal. That allowed Akeno to just close the distance onto the Ziggs, got the kill onto him, and immediate deny of Cerberus Esports onto the follow-up of the rest of FPX. That allowed them to pick up the initial 2 kills. QF16 got the better end of the smart because Y1 had to use his to survive. But still, Cerberus Esports getting the early kill. That is just odd, I would say, from FPX. That's one of the reasons why they usually gets punished. And Cerberus Esports know better. They got the kills. Yeah, they gave up the Dragon, but they could just take this RH.
Yeah, now they're looking for maybe something onto Taku here, or something onto Akeno, which is not really the best target here. Genza, though, may be the better target, but he appeared late in that fight. Now Taku should be able to actually defend this turret, the rest of Cerberus Esports, so they did get that Rift Herald Y1, just very quickly getting that. The hunt is on now. A13 knows he has to be out of range there, but they are going to be engaging onto Taku. Although the explosive cast, a little bit of a miscommunication, takes him out of the fate sealed, still going to seal the fate of the Gwen there. Akeno was not really able to defend him even on the tower, because, well, now he's gonna get dove here, and he will not be able to live. That Nautilus does not do a lot of CC if he's the one being dove, so it's usually, you know, more CC onto catches that are proactively being looked for by that by the Nautilus.
Let's check out that replay, because FPX, again, a bit of a mystery there on the cast once again. Yeah, that was odd here coming up from Chao. Taku, though, still got taken out. He was on the other end of that fight. Fortunately, QF16 and Sky was still able to deal the damage, and with the leverages that they have, actually Akeno had no reason to stay under the tower. He wanted to defend, but since they had the can, it's easy to just dive him under the tower. They got the tower as well taken out, so they were able to alleviate the situation even better. Catch up with the goal that Cerberus Esports has been building after taking that mid-tier 1. And Y1 again, well, we haven't really seen him get the kills, but he's looking for it. 0-0-2, Divine Sunder picked up. Looks like he wants to have some sort of sustain in, you know, consistent team fights, or sustained team fights. But Cerberus Esports, they really are banking a lot on Genza right now.
Yeah, because Genza is kind of the big sword here for Cerberus Esports, but the tip of the spear is going to be Y1. Now they're going to dive on to CFL. There's the depth charge and the chains of corruption, but the scissors is still going to just reach out and barely touch him, take his life. The rest of FPX, though, they're going to be going on to BMM, all 4 of them onto one member. BMM tries to flash out, but he's not going to be safe. Even the Mega Inferno bomb tried to go for him, but now they're able to retaliate onto the Jax, who stayed a little bit too late there. FPX kind of miscommunicating there a little bit to, you know, they tried to go for maybe some tower damage, but the Jax was just left there a little bit too long. He did not really have a way out, and that actually does go into Cerberus's favor.
I mean, overextension there by Faro, but nothing to be concerned about at all. they managed to defend. Mid lane is important here for Cerberus Esports. Dragon incoming in the next few seconds. They have taken the RH while as well, so FPX has to be prepared because they want to take the second Dragon. I mean, they have picked up the first one thanks to QF16, but now it's going to be much more difficult since Genza has been scaled up so much in this early game. 4-0 on his scoreline as well. Taco starting hurt after picking up the Rift Maker almost on his Gnasher's Tooth as well. When he gets that, it's basically late game already for the Gwen. Only needs some sort of sustain to actually, deny some of the bursts coming in from FPX. And Y1, we haven't really seen a proper engage, but he has been supplementing the engages here of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, Y1, he just by existing and pressing R, or well, the ultimate button there, he's gonna go into Chaldo immediately to try to engage onto the most vulnerable member, which is the Gragas Chase Corruption. Will miss, but SkyFL is on the back line. Genza has to flash away there. He has to keep himself safe while the rest of Cerberus Esports re-engage and take out the monkey. And yeah, that is still the Varus being incredibly safe. Now they're onto the Jax. Fado has to get away there. Akeno just barely missing that dredge line. While the rest of Cerberus Esports, they will, Y1 going to go for that, the Dragon. Oh my god, Chao just barely hanging on because Genza's damage is through the roof at the moment.
Yeah, and that will force FPX to disengage and give this second Dragon towards Cerberus Esports. Infernal Dragon, increased damage for the Varus again. And that is going to be very difficult now. 5,000 goldie by Cerberus Esports. This has been, a big sum of Cerberus Esports against FPX. And there's FPX, they have been trying to get something across the map, but at the end of every instance, it's always Cerberus Esports that gets the better end of it. Now FPX is going to be responding, trading up the Dragon for a Rift Held. Also, the tower has been taken down into the bottom lane, so they need to unlock something up. Possibly top lane, but I think the Rift Held can actually be used into the mid lane instead. It's more important to unlock it there, and they have the objective for it as well. Cerberus Esports just clearing out top, piercing arrows from Genza, starting to really hurt. Corruption.
Big dredge line there. The Chain of Corruption light on the cold, unfortunately, but that dredge line will put them on the back side, on the back line. A13 not able to get away. The Ziggs, the damage is gone now for the rest of FPX, and the Judgment comes down onto the Yone. The Jax falls again, and Cerberus Esports running away with this game. Look, even though Y1 is on that Rengar, he's just he's affecting the map, the mentality of FPX.
Oh man, FPX getting demolished right now in this game number 1. 7,000, 8,000 gold lead. They managed to pick up every single member of Cerberus of FPX except for Chao, and now this Baron takedown is going to be so easy for them. 13 minutes. I think this is the fastest Baron takedown that we have seen for today's schedule. Cerberus Esports winning against FPX.
Yes, this could be a very interesting match, and it started all there with SkyFL being a little bit too aggressive there, a little bit too forward, and even though his clone caught the Chain of Corruption, Akena was there immediately with the dredge line.
And also getting the follow-up there from the rest of the members of Cerberus Esports was just on point, right? Even Fado was late towards the fight. Chao couldn't do anything anymore despite he tried.
Something else that they're doing. Y1 maybe trying to get something done there, but you can see how now the rest of Cerberus Esports, they can just go for a 1-3-1 push. And this is really effective too, because Y1, they don't know where he's going to be appearing through next, and they're just going to go for the dive here onto Fado. Very quick, very easy. Taku lives with a sliver of health, but he lives nonetheless, and 2 towers taken, almost the same, 3 towers taken at almost the same time here for Cerberus Esports. They have absolutely dominated the game, and now they are slowly pushing in, sieging in with the Baron buff for the end.
Oh, FPX. Look at the gold lead, 14,000, almost 14k. Going for one more.
Another kill. Another kill there for CES. For FPX, what can they really do at this moment? Then try to get a Hail Mary play here while their Nexus slowly burns down 70 health, and it's Y1 who gets the plus 50 gold. The last auto attack by the Rengar, and that is Cerberus Esports at match point against Fun plus Phoenix.
You know what? That's the fastest game for today's schedule.
Yeah.
14-15 minutes.
Yeah.
Cerberus Esports having a dominating game against FPX. We have seen, I mean, we were a little bit concerned with the Rengar pick, but they made it work. I mean, Y1 was a supplementary champion at that, at best, but Genza was just obnoxious all throughout the game, getting so many solo kills and just piercing through the members here of FPX. Definitely this Varus is going to be respected come game number 2, because Cerberus Esports now on match point just says a lot against FPX, and Cerberus Esports is just constantly improving. This is why they were able to even land a reverse sweep against Fennel last Friday, because they just adapt so much and they digest every single game that they have, apply it towards their next, and look at what's the output now. We talked about the Gwen having a good matchup against the Jax. Taku applied it. We talked about the Varus priority. We saw Genza now performing at his peak condition, and
Yes.
Garen as well, just being, you know, so difficult to handle. And BMM had a perfect, you know, condition with this champion as well, just chilling all the time.
Yeah, and chill he did. I mean, there was not a lot of pressure being applied onto BMM, which I think might have been a little bit of a fatal mistake in FPX's game plan. So they were a little bit too focused on the top lane, trying to gap that. But then, you know, Cerberus Esports, when the mid game rolled around, they were able to roam and really get Genza fed and leverage that Varus and how strong he was from kind of dominating the bottom lane. So, you know, big props to Cerberus Esports for recognizing that this is their game plan, this is how they're gonna win, and executing it perfectly.
And I'm just excited for game number 2, because Cerberus Esports, they have the momentum. They have been, you know, working to get their full form. They really want to qualify towards the playoffs, and I think this is the best possible way to do it. Bash down against FPX, get the 2-0. They're on their way as well. They have the lead, they have the momentum, they have the energy, and I can't just wait to see what is going to happen for game number 2. FPX needs to go back into the drawing board after that game, because we haven't seen any restraint at all. Gen for sure, I mean, it's
for
just
sure,
an absolute
100%.
beast. Had a solo kill into the bottom lane, solo kill into the mid lane as well. He's just unstoppable. For sure, this Varus is going to be banned away by FPX come game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it has to be. They're going to still be on the red side, FPX. So, Cerberus Esports, if it's not banned, they're going to give that over to Genza.
Oh man, it's going to be a tough one here for FPX. They really need to find a way to take down the members here of Cerberus Esports. The other WRL teams were able to do so. FPX should try and do so as well. It would take a lot, but it's still possible to take this to game number 3.
Yes, it is, and we will be going on a little bit of a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere, don't close that tab, because we will be coming into our potential last game of the day. Can Cerberus Esports take this 2-0, or will we go to game number 3? Find out after the break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, Teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also
Welcome back, Wild Rift fans, for the potential last game of the day here, the WRLA 2023 regular season. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Yang, and we did see a really cool game by Cerberus Esports there, pulling out their Rengar, but it was Genza who carried them to victory. Let's see if he can do that again now.
I mean, FPX, they should ban away the virus. If blue side, I mean, Cerberus Esports is gonna be on blue side, right? So FPX has to take away the virus for sure, and maybe leave the Aatrox open. They have left it. They have banned it last during the game number 1, but I think, I mean, Aatrox is easily countered by really strong teams, and I think if Cerberus Esports pick it up, they can just specifically design a composition to take down an Aatrox as well. Maybe pick up a Gragas, pick up something like an Akali, maybe a Gwen as well, and that's gonna be really good already for FPX. And the virus of Genza is just too much to handle. It was even comfortable to go 1v1 against Sky and everyone. Even 813 was just so like threatened here by Cerberus Esports, by Genza entirely. And I think they just need to put more respect towards Cerberus Esports now.
Yeah, they gotta put a lot of respect on the name of Genza. They have to ban out that Varus first pick, but that does put the onus on Cerberus Esports. They can still pick up a Ziggs. Genza has shown that he can be very effective on that champion, or even something like the Ashe, which has been gaining a little bit of popularity here in the WRLA. So I don't know, man. This is a tough situation for FPX to be in, because now that they've seen how effective Cerberus Esports is, or it can be, even with a Rengar pick that actually just did a lot of that Rengar actually gave a lot of space for Cerberus to work with. So man, I don't envy the position FPX is in now.
I mean, that's a second Rengar win we have seen right now just because of the fantastic performance here of Cerberus Esports, right? So in terms of influence, I would say that Y1 on the Rengar isn't really the best form that he has, but he actually found a way to help out his teammates, provide, you know, the vision, also cause some confusion onto the side of FPX, make the necessary follow-up, just like in the team fight into the top lane. He managed to chip down the HP of the Ziggs low enough for Genza and Taco to just throw in the arrows and the needles. And we talked about the Jax Gwen matchup as well. I don't think anyone should be picking up the Jax when the Baron laner of the opponent hasn't picked up their champion yet, or when the Gwen is open, because it's easily counterable. In this case, in game number 1, we have seen it as well. And FPX, they need to make a lot of adjustments for game number 2. It's still possible to extend this to game number 3, but it would take a lot.
It will take a Herculean effort, actually, from Plus Phoenix if they want to extend this into game number 3, though it is definitely not impossible. So let's take a look at the picks and bans, how things are going to shake out for, you know, either one of these teams. Because Cerberus Esports, if they win this, they can put that playoff spot into serious contention against Mouse Esports. While FPX, you know, they have to really work to secure their spot because they are not even in the playoffs side right now.
Looks like it's going to be the same bans for the meantime. Fiora, Shen, Jace, Camille, all these 4 champions has been taken away by Cerberus Esports and FPX during game number 1. What will be the necessary adjustments? Will Cerberus Esports still take away the Akali? You're thinking about it. Looks like it's still gonna be the case. But will FPX take away the Varus of Genza is the question. Will they let the Aatrox be open is the question. I think they have to exchange it. They need to take away Genza's Varus, because if he gets his hands on it, it's just too deadly. Yup, good adjustment.
Yes, sir. A really good ban there. They have to basically ban that Varus out. They do leave up Aatrox, but as we have seen, that champion has been falling out of favor, even when he's not banned out. It's still Camille with 100% pick man rate here, but yeah, Y1 going to get started with that Yone pick. No, it's a hover. It's going to be a Gragas and a Wukong for sure. Possibly a Gragas and a Ziggs to be picked up here for Chao and A13, because it's just the most logical choice for FPX right now that they're the ones on the back end. I don't think Aatrox is okay. Pick up the Aatrox. Well, alright.
They need to take the Garen as well later on for sure. Cerberus Esports can actually pick up the Gragas and the Garen straight off the bat and have, you know, a big threat on the Aatrox already.
Yeah, and then they pick up the Nautilus here, a very good engager. We did see Akano doing basically wonders with this champion. So now that Chao is the one on it, it remains to be seen.
All right.
Yes, they are listening. They got the Garen.
Kiosk 16, we talked about this during game number 1, right? Kiosk 16 in his debut, he had such a beautiful performance with the Aatrox, and I'm talking about like 15-0 stuff like that. That heavy, that effective here for
Incredible.
FPX, and yeah, and I think he can just perform equally well here in this game against Cerberus Esports. They need to be ready for his performance, or else he's just gonna be wrecking havoc. Good respect picking up the Garen early on, but Corki for Genza, I think this is going to be a dragon lane Corki for Cerberus Esports.
That kind of begs the question as to why they didn't go for the Ziggs first then, if they were gonna pick the Corgi next. And yeah, the Gragas will be banned out now. That pinches Akano's champion pool quite a bit. Maybe the Alistar could be a pick here. The Galio is also open, but you know, Cerberus Esports are going to focus on banning out that mid lane. They don't want SkyFL to go on a champion that may be advantageous against BMM's Garen in the early to mid game. So, yeah, understandable. The ban of the Lucian. The Gwen ban, though, I don't think is something that FPX needed. Yeah.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports just needs to ban the Jax, and that should be fine already. That's a proper response. We talked about this already, just from the previous game. So now, with the Gwen taken away, no ban on the Jax, FPX can just pick it up comfortably. That's as easy as it gets. And Cerberus Esports, I think, gave too much respect towards Sky on the possibility of a Z pick, especially on a Corki matchup, but I'm not so sure how they are going to counter the Jax this time around. Yeah, the Riven can stand a really good chance, especially with the influence that he can have on a team fight. But you have to find a way to prevent the Jax from having really good access towards the back line. One of the which is the Alistar. So at least Cerberus Esports is able to alleviate the situation once again. They have the magic damage, they have the big burst, they have the consistent DPS. I'm still loving this comp from Cerberus Esports. FPX still has a deadly lineup though. This is a Ziggs Aatrox centric composition.
Yeah, and that actually puts a lot of pressure onto A13 and Cube16 to perform, because if they're not able to make full use of these champions, then you know, FPX is just gonna get too old here. Now, this Alistar pick has been steadily gaining popularity, gaining steam here in the WRLA, and I can't blame them. The cow is just, even though he doesn't have an off switch, but even though, you know, there is no disengage for Alistar, if you're the one who's, you know, picking where you engage, picking your wherever you can, you know, headbutt pulverize, then it becomes a lot harder for the enemy team to stop you, especially when you pop that ultimate and start taking less and less damage. So a pretty decent pick here, especially with a Corki in the bottom lane here for Cerberus Esports.
Eyes on QF16 for sure. This guy has performed so well for FPX, carrying the team with his Aatrox performance. Cerberus Esports has been denied some of the counters for this Aatrox, particularly the Gragas, the Varus, even the Akali has been taken out. The Zed has been taken out by Cerberus Esports as well. So there's not really a whole lot of burst damage here from Cerberus Esports, but they do have the Riven, they do have the Yone, they do have the Garen as well. So as long as they do deal the damage onto QF16, especially with the help of Genza, similar to game number 1, Genza had a beautiful early game performance that enabled his scaling pretty early into the game. So if they pave a way for Genza to pop off, then he's gonna be carrying the game similar to game number 1.
I mean, he really is, as long as he gets the tools that he needs in this game specifically. So a lot of eyes, a lot of pressure onto Genza, but at the same time, A13 as well. That Ziggs needs to pop off. He needs to explode onto the scene, onto the team fights. And, you know, Cerberus Esports, they have shown that they know how to play against the Ziggs. And yeah, the Varus of Genza doing 1112 damage per minute in the last game. I wish he just did 1 less damage per minute. So
11-11.
Exactly. Make a wish.
Oh yeah.
I wish I wish that we're not here until actual 11-11 because it's already 10 p.m. guys.
I mean, if Cerberus Esports gets it 2-0, then we are going to have an earlier time skedaddle after this one. But let's see, because FPX, they want to extend this. They want the game number 3. They want to redeem themselves. Maybe land the reverse sweep against Cerberus Esports. They made it possible in some of the games that they had. Cerberus Esports has to be ready. If we recall the draft as well, during the drafting phase, FPX denied some of the really good counters towards Fado's Jax, and right now it's being very comfortable, just safely farming, not really being threatened by Taku at all, since he does have the counter strike, and against physical damage dealer matchups, the Jax just flourishes.
Yeah, and I mean the Jax it will flourish now. Oh god, that you can see how kind of helping out there with the Alistar, keeping BMM safe with that that just pulverize, man. Stop the ground, and then everybody around you gets knocked up. Wish there was a Yasuo here, but no, that's not the case. A13 trying to prevent Genza from getting a full back. There's a MIB, swing and a miss. He won't even see where Genza is, but you know who will? It's GF16. He just was barely less than a second late there to stop the back. But now, Akeno may be in a little bit of trouble. No, he's going for the headbutt pulverize. There's a fade sealed onto one, and Chow, he will get flashed on. There's the first blood now in favor of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, overextension coming in from Chow and GF16 definitely there. Well, if they got the kill onto Genza, that could have been a good trade, but he had no reason to overstay after that. And proper timing coming in from, again, Y1 on that follow-up, especially after the engage there by Akeno. So that paves the way for him to get the first blood. Gold injection.
Ooh, that is another... Oh, just almost barely living. Fado.
Pop the barrier.
Oh yeah, he
just
had to.
For the entrance.
He had to pop the barrier, he had to go for the honey fruit, because if he just went for the honey fruit, he wouldn't have lived, he would have ticked down. But as soon as he popped the barrier, it was like, I will live, and then I'll get some honey fruit later. But yeah, Cerberus Esports, even with their first blood, even with that kill, they're still not able to stand up all too well to sorry, not Tracer, but FPX. Look at that, the gold lead.
Look what's happening. Fado getting 4 plates into the top lane. That is a lot of gold injection towards the Jack. Look at the gold disparity. 500, 400 without any kills. That is how big of a gold is injected here towards Fado, and able to get a gold lead for FPX despite Cerberus Esports getting the first blood. That is just how big of a difference Fado is performing right now, just because the Gwen was denied.
Yeah, and without the Gwen here, I mean, they do need to look for a certain other game plan, but Fado may be the target once again, gets stunned up, and Taku should be able to get that kill pretty free. Yes, he does. Good stuff for the Riven, the second kill of the game here in the favor of Cerberus Esports.
Yep, Scott Crab gonna be taken out. Stike, Akeno was taking a bit of a damage though. Oh, that's a big kill. And now Chow is just, well, helping out GF16. The buff off situation right now of FPX, they need to be a lot more careful, I would say, here for Cerberus Esports. Yeah, they were able to get a couple of kills, but if FPX just gonna be getting some trades, then that's gonna be a bad sign here for Cerberus Esports. Now FPX starting the RH up. Vision established by Cerberus Esports, so they are fully aware of what's happening here on the top side river. As Y1 starting! Oh, hey,
ooh,
Sky.
That was a really good catch onto, you know, Y1. Now let's see, because Keno, he could be the tip of the spear here. Sorry, I missed that, but just, I don't know, my computer did not like that for some reason. It froze my my screen for a sec, but
that's
now
okay.
Cerberus Esports, they are on the back foot. Unfortunate, but it is the reality of it. The couple of kills have gone the way of FPX, and now we'll tell it to even defend that turret against Fado, who is just going to start barreling it down. Cerberus Esports, they're the ones who have priority here on this dragon. They know Skyfell is there, they know GF16 is there. They going to go for it. They engage onto the Nautilus though, and Chow has to flash out. Will he be getting away? Yes, he will. Will he re-engage? I don't think so. As the Fate Seal comes in, so we're gonna miss, but Chow is the one, the target here, as he tries to, oh, just gets taken down very low, but no kill as of yet. Y1 in the pit. He will not be able to stay in that fight longer. Swing and a miss there by Cerberus Esports. They give away a kill as well as the Infernal Drake.
Top lane being pushed by Fado as well, so big pressure now being established here by FPX. Now to get the dragon is just so huge against Cerberus Esports. Again, if you get any scaling objective toward composition that has an Aatrox, then that is a nightmare being manifested here towards Cerberus Esports. Let's check out the replay, because the base sealed here of Y1 actually did not connect onto Chow, and that paved the way for the rest of FPX to actually funnel down. Look at UF16 wrecking havoc with the World Ender. Deny as well any entry onto the dragon. Fado with a push into the top lane, just making sure FPX gets their money's worth. And now Cerberus Esports being forced to be, you know, on the back end, be the one receiving all these minions and be the one to be passive in this game just because of the pressure that FPX is giving them.
I mean, look, the pressure from FPX is not going to stop anytime soon because they do need to step on the gas a little bit to take Cerberus out of this fight, out of this game. Is, you know, they cannot allow Cerberus to get that little bit of a, you know, that little leeway, that leniency that they so desperately need. That they're just constantly getting pushed in. They're getting invaded, and the Y1 just gonna get absolutely demolished there by QF16. A perfect cash there by Chow, and then now Akedo and BMM have to back away from the tier 1 turret. They just need to respect that FPX will take that turret and then maybe defend the inner one.
I can't say we kind of predicted this to happen, but we kind of did. Just because of some disrespect that Cerberus Esports making. Kano, oh my gosh, that damage!
Yeah, a lot of damage there. Being just funneled in, and you can see how Cerberus Esports are not ready for this. QF16 make his way into the fight once again, and Genza, now while he was a star of the show last time, he's kind of lackluster in this one. He could have picked up the Ziggs, but no, he went for the Corki, and now, God, Fat Doe getting away with murder, getting away with everything in the top lane.
Oh,
ooh, good engage onto BMM, and he's caught, he gets shot, and Nakano tried to keep him alive. Yeah, he is going to be very late. Y1 not going to contest that anymore.
I don't think the Corki is a problem actually for Cerberus Esports. The problem is so much pressure is being made here by Fado that Taco is being rendered useless in this entirety of the game. Yeah, he picked up a kill early on, but split push is still there, very much present here for the Jacks of FPX. And as long as the game goes by, then more pressure is going to be pushed on here towards Taco into the side lane. Kano as well hasn't really been there to help out his teammates because it's always late as well.
Yep.
Look at the damage being done to him. Despite the unbreakable will, he is very much broken every single time because FPX has so much damage.
This is what happens when you leave that Aatrox open and you don't pick it first. Cerberus Esports kind of maybe regretting the Yone pick, as Y1 has not really been super duper effective on it. They still can win this. The package has been used to keep them safe in their own jungle, which, you know, unfortunately is not the best use of the package. So yeah, Cerberus Esports really on the back foot here. The lead is slowly growing for FPX, slowly and steadily. 4,000 gold up. This could end in a very big bloodbath once we get into, you know, the next dragon. While yeah, it is I think FPX who will have priority with that.
Yeah, FPX 5,000 gold up against Cerberus Esports. Has really good scaling as well. Double scaling again. This is a Jax Aatrox composition. This is a composition very centric towards the Aatrox here of QF16. It is manifesting right now. It is materializing in this game against Cerberus Esports. There's no damage coming in from Cerberus Esports to burst down this Aatrox of QF16, and they have been trying, but since Taco is always being isolated and forced to pick up something like a Divine Sunder just to be able to duel effectively against Fado, it's not really looking to be a good game here for Cerberus Esports. Most of the time, we just see him clearing out the wave, denying the push from Fado, and just rinse and repeat here into the top lane. But what that provides is more pressure from FPX to work around with their other 4 members. QF16. Oh!
Ooh, look at that. Big engage. Chaos already in the midst of it all, as Y1 arriving a little bit late here. Again, is still raining down hell from missiles. Put in, there's a Mega Inferno bomb, almost taking a Kettle down. And that has a lot of damage on the Cerberus Esports. I don't think they can contest for this dragon, not with FPX. You know, in the bushes, in the weeds, and in their own jungle. You can really tell that Fun plus Phoenix, they are feeling themselves there. Y1 a little bit feeling himself there, as well as Genza immediately gets deleted. They are going to flash on to the rest of the Cerberus Esports at the tower. Taku, maybe the next person in the crosshairs. No, it's Akeno who gets immediately bursted down. Now BMM and Taku have to run. Shelly's gonna charge down. That's it, bottom inhib. And wow, Fun Plus Phoenix, they took everything that they could when it was offered to them. The ribbon will fall. It's just BMM now, but FPX are not going to risk anything that isn't a sure thing.
But this is something like a sure thing now for FPX. This win, there's nothing that BMM can do. Easily gets deleted. Tower as well taken out by FPX. After taking the second dragon, look at the gold lead. 9,000 and a half at 12 and a half minutes into the game. This is basically a GG go next by FPX.
Yeah, that could be the call here for Cerberus Esports. They may just need to prepare themselves for the third game. Let's take a look at how that shook out actually, because that catch onto Genzo was so beautiful.
Chow had the perfect engage with the Dredge Knight. Perfect follow-up as well by Faro. Layer the CC down. Render Y1 useless as well with a Cyclone. And after that, there's no damage from Cerberus Esports. Akeno can't do anything anymore because it doesn't have the follow-up. Also, the CC chain. This is massive on FPX.
Ooh, that is really big. Actually, as FPX have found all the way to the ground, BMM's down. Genza has to run away, and he's going to just get taken out. Now, Akeno is not really able to do all too much. Taku, neither him as well. 3 kills for nothing already. FPX, sorry, 3 kills for 1 as FPX start to barrel down the middle lane. And Taku and Akeno maybe defend this, or will FPX just go for the Baron into the end? I think that's
they can just take the Baron.
They could. They will.
They got mad from game number 1.
Yep.
Cerberus Esports had a fast game number 1. Look at how fast FPX is just piling down on them in this game number 2. 10,000, 14 minutes. The Baron gonna get taken down without any contest from Cerberus Esports. There's nothing that they can do. They tried, but they're being denied here from FPX. And let's check out that replay, because I thought that Cerberus Esports found the opportunity, but since they lacked the burst damage, they couldn't take down QF16. Actually, they tried to target Chow, which is a little bit questionable. If every bit of that ulti was invested to QF16 instead, they might have able to turn the tides around. But that wasn't the case. They tried to burst down the Nautilus. Yeah, they took him down, but at what cost? Everyone dying.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, Cerberus, they just did not have the best target selection priority there. And, well, Fun Plus Phoenix, they are really running away with it now. I mean, 10,000 golden lead at 15 minutes. They've taken all of the outer turrets. It's just the inhib ones that remain, and this Jack's pushing in the bottom with the Hullbreaker. Everything is going the way of Fun Plus Phoenix at the moment. Fado jumping onto them at the very bottom of your screen, but the rest of the engage does happen, and it is Cerberus Esports who try to find a positive engage here, bringing one member down into the bottom. But SkyFL, can he expect it? Can they backdoor this? It's still standing the Nexus as FPX are chased away from the base. Can Y1 actually make an impact in this here fight, as BMM is so low? He is going to be taken out right here, and yes, the jump was a big risk, but it only comes twice a week now, so more stuff might happen as the desperation play, the Hail Mary coming in. Chow and QF16 absolutely demolished the Riven. Y1 now really cannot say anything about this. He will just disappear and give the Nexus over to the enemy, to Fun Plus
FPX. Yep. This is a dominating game by FPX. Definitely they were infuriated by the result of game number 1. They got countered heavily in game number 1. Come game number 2, they definitely patched in the problem. Look at the respect on the champions, on the bans. They banned away the Varus, they banned away the Gragas, they banned away the Gwen. 2 of the champions that the Cerberus Esports has picked up and had a beautiful performance with was taken away. And they had the better confidence to actually work their way in game number 2. It's just, you know, lack of respect, honestly, by Cerberus Esports. They could have done better. They could have just banned away the Jax and allowed Taku to flourish with the Riven instead. But they banned away the Zed. They did not respect the Aatrox as well. They didn't have enough burst damage. Just like what you talked about earlier, the Ziggs wasn't really prioritized by Cerberus Esports. I did like the Corki for Genza, but no one's actually there to enable the Corki because the other lanes were losing as well. So it was just so difficult for Genza to pop off because he was feeling the pressure from A13 as well, just because of the wave clear, just because of the pokes from the bouncing grenades, and everything just fell into pieces here for Cerberus Esports. FPX, having better knowledge, better adaptation, proved to be the better team in this game number 2, but it's not yet done here for Cerberus Esports. They still have game number 3. They can still deny the reverse sweep of FPX. They just need to go back to the roots. What is working? What's not working? What's the counter to what's what? And then just apply what happened in game number 1 in game number 2 and come up with a better solution for game 3.
Yeah, but you know, that is not an easy fix here for Cerberus Esports. At Aatrox, you really cannot let it through, even if the opponent's trying to bait you to take it. Sometimes it is the safer route to just take the freely given Aatrox. But you know, I digress. That was an amazing performance still by FunPlus Phoenix, regardless of the Aatrox or not. He was just there to, you know, be a huge bolster for his team. But I think even if he played something like a Lee Sin or Via, you know, this would have been just as effective as the Aatrox.
I mean, QF16 definitely deserves the MVP on this one. He was wrecking havoc all the time, and whenever he gets his hands on the Aatrox, most of the time he gets the MVP when FPX gets a win. So in this case, he is definitely deserving of one again. But like, it's Xiao actually gonna be getting the MVP. He did land the perfect, you know, engages towards the members here of Cerberus Esports and prevented even the like of Genza to fully perform at his peak level condition just because of the dredge line, just because of depth charge, and paved the way for the rest of FPX to just make their move when every bit of abilities were invested to take him down.
Exactly, and that is kind of what we like to see. You know, if you are FPX, that's what you absolutely love to see. But on the other hand, Cerberus Esports, they do need to kind of go back to the drawing board and find something that does work against FunPlus Phoenix here, because it's going to be harder and harder for them as this goes on. But there will be a game number 3, ladies and gents. Do not touch that browser. Don't go anywhere. I'm Jitan coming at you. With me is Guillaume, and we'll be back for what is definitely the last game of the day after this break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. Playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, Teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WRLA Weeknight Day number 2. I'm Cheatin coming at you. With me is Giyang, and here is the last game of the day, we promise, because this is game number 3 between CES and FPX.
I know you guys are tired. I know you guys are feeling the weather as well because of the storm and stuff, but it is going to be the last game. One more push for Cerberus Esports, one more push for FPX as well to get a chance to qualify for the playoffs as well. Again, just a short recap. Game number 1, Cerberus Esports landed a really decisive victory against FPX in under 15 minutes. Game number 2, FPX managed to have a dominating game against Cerberus Esports with QF16's amazing performance on the Aatrox, and also Tao with amazing performance on the Nautilus as well, MVP worthy. In under like 16 minutes, they managed to defeat Cerberus Esports. But again, the background of these teams as well. Cerberus Esports sitting 5th spot right now in the standings of the APAC conference, and FPX sitting at the 10th spot. So both teams are just wanting to climb up to qualify for the playoffs. This is the chance to do so. This is their ticket. They only have a few more games after this. Every game counts. And we are about to go into the picks and bans as well. I believe Cerberus Esports will retain on blue side. So again, they have one more chance. Because again, game number 2's pick and bans were a little bit concerning. We saw already the blueprint on how to defeat FPX, especially Fado's Jax, and also how to take down QF16, but they didn't really pay enough respect towards it, so they got punished in game number 2. Hopefully game number 3 they go back towards the roots.
Yeah, maybe game number 3, Cerberus Esports, because they already had blue side, right? The second game, they do need to draft something, that can take away the effectiveness of FPX. And I mean, honestly, if they just banned the Jax away in that second year, it would have taken a lot of effectiveness away. That could have been the way for Cerberus Esports to actually win in a 2-0 fashion. So yeah, this is getting kind of difficult for Cerberus Esports to prove himself here.
I mean, we already know the blueprint of Cerberus Esports, how they can actually win against FPX. Especially if Fado gets a Jack once again. Or, I mean, we already know the intention come game number 2, right? So it's already going to be very simple if ever Cerberus Esports, get their hands on their usual champions. Again, I think Y1 on the Yone isn't really that much of a problem here for them. It's just that he wasn't able to pop off because nobody's actually there to be with him to deal the burst damage onto QF16. Because again, BMM is on Garen, Genza is on the Corki. So Yone and the Corki are like DPS champions. They're not really burst champions, especially in the early game. So they lack the burst damage against QF16. I think that has to be patched up for this game number 3. Everything is on the line. Again, I cannot stress that enough. If these teams want to qualify for the playoffs, they have to give it all in this last game.
Yeah, and give it their all they must. Hopefully, you know, there's a positive result here for Cerberus Esports, because Fun plus Phoenix, they are not going to let up on the gas as they get into. So Akali, first ban here for Cerberus Esports, and Camille gonna be the first ban here for Fun plus Phoenix.
Okay, Akali, Camille, very similar bans towards game number 1 and game number 2. Most probably the Shen is going to be taken away here by Cerberus Esports alongside with the Fiora here against Fado, right? And FPX going to be banning away the Jace, possibly banning away the Varus away from Genza as well. Similar to game number 2. I just like manifesting this right now, having a good inkling on what they are going to be like picking up here. Most likely, Kyo 16 wants to get his hands on his Aatrox once more because it worked in game number 2. And if Cerberus Esports is not going to be respecting Fado on the Jax and Kyo 16 on the Aatrox, then it's just going to be a repeat of game 2.
Yeah, and we, you know, Cerberus Esports do not want a repeat of game 2. They want a repeat of game 1. They're gonna ban out the Nautilus here. Fun plus Phoenix now. They
Fiora
can,
open?
yeah, Fiora, it could be open here unless FPX ban it out. Though that may not be the most optimal decision here, because I bet that Cerberus Esports, they're going to pick that Gragas up immediately for the first pick. Fun plus Phoenix, they can leave Aatrox open. Yes, they will. And they can once again rely on QF16 to go on the World Ender.
This is an Aatrox angle once again. Looks like since the Jace was left out open, Cerberus Esports are taking this. But this leaves Fiora for Fado. Oh my god, I'm a little bit concerned here now for Cerberus Esports once again. If Fado gets his hands on the Fiora, also QF16 gets his hands on the Aatrox, this is basically like giving a weapon towards the Jax. Literally. That's how deadly this is for FPX. A true weapon for a Jax. The Fiora is just one of the best champions that Fado can actually utilize into the battle lane. QF16 gonna be getting his hands on the Aatrox once more. It's just now beautiful for FPX. Now they get the Gragas as well. Unless Taku is gonna be stealing this Fiora up, this is going to be like the Exodia here for FPX.
And I mean, at this point, Cerberus Esports, they do need to deny, the Fiora pick. They will take it themselves. A very decent pick here for Cerberus Esports. Hopefully this time it materializes into something better. But they also will be taking that Galio this time. So, you know, jungle Aatrox and looking at what can possibly go into the jungle Aatrox, there are many possibilities here on the side of Cerberus Esports. They could go for, you know, even an AD jungler. This is going to be a Riven though that FPX pulls out. But interestingly enough, this is still a very, very solid composition just from the 3 champions that we have already seen on FPX. So kind of an uphill battle for Cerberus Esports.
Fiora, Galio, good responses. Fado gonna be picking up the Riven. They have the isolation for the Gragas. Things are looking even, I would say. Lack of magic damage though on Cerberus Esports, so possibly the Ziggs is going to be a very important champ to be picked up here by Cerberus Esports. Again, looking at the lineup and looking at the situation of this drafting, looks like FPS is going to be getting the first pick priority after the banning phase. They will get their hands on the Ziggs for sure.
Yeah. God, and not unless it's banned out. Though banning out of Ziggs may not be like, you know, the most protective thing at all, but they are going to do it anyway. No Ziggs here for A13. They have suffered under his rule, so, you know, less big Inferno bombs, less bouncing grenades.
What's the angle here of FPX? Possibly Corki. Yeah, Corki is going to be a logical choice here unless they want to buff up the Aatrox with a Karma. But I think Corki is more of a DPS champion that deals magic damage, so it's more likely going to be the case. You have the pokes as well, you have the DPS, you have the mobility with the Valkyrie and also the package. So it's just going to be working here for FPX unless Cerberus Esports gets a good surprise. Vi gonna be coming through. If they pick up the Zeri, this is just going to be so amazing for Cerberus Esports because oh my god, we are gonna be seeing the Zeri. But remember, game number 2, one of the reasons why Cerberus Esports banned away the Zed is because Sky is just so good with it, and now he gets his hands on it for game number 3.
And now Cerberus Esports are worried. They picked up the Zeri. It's gonna go to Genza, but this Jace has to be super duper respectful of where the Aatrox is at all times, because otherwise, yeah, it could turn ugly really fast for Cerberus Esports, even with the Zeri.
Oh man, I'm gonna be excited for this. I want to see this action happening right now. Zed is one of the few champions that can just burst away the Zeri, especially in the early game, right? The Zeri doesn't really deal any damage in the early game. So big responsibility later on. Once again, Cerberus Esports has a lot in the bank right now. Game number 1, they had a good run. Game number 2, they got bashed up. Game number 3, potentially FPX with this draft can just land a reverse sweep against them. And they need to really make this work. Genza has to make this Zeri champion work, because if not, FPX is just again gonna wreak havoc. Again, QF16 with the Aatrox is obnoxious. Yeah, Xiao doesn't have the Nautilus, but he has the Gragas, and that is just equally as deadly, if not more. I'm just excited for this. Yeah. Oh man, Cerberus Esports. Oh, they need to be ready. Taku has a Fiora though, so hopes on Taku.
Yeah, a lot of hopes going to be resting on the shoulders of Taku, but also on the shoulders of Genza on that Zeri, because god, it is very touch and go. That champion, very fickle, very uppity. But if you know, if the Zeri is able to make any sort of good move in the early and mid games and get himself ahead a little bit, this could still be a way for Cerberus Esports.
Genza deals 0 damage on the Xiao in A13. Yep. Yeah, just one Gat. I mean, even the Gatling gun deals more damage than Genza. That's how weak the Zeri is into the early game. So Cerberus Esports, they need to tempo this. Oh my god, that's just a tickle on the A13 right there. That's one of his skill 1, right? Oh man, it's gonna take some time for him to actually have any impact in this. But Taku, very strong on the Fiora. Yeah, he doesn't have his Rivet anymore, but he's equally as deadly with the Fiora as well. So he needs, Paduhan needs to be putting respect onto him. Akeno as well gonna be helping him out. Very good respect coming in from both players, as Xiao, body slamming away, nothing to be afraid about.
Yeah, completely fine there now. Genza, 60 seconds of control there for
Remember
Xiao's Nautilus. Yeah, they remember the name here, and I mean, that's what they wanted.
Remember me.
That's what they wanted.
I'm not gonna be singing that song. It says
copyright.
Yeah, copyright. And also it says more about my age than.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday! Getting older by the day. Thank you so much. Hopefully Cerberus Esports does get a good game out of this. I have been really craving for an APAC win for so long. FPX is doing a really good job resisting, you know, preventing Cerberus Esports from getting this decisive victory. Taku taking some damage there, but nothing to be afraid about for the meantime.
Yeah, and it's really not much action going on just as of yet. Y1 trying to get something going into QFCC's jungle, but he just hits level 5 now. Now he can look for the roams. There should be that information. Vi should be around top in a little bit, so Chao and Fando need to they need
he's alone
now. Yeah, he is alone.
Y1
SkyFL
needs to run. He needs to run.
He's running.
Run. He did. He runs fast.
Yeah, but
able to disengage.
Just because you're able to disengage doesn't mean that you can re-engage, and like that with BMM almost taking the life of SkyFL right there. If not for TF16,
whoa!
He is the one who secures the first blood there under the turret.
Wow, that was so much calculated by TF16. Even I was surprised. I thought the Jace was going to be able to back away. I thought BMM was safe despite, you know, being, you know, taken down just like that. But I was wrong. Cerberus Esports, they need to really pay so much respect towards the damage that QF16 can just deal. He's just so good on this champion.
Yeah, I think so good is an understatement as well. So, God, it is going to be an uphill climb for Cerberus Esports. It really is, as you know, they have already built up. His FPS has already built up like tiny lead. This could snowball even farther. Y1's going to be in the fight though.
QF16 as well. Season desist is going to be used. For the knockup only landed onto QF16, but the damage coming through from the Aatrox World Ender. And the game is over as Cerberus Esports lose 2 people. QF16 is just online.
Yes, and he has gone online really early in the game. We haven't even had 5 minutes, but QF16 already filling his fantasy shoes. Oh my god, a very strong start. Genza maybe a look for that still, but doesn't really feel like going deep for that kind of strategy is. Yeah, there you go. SkyFL just diving. Genza just, oh my god, he barely left 1 HP for Genza.
And a dream and a hope and he prayers there by Genza as he picks up the honey fruit. Still able to stay alive, fortunately. But on the top side, it's a different story.
Yeah, that story is going to be Akeno. Maybe here. Y1 there with a beautiful flash ball breaker. And then here we go. Hero's entrance from the side. Akeno just kind of whipping it up. Taku. Oh no. He was just unable to get away. And then another life has been paid there by
3,000? Oh man,
Cerberus,
almost a 3,000
3,000
gold lead by FPX just because of that mishap into the top lane. And now they're slowly taking control. Now they're just wrecking havoc into this game against Cerberus Esports, and FPX getting the upper hand, getting the RH as well. Even the Dragon is going to be contested here by FPX for sure. Y1 tries to bash down onto the big belly of Chao. They're trying to start up this Infernal Dragon, but I don't think they should, because FPX already picked up the RH.
Yeah, and FPX are already on the way to QF16. You can see he's already on the back. Y1 already taken down to half.
Oh man, damage. World Ender. Oh no, the Growlier is gonna get taken down for sure. Genza trying to do some damage onto the back line, but it's not gonna be enough as the Aatrox picks up the Dragon. Akeno is starting to pop off, but oh my god! QF16 again! Triple kill right now. Genza just still throwing, barely landing it. Oh man, Genza, please get something. God. It doesn't. QF16 says, "What are you doing, buddy?" I'm just gonna be slapping you with my sword, and FPX gets 4.
Yeah, that's it. 4 kills. That's
like
basically 5 kills. Yeah, they got 5 kills on Ace, basically, and the objective. This is everything that FPX want. They have accelerated their lead. It's only 6 minutes in, and they have a 7,000 gold lead. Hello? What is happening to Cerberus Esports? They just kind of dropped the ball. And yeah, let's take a look at that again, because Cerberus Esports, they hard committed to that Dragon where they really shouldn't have, and then Y1 at the start of the fight was already half, and then Genza came in, a little bit of maybe of a miscommunication there. That was almost a really beautiful set plays there. If only Cerberus Esports could have pulled it off, but no, 16 came in, ending the world, ending that fight as the Aatrox. Yeah, the desperation.
We can't help but feel sad for Genza. He was trying to reach, he was reaching, man, but he couldn't. It's not yet the time. He lacked the range, and unfortunately he wasn't able to pick up those 2 kills that could have made him go online. Picks up the Trinity Force though, so at least that's a good sign, I would say.
Yeah, this could be a good sign if QF16, if they botch this dive, but no, QF16 already popping the World Ender. There's a grad challenge too.
And nobody can challenge QF16 at this point. Look at the damage. It's feeling, it's obnoxious. 1,000 gold per minute is the pace here of FPX. They are trying here to get the kill onto the Gragas. That's a follow-up. That's a damage. Can they pick up the kill? Genza's trying, but actually he's the one who actually picked up the kill. Lack of damage by Genza means he could not get the last hit, and now it's gonna be chased away. Hero's entrance after the response here by Akeno to try and save the day. Good justice punch as well. QF16 might actually be in trouble. Y1 with a follow-up. Akeno with a double kill and triple kill even. Never mind. Y1 picks up that last kill. And FPX getting the top tier tower again to unlock the base here of Cerberus Esports. Good vital signs being picked up by Taku, but the damage of Fado is still very strong. Akeno, the MVP, the support killer here. Oh, Cerberus Esports wants to get more. Can he get the third one? Looks like Taku says, no more kills, Akeno, no more. We need some kills as well.
Speaking of kills, another attempt here. On Y1 this time.
Oh, he stays alive actually. Oh, don't go back in. Shuriken almost connecting onto him. BMM should be getting that kill, but I don't think he can escape from the demonic sword here of the Aatrox. Chow as well says, no escape, buddy. FPX still full control, but at least the gold lead has dissipated a bit.
Yeah, it has gotten a lot narrower. It's still fairly big, but now it's 7,000 instead of 8,000 in the difference. Or even 4.4 thousand now is yeah, a lot of hunting is required here to you know, to gap Cerberus Esports, and for Cerberus Esports they do need to hunt. Oh god, maybe a catch here onto Fado.
Just follow up as well. Fado trying to escape. He does escape, but he's burning to death. Can he actually stay alive? He does. Taku is trying to flee. GF16 as well, gonna be flashing away. Cerberus Esports starting to be aggressive. This is a good sign actually for them. They can now start the RH if ever, because Q16 has to go back into the base. Now they're starting it up. Dragon still not online, so this is a big move by Cerberus Esports. BMM though, being chased is a bad sign. Taku is there to save the day. Akeno as well. Good move. Cerberus Esports able to collect themselves, able to get that RH. A while ago, they were down like 7,000, 8,000 against FPX, but now they're starting to beat back. And FPX just looking for some opportunities.
So difficult.
It is. FPX still is trying. They still have the lead, 4.5 thousand.
4.5 thousand, but it is kind of shrinking here. Cerberus Esports doing a good job of, you know, mitigating their losses, especially with Y1 on that vibe. I feel like they do need to be a lot more proactive. Drag's gonna be in 10 seconds, and look who's first there. It will be Cerberus Esports. They bring Shelly down into the mid lane. They take that tower down for themselves, but FPX, they may just try to engage him. That rush, they can go on to Chow.
Oh, that's going to be very bad here for Cerberus Esports. But they are trying to get some damage here. 813 might actually be in trouble. Genza trying to survive, able to survive the death bite, but able to still get that last shuriken. Fado and Kia16 again wrecking havoc. Y1 just gets that 1-0 and now fleeing for his life. But this dragon is going to be taken over by FPX, and there's nothing that Cerberus Esports can do. Akeno is just trying to get some vision, but FPX denying them any opportunity to enter the dragon pit. Second dragon for FPX.
Yes, sir. And FPX, what a clean team fight, even though they lost, you know, one person. Look at how much they have really accelerated the game for themselves. Look at this next sword, how quickly it dies. As FPX, you know, they had the superior play there, and they were already like Cerberus Esports were already exposed. Perfect body slam angle as well, right into the explosive cast, into splitting the fight into two fronts. And then there you go. Only Taku was the one who was left up there. A13, who the patented classic drive-through smite to take him down. But yeah, 6,000 gold in the lead. FPX is.
Gold funneling more towards Y1 isn't really the best here for Cerberus Esports. Genza has to pick up some kills. Taku has to pick up some kills so that he can translate them into more items, translate it into more damage, but that's not what's happening here for Cerberus Esports. BMM might actually be in trouble. Chow is here. QF16 is here as well. The cast just isolating him even more. Here comes a follow-up from Akeno, but already too late. Genza as well gonna get wind slash here by Fado, and the rest of FPX just follows up, wrecking havoc once more. 3 kills picked up by FPX, and a tower for sure in the top lane.
Yeah, but what can Cerberus really do in that situation? They just have to give it up and wait for the respawns, man. But they're still attempting it. Y1 trying to get something going there with his brawl breakers. Not going to commit a cease and desist into that, because he knows that at the moment he goes for that ultimate, all eyes will be on him. The target priority is insane here for FPX. So yeah, he's going to go for 2.
Oh no, you tried to get the red buff, you lost your life and the red buff. That is just so bad here for Y1. Try to be a little bit desperate here. Cerberus Esports is starting to be a bit desperate because FPX a while ago had 8,000 gold lead in 8 minutes, chunking it down to 4,000. Now they're 10,000 gold lead against Cerberus Esports, and again, just keep on stepping on the gas pedal. Genza is not allowed to play this game at all. Just so sad here for Genza as FPX continues to go with the onslaught. Battle is here to join the fight. Cerberus Esports is left with nothing.
And actually, it is FPX taking every single thing that they can. They're going to be going on to Baron. And yeah, that fight was just so unfortunate for Cerberus Esports. They are being a little bit too front heavy. They are kind of stunting in front of FPX as much as they can. But that really is not the way that you want to go, especially with a composition like this. So can Cerberus Esports actually stop the Baron power play from happening? Because they are just going to be sieging down mid, maybe top lane, trying to go for these last couple of turrets, and then just the win after that. Because God knows that Cerberus Esports cannot do much to stop FPX at the moment.
Oh man, I can't help but feel bad here for Cerberus Esports, but FPX, they're being more methodical here than them. Drafting wise, execution wise, everything is in favor here of FPX. And it could have been, I mean, this game is filled with could have beens. And Cerberus Esports, they have been trying to resist here on FPX, but it's simply not enough. And now they're being forced too much back. The base is vulnerable. The base, this game is being threatened here by FPX, bashing down into the mid lane, bot lane as well with the Baron powered minions. They are going for the desperate one more play here. Cease and desist by Y1, but still unable to get that kill onto the Gragas here of Chow. And now they're just going in. Lack of crowd control means a havoc again by QX16. This guy is just a god, a demonic god he is. And FPX will just take on this game, take on this series, and get their reverse sweep against Cerberus Esports.
Now, Cerberus Esports, another loss on his, another loss on their record. Not their record, but their record means that they will be staying on the bottom half of the APAC standings. Unfortunate for Cerberus Esports, but that's just how it shakes out here. Because man, FPX really got that reverse sweep going. It is a day of reverse sweeps for us, my guy. Other than the second match, which was a 2-0. So, you know, a little bit long in the day, but finally, Funplus Phoenix able to edge it out and actually take away the effectiveness of Cerberus Esports.
Oh man, can't help but feel happy here for FPX, but also feel sad here for Cerberus Esports. They could have gotten that second game, could have gotten the third game as well, but FPX having to show better discipline, better prowess, as well as implementation from the drafting phase into the game itself. And that paved a way for them to get this reverse sweep against Cerberus Esports. Definitely, I mean, every single game matters, and FPX definitely showed that they just want to qualify more here towards the playoffs, and they're just one step away from doing so. I believe they have 2 more games after this as well, one against Race Esports, one against Woohoo Gaming. If they get both wins on that as well, maybe they can actually climb up towards the playoffs.
I mean, it is a very complicated situation here with you know, all of our teams and all the standings, but man, I just gotta give it to KF16. Look at that damage. He was the Aatrox in the jungle and he still did almost 30,000 damage, so much more than A13 did. And Lord, it is definitely scary to see this man's face. Look, on the right side of the bottom right side of your screen is just 3 of the MVP stats belong to QF16. 13, 1, and 6. Biggest Aatrox we have seen today.
KF16 as well, you know, He was a little bit upset that he didn't get the MVP a while ago in game number 2. So this time, he made sure that he gets the MVP. 13, 1, and 6. That is just obnoxious. The damage as well is just out of this world. And it just ended the hopes here of Cerberus Esports, basically. Because now, after the loss of Cerberus Esports, they only have 3 games as well. One against Nigma Galaxy, one against Invid Esports, and one against Team Flash. I mean, it's still a little bit possible, but that game could have been a win for them.
Could have gone either way, man. But honestly, if Cerberus had that one win going into, you know, the fights with the rest of the APAC teams, maybe they have some momentum, maybe they have some confidence in themselves. But as it stands, you know, being taken out by FPX, who is arguably one of the worst teams in the Chinese League here, does not feel good if you are on the side of Cerberus Esports.
I mean, FPX, they were struggling. They are struggling in the regular season, but they're still a team that really contested even the likes of Nova Esports and the Icons Global. They're trying to do their very best, adapt into the meta right now, adapt towards the other play style of the other teams. It's still going to be a long run for them, but this is a start. This is a proper start for them. QF16 with an amazing performance as well. Definitely just cemented why you should ban the Aatrox whenever he's around.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to leave that Aatrox unbanned, you're going to risk giving it to the enemy. You need to have an anti-Aatrox plan in place, and that just did not materialize. And I'd be very, very surprised if the Aatrox man himself is not going to be our MVP, because if I'm being honest, man, QF16, what a beast. He is the strongest Aatrox I think we've seen so far. He may not be the most consistent. He is definitely, I think, one of the strongest, maybe top 2, top 3 strongest Aatroxes in the league.
And then Cerberus Esports, they tried as well in this game. They tried. We cannot discount their efforts here in this particular series. Game number 1 was a decisive victory coming in from them. Game number 2 was a could have been. If they picked up the Gwen instead to counter out Battle again, I think it could have been a different story. But this story is how it ends. QF16 wrecking havoc in this last game, getting the MVP, 13, 1, and 6. Max damage as well, or most damage on the team. Definitely allowed FPX to get at least more confidence for the rest of the 2-week period here in the regular season. And here's our result. Weibo Gaming won against NGX, JDG 2-0 against Woohoo Gaming, and FPX having a good reverse sweep against Cerberus Esports.
Oh yeah. So now Cerberus Esports, where do they go from here? They just got reverse swept. They will be going up against more APAC teams. Maybe they can bring this experience, using it as a learning to enhance their own gameplay when they come into the rest of those matches. But yeah, looking at the standings that have not shifted all too much here at in the Chinese conference, Weibo Gaming still under Jing Gaming, JDG. FPX, unfortunately, even with their win, they're still not in playoffs contention. They need at least 7. 8 would be better for them to compete for that.
Oh man, this is actually tough. What FPX needs to happen is, 1, get both of the wins against Trace Esports and Woohoo Gaming, and they need ThunderTalk to lose all 3 games that they have for the rest of the regular season. And ThunderTalk is going to be up against Rare Atom, J-Team, and Trace Esports. If ThunderTalk wins against Rare Atom, it's game over, basically, for FX. That's how close it is.
Yep. But how close APAC standings? I mean, Cerberus Sports, 2 wins and 8 losses compared to Nigma Galaxy now to 3 wins and 7 losses. It is an uphill climb for these bottom 4 teams in the APAC region. But so far, you know, KT Rolster, Y, Korean United, now Esports, and Nigma Galaxy really kind of showing us the positive side of the season, because really it is, or the APAC region, sorry, because KT is not part of C. But yeah, a lot of respect has been given by them. But you know, guys, you should also put some respect on this first match coming up tomorrow in
yeah.
Esports versus Fennel. Finally, an APAC versus APAC match, followed by Thundock versus Rare Atom. A couple of the, lower teams in the tier list, and finally ending with Naus versus Barirum United. So lots of APAC shakeups potentially coming in tomorrow.
I'm just so excited for tomorrow's matches. We are going to be seeing Fennel, we're going to be seeing Naus Esports, Thunder Talk as well. A lot of matches, of course, for our favorite teams, the teams we are supporting as well. And it has been, always an amazing journey that all of the teams are having right now for this regular season. We're almost coming towards a conclusion. Every step of the way is important. Every single game is important. And of course, we thank you all for being here with us until the very end. It is a different schedule. It is 9 p.m. right now in GMT +8. And thank you, of course, to Riot Games, VNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this possible as well. It always is a pleasure shoutcasting for you guys.
It really is. And, big thanks to our audience for, sticking around and really, being fans here, because we do it for you guys. So remember to stay tuned tomorrow, where you've got some very big matches in store for you, especially if you do come from that APAC scene or are fans of those teams. But for now, I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we will be signing off for today. See you tomorrow and for the rest of the Wild Rift League Asia.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.